Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first ever Rift Rivals tournament for 2017. Yesterday, we saw an action-packed group stage between 3 different regions from the Oceania's OPL, Southeast Asia's GPL, and Japan's LJL. Today, we get another round of the same action to see who will qualify into the grand finals and who have to play to make it to day 4 of the tournament. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake Sponsonbury, as well as Joshua Jiskar Hummerson. Thank you guys so much for joining us on this. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, actually doing really well. I mean, we had a lot of games yesterday, and in the end, LJL was able to scrape out ahead, but some exciting League of Legends. It was really interesting seeing the regions clash against each other and kind of form their own meta here, and it's just been action-packed across Summoner's Rift.
I mean, you say form their own meta, right? But it's like you almost see like the different metas sort of hit each other, and it's like everyone has like their own little priorities and different, like, you just see so much diversity, a lot of different ways to play the game and stuff, and yeah, it is like exciting because who knows what's going to happen.
I mean, to the point where we saw Warwick and Ziggs being played on Summoners at one point in time. But let's actually take a look at yesterday's schedule as well as the standings at the moment. Yesterday, we had 5 games played with Gigabyte Marines, Dead FM, Mineski, Unsold Stuff Gaming, and Direwolves picking up wins, with Dead FM picking up 2 of them in yesterday's matches. And with that, Japan are now leading with 3 points, Southeast Asia with 1, and OPL tied up with 1 as well.
Yeah, and this is super interesting because I think everyone expected the LJL to come in as the most well-rounded region coming into it. We thought that maybe they didn't have the peaks or the troughs that the other regions had, but a very even middle spread, and that is exactly what happened. Rampage dropping their only game, but the other 2 teams out of the region able to pick up 3 crucial victories.
Yeah, I mean, domestically, we've seen the LJL team sort of be quite even with one another, and, you know, take games off each other here and there. Whereas, I guess, Oceania, we don't see that. Direwolves look much stronger than their opponents, and I guess the same with Gigabyte Marines.
And we saw that from not just Gigabyte Marines, but the rest of the GPL as well. You know, Mineski didn't look that great. Ascension even dropping their games, and they were coming into this tournament by most people saying they were the second best team at this tournament, not only in their region, and clearly showing that that's not the case.
Yeah, but the big thing to take away from yesterday's play is Detonation Focus Me will no longer have any games to play. They've already gone 2-0. They've done their jobs. Direwolves in the same boat. They've gone 1-1, only dropping the game to Gigabyte Marines, which I actually thought they were in a position to win.
I mean, yeah, I thought the same. I was actually quite, I guess, almost surprised, right? They had the roster swap, which gave Direwolves a small edge, and then I think that they even had like the draft that really set them up to win. They had the pushing lanes with the Caitlyn and the Corki, right? But yeah, I guess they couldn't close out. Hey?
Yeah, and as a general rule, I mean, Direwolves are one of those teams in the OPL that you give them 3 items on their carries, they actually generally do close out the games, and you could see that they were a little bit disappointed. Shern said that this wasn't a team that was happy with their performance so far. They still have more League of Legends to play, just not today, and we'll see exactly if they can elevate that level.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we'll be able to take a look at today's schedule as well. We have 4 more matches in the group stage. First up, it's going to be Mineski taking on Sin, with Rampage taking on Gigabyte Marines as the second match of today. Ascension will try to take down Legacy, and Sin will wrap it up to try and sell some stuff to Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Yeah, and the big interesting thing about today's games, when we have a look at what happened yesterday, is Blue side was able to pick up 4 maps out of the 5. And when you have a look at today's games, you would think Gigabyte Marines are a favorite coming in on the red side of Summoner's Rift. USG has to be a favorite. I would even say Sin, although we haven't seen them played yet, should be able to pick up Game 1 versus Mineski. And we will be able to see whether this blue versus red side draft really is as big an issue as it seems to be.
I mean, yeah, it's actually going to be a good test for it, right? So obviously we saw the one-sided dominance from blue side yesterday, but with the favoritism, I guess, in terms of teams on red side, I want to see how sort of the draft plays out, right? Because we've been saying that the blue side clearly has the advantage, right? They have the control over, you know, who has to ban the OPs and what's being left up. And then they often sort of get like, they sneak answers to like the first side rotation, like first side red rotation. So I think that it's interesting. We'll see how much priority gets put on like the Caitlyn and like the shoving lanes. And how they're answering like support and jungle.
Because that's the biggest thing to me. We keep saying the OPs, and when we say that, we mean the Galio, the Zac, and the Elise. However, Rek'Sai has come up as big priority. 80% pick ban for Corki, 100% for Caitlyn and Thresh at the moment, who seem to be the most versatile 80 carry and support duo in Summoner's Rift. I mean, that just absolutely blows my mind that we've got nearly 7-8 champions that are must take off Summoner's Rift right now.
Yeah, and I think that's again why we're seeing, you know, blue side getting so much power, because they're getting answers to these quote unquote OP picks. And you know, things like Thresh and Caitlyn don't really have great answers, and that's what we were discussing upstairs, right? That, you know, if you pick a Caitlyn, what are you taking into that that's going to punish it?
Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, we not only have unique drafting for the 2 different sides, but also very unique picks coming out from multiple regions. We had a Warwick game, we had a Jarvan in the jungle, and we had Ziggs returning to the mid lane where he was meant to be originally.
All right, let's talk about the Ziggs and the Warwick and leave Jarvan out until we hit game 1, because I have a strong opinion about Hummers in the jungle. But the Ziggs actually did its job. It was won a game and then was taken off Summoner's Rift. And Warwick also looked incredibly strong. I mean, we've seen it a little bit internationally. Don't know your thoughts on it personally, but to me, it seems like such a dangerous thing to take into very aggro early game junglers, like the Lee Sin, Elise, Rek'Sai that are showing its head at the moment.
Don't quote me on this, but I think Immortals might have been the first team to play it competitively. Maybe Unicorns are love with Xerxes. But yeah, no, Dardoch and I actually did like the Warwick pick, and we think it has good early skirmishing, and the tracking ability on like the blood sense is really, really powerful, I think.
Yeah, and I think the other thing we saw is that it provides the role of a soul tank out of the jungle incredibly well. I mean, the damage mitigation is a stat that you just cannot overlook because it's always there as long as you get the experience. And we saw at one point it was actually 3 levels up over the Jarvan. It was absolutely unstoppable when it was attacking the backline, and it just looked like a genius pick.
So hopefully we'll be able to see more unorthodox picks or more unique picks coming out from the multiple regions in today's games. But before we get into today's matches, we want to bring up a tweet that came out from Vendra Ose. And it's a pretty nice, cool graphic here of the 3 Oceanic teams representing us at Rift Rivals.
Yeah, I'm really jealous now that Chiefs haven't gone and I haven't got any pictures for me.
I mean, I think your top laner, Swiper, said that is an anime he would watch. I don't actually think there's an anime in the world that Swiper wouldn't watch, so not really all that surprised. But yeah, I mean, that's great graphics. I mean, I think it captures the spirit of the teams. And I mean, there's just so many talented people out there in the OS community that, put together not only graphics, but also the ability to write and, paint. And we've done things with cosplay in the past. I mean, it's just impressive to behold. I have no creativity in my... I can't even speak English. I have no creativity in me at all, Fish. So seeing stuff like that's pretty cool.
Well,
I just wish they were close together and hugging each other. This is like a region versus region event, and I wish there were like, maybe it was like Direwolf's Fantix carrying both players on his arms or something.
Oh boy. Well, if you're an Oceanic fan, we have 3 games of Oceanic teams being played today, as well as 3 Southeast Asian teams. Unfortunately for the Japanese viewers, only a couple of games for you guys today, as 4 games were played last night for the LGL. But actually, let's take a look at the first match that's going to come up today. Mineski will be taking on Sin. And Spawn, I know you have quite a few vocal points about this Mineski lineup.
Yeah, and Mineski come into this as the experienced international team. They went to Worlds in 2014. They've still got 3 of those members, although they've roster swapped. And when you have a look at Sin, this is a rookie lineup. None of them have played internationally. They haven't historically finished all that well in the OPL either. This is their big shot to make it work. And if they're going to do it, I think it's through the mid lane. I
mean, you'd have to hope so. EXO, definitely a standout player in his own right. Had a pretty good performance yesterday, despite losing the games. But I think Ryoma could have his number. Definitely a franchise player. He's the sort of player you want to build a roster around. He has so many years left in him, and he plays almost everything. He plays fantastic on the control mages, fantastic on the assassins.
And I mean, he takes blind picks. He's a confidence player. And it's so strange to see it out of a rookie. I mean, when we talk about rookies, they generally don't have that X factor that you expect out of the veterans. But Ryoma, FBI, 2 of these young kids coming in on Sin Gaming, they certainly show promise for the future. But it's their impact that they're having now on the team as veterans like Juves and Rogue actually aren't performing to their peak and are carrying through their lineup.
Well, speaking of veterans, to the side of Mineski, they've got 3 veterans. We'll bring up that roster very quickly for you guys. Up in the top lane for them is going to be Kaigu, who is one of their players that have been to Worlds, role swapping from the jungle to the top lane. Hammers will be taking to the jungle. EXO, another member that has been to Worlds, will be their mid lane of choice. Zen, their new AD carry, as well as TG, the final member that has been to Worlds, as their support.
And I know this roster has been regarded as one of the top rosters that's been floating in and out of contention over the last couple of years, now finally getting back there. Mineski, of course, had a very famous World run where they absolutely took no games. They performed very poorly, but people still loved them for it. But in a tournament like Rift Rivals, when you're playing against the other number 3 seeds, you want to be able to do your part. You at least want to be able to pick up 1 point because that 0-2 really will hurt the GPL, especially when Gigabyte Marines are playing so well.
Yeah, and and that's like the story of Southeast Asia at the moment is Gigabyte Marines look phenomenal, but where's Ascension and where's Mineski? We need them to show something.
And that's something we touched on yesterday as well. The fact that Gigabyte Marines in Vietnam, they're still the #1 team. Ascension, no longer #1 in Thailand. Mineski, definitely not #1 in the Philippines anymore. So it's kind of showing in this tournament as well with yesterday's games.
But it also speaks volumes to the GPL. I mean, I know you've been in this situation before. You get over to an international event, you scrim these teams from the GPL. They're so aggressive during scrims, and then they either show up on the day and they perform terrifically, or they absolutely fall to pieces. I mean, Bangkok Titans lost both group stage games before winning the whole tournament against the Chiefs. I'm sorry about that one. But we've seen it even more frequently. The IWCI and IWCQ just seems like they can flick a switch, and they need to today if they're going to be able to pick this up.
Absolutely. They do have high ceilings, and at times they feel so suffocating to play against. They can play really well around vision, and their pick game is phenomenal. at other times, they just don't show up at all. And, they're playing sloppy, they're not coordinated, and they're running out and getting solo killed.
And I think it is that feast or famine playstyle. I mean, we talk about it so much with people like Lloyd or G4. They'll take the 1v2s, they will go back, purchase the Dark Seals, and just try and get themselves back in the game. But of course, that can bite you and it can really set your team behind.
Well, let's take a look at the opponents for the GPL squad today. It's going to be Sin Gaming from Oceania. Up in the top lane, their new top laner, Dockler from North America. Juves, their veteran jungler. Ryoma heading into the mid lane with FBI and Rogue as their AD carry and support.
And now let's talk about that shot call. Let's talk about the emotional barometer, the social media king, whatever you want to talk about. Let's call it, Juves at the moment is not playing Pretty League of Legends, but this is his shot. This is the first time he's been internationally. He's going up against a weak jungler, in my opinion, in James. Did not have a good game on that J4. And if Juves can dictate an early game here, get some confidence for his squad, maybe even pick up a win, I mean, they can roll into the last game of the day and really set Oceania up for success.
It scares me that if we're setting Oceania up for success, it's in the back pocket of Juves. I think that he definitely, domestically at least, he's been punished by some very strong junglers. And as you brought up, James, he hasn't looked fantastic. The J4 game was less than desirable. It was less than desirable. Juves is definitely an emotional player, and I think if he gets a strong start, an early first blood, a good early gank, he's definitely the sort of player, that he could show up and he could turn on for Sin.
Yeah. There he is on your screen there, just being captivated by the drone flying overhead. But he is a very vocal player for his squad. He's a shot caller for his squad as well, so excited to see how they're going to do. Do we expect anything different from Sin from their usual playstyle?
I actually think that the meta shift back towards Rek'Sai could really help out Sin here, because we know that historically Juves has been able to pick up things like Rek'Sai, Gragas, and have very creative gank paths towards top lane especially. And I think that, given the fact that they're coming in on red side, I would not be surprised if we saw Raptor, Red Buff, Scuttlecrab camp the crap out of Dockler's lane, give Dockler something like Jace that he's been able to excel on in the past, and really go to town. Because you know that Ryoma should be fine in that mid lane. FBI is more than good enough to hold his own as well as an AD carry. I think that if he gets Dockler rolling, they have a shot.
Yeah, and I got 3 words for you. Best of one. Juves is definitely, I'm not going to call him a cheesy player, but he's not afraid to experiment, and he's not afraid to try to take his opponents by surprise. And that could really be the difference for them today. I think that if he gets off this cheesy gank path, a creative one to get top lane, red side, Rek'Sai coming over behind him in the wall, that could be fantastic for Sin.
And every game counts. Oceania as well as the GPL need to win every single game today in order to automatically seed into the grand finals, whereas for the LGL, they either just have to win a game or hope that OPL and GPL both lose a game to each other.
And that's what they're banking on, right? Oceania and the GPL do have opportunities multiple times today to be able to split games. I mean, Mineski versus Sin, Ascension versus Legacy, when you have a look at that, both of those are probably the 2 most even games of the day. Sin versus USG, if USG play as well as they did yesterday, looks like it's USG favorite. And I don't think anyone is going to pick Rampage over the Gigabyte Marines based on Rampage yesterday performance.
Rampage have blue side? Do we want to hedge a bet there? Or?
I mean, maybe we'll go for it. I think Gigabyte Marines have shown that they're a cut above the rest. And this happens every now and again with play-in squads. Randomly, a super team gets formed or a team performs well for, 6 to 8 months. And the other playing teams just can't touch them. And it seems like, that's what happened over in the CIS region when they were putting together their super team with Kira. And now the Gigabyte Marines seem to have stolen that thunder.
Yep.
I think that, definitely Gigabyte Marines, obviously the favourites there. But I think I'm more excited for, as you said, those some middle tier games, and they should be fantastic.
I mean, we saw quite a few of those fantastic games. Detonation Focus Me against Legacy. That was the only red side victory that we saw yesterday, and it was a fairly even match until about 20 minutes in where Dead FM just completely took over against Legacy.
Yeah, and I mean, their composition just came online, and it will be interesting to see how they bounce back against that. You can see the Sin members actually looking pretty jovial on stage. I mean, that's FBI. He's also a rookie. This is his first kind of appearance in any kind of international event, although he did play Origin over here in the OPL that had a live crowd. And
that's someone that Jush got to work with quite exclusively as well during that tournament as his coach, so you might have a few things about him that
Have you been flicking him sneaky DMs? I mean, you guys have been overseas quite a lot for Osh. You kind of hogged it. The least you can do is coach them through this.
Sadly not. I mean, I gave them all the good luck guys, I hope you do well sort of thing, even if we're on different teams domestically. I think internationally we all want to stand together.
I mean, that's kind of the theme of Rift Rivals as well. Every single team from each region never plays against one another. They're always playing against opposite regions, no matter which Rift Rivals tournament you're looking at.
And it's so funny because this Rift Rivals is built up of different kind of rivalry. I feel like OS versus SEA, there's actually some bad blood there because of the fact that everyone felt like Chiefs should have gone to that Worlds, and then SEA sent Bangkok Titans that actually didn't have a good performance, and it was the what could have been. Whereas there's actually a very friendly rivalry, a very good-natured competitive rivalry between OS and the LJL. I mean, trade jerseys a lot. They're primary scrim partners, I believe, when they go over to events like this. So it's just funny what rivalries can exist between regions, and it's exciting to watch it play out.
I mean, it was, yeah, originally it was normally Dead FM and Chiefs always going over, so, and same with Ints really. So we had like the same core group always going over, and so we just met our friends again and again. But we've seen a bit of more diversity coming out of LJL now, and they're leveling up, and we see like we get Rampage here, and I think that in terms of rivalry, like, yeah, we definitely have bad blood with Southeast Asia. You know, that 2015 Wildcards game was tough. It was definitely a tough loss for the team.
Yep, certainly was. And GPL, they've sent multiple teams to Worlds. Every single team from the GPL this time around has players that have been to Worlds, whereas for OPL, LGL, nobody's quite been to Worlds yet. There've been a couple players that have gone to MSI, or 2 teams in particular that have been to MSI.
And that's why winning tournaments like Rift Rivals is so important to regions like the OPL and the LJL, because they haven't made that next step yet, but they want to show that their second and third ranked teams have more than enough of what it takes to be able to secure victories internationally. And I think they can have pride in that fact at the moment.
And we also, we want to be the first. You know, Dire want to be the first team to show up and be like, we're the Oceanic team's going to Worlds. Like, we're the team that wins for Oceania. Whereas, you know, Southeast Asia have done that. They've done that through the Mineski and through Southeast Asia.
Yep, well, we're about to get into the first match of today as Champions League has already come up on your screens. Mineski taking on Sin Gaming. And the ban's already underway. As always, Galio being banned on the red side of the Rift. We didn't expect too much else. Gragas and Thresh being taken away very early by Mineski.
Yeah, Sin will ban Galio Gragas because they actually don't play either of them to great effect, and I don't think they'll want to give the trade over. This is some good scouting by Mineski. Rogue plays a terrific Thresh, and you don't really want to take a counter matchup even into him. And Gragas is definitely Juves' best jungler, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, definitely good scouting. Gragas is the sort of champion that can sacrifice CS, you know, just to flash on someone and gank. As we mentioned earlier, the Rek'Sai is still a possibility for him. So I'll be keen to see whether or not they ban Elise here to get like the favorable matchup, if they just try to remove Elise from the map, and you know how they're trading around that Caitlyn and Corki picks.
Well, we get a Shen ban coming out from Mineski. We saw quite a few of those thrown at the LJL teams, and I do know quite a few GPL teams like to pick up Shen, but in Oceania, we have not seen this champion much.
It's actually not a prioritized pick in Oceania at all. I mean, we generally don't play macro around the top side, and banning away Nunu, what the heck?
I wonder if Sin know that they're not playing against Legacy this game. Obviously, Legacy Carbon being a Nunu enthusiast. But no, I guess the Elise and the Rek'Sai trade, that's still up. The Caitlyn's still up too, so definitely a bit of scouting, because I think that Dockler, especially in solo queue, has shown that he's a Shen player. So, you know, they've done their research, definitely.
Yeah, and if you were watching Carbon's Twitter, he was very vocal about how upset he was that Nunu was getting a couple of nerfs in the future. But Mineski have locked in Caitlyn as their AD carry of choice, one of the more heavily prioritized champions. And Rogue's going to be picking up Zyra as the support. And just like you mentioned, Spawn, Juice picks up Rek'Sai heading into the jungle.
I like this a lot because all of a sudden Zyra, if you ban out Blitzcrank and they, fingers crossed, don't pick it in this first rotation, should have the push priority in the bottom lane. That means FBI can try and farm up, and then Juves can attack the solo lanes.
The other thing is that they get the Ashe now, and it doesn't matter if you're losing lane to Caitlyn. They have Zyra Ashe at level 6, and anyone they come up against is dead.
And the big thing is that you win top side of the map, get the push advantage, and then when you have Zyra Ashe level 6, your top lane is level 7 or 8, you just transition all that bottom pressure into the bottom lane. You start pulling off teleport ganks, and you really attack TG and Zen, because they have shown time and time again that they are a winning part of Mineski's formula.
Mineski, however, have been able to pick up Elise. Yesterday, Hammers had a very poor performance on Jarvan in the jungle, who doesn't do well in the jungle at the moment. Will it be different this time around? He has a S-tier jungler.
I mean, it could potentially be, but Hammers' problem was he was sitting in brushes, not farming and falling behind in experience. And Elise can fall into a similar trap. Not a quick farmer of, you know, Raptors, Krugs, the big camps in the jungle. Does the solo camps fast enough, but it is certainly an interesting... I mean, at least is a Moby Boots rush jungler into heavy gank style. So he needs to make something happen.
Yeah, that definitely fits Hammers' playstyle, at least from what we saw yesterday. You know, he doesn't need to play one of those champions. He really has to farm out for like level 6, 11 or something. He can actually just go into lanes and gank, and it doesn't really matter if he's not being super efficient with his pathing.
Well, the final 2 picks from these 2 teams, Mineski do lock in Blitzcrank early, so it can't be banned up by Sin. Sin decide not to pick up Ashe just yet as they lock in Talia for Ryoma.
Yeah, and I wonder if that means that they have a hyper carry that they want to play with side lanes priority, because you would have thought that would be the Ashe pick, because they could right now ban away Ashe Varus. They haven't chosen to do that on the side of Mineski, but that would have really pinched that utility roll down in the bottom lane.
Except that they still have Jhin, and FBI can play a pretty good Jhin, and Jhin actually is probably one of the better matchups into Kaelin, just because you get to go that similar double Energizer build, and then you have like a decent good range, I guess, matchup in terms of no AD carry has a good matchup in terms of to Kaelin's range, but Jhin does it slightly better than the rest. But are we going to see the Vayne?
I hope not.
I hope not.
I hope not. I
When
really
the
hope not too.
dreams, the hopes and dreams of Oceania rests on the shoulders of Sin, you hope that you don't see a Vayne pick.
I mean, well, the Jhin would make a lot of sense because they do have good consistent damage already, especially if that's going to be a warrior Rek'Sai, and they did need the ability to start up a fight. And the other thing this does, by early priority picking it, is they know what they're against. I mean, unless there's a really crazy, like, Twisted Fate pick or something like that, there's not going to be all that much pressure from the mid lane because Syndra's gone against Talia. And that allows you to hide Dockler's pick. And Dockler has been bullied a little bit in the OPL, so giving him the counter pick, I think, is a priority here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also important that, as you said, they've got the Talia who's going to get the shove mid, and that actually kind of negates the Blitzcrank Caitlyn threat. Obviously, if you're shoving into the bottom turret and Talia starts roaming down in Fog of War, you have to pay a lot of respect to that. So Ryoma actually sort of bailing his bottom lane out of a bad matchup already.
We had a Jace ban being thrown Dockler's way as well, so Mineski again doing their research, but Renekton's left up, which is a very high priority pick in the OPL. Dockler could always go back towards that champion, as Corki and Kled are the final 2 picks from Mineski.
I think you do go towards the Renekton. Ooh, that's a very quick lock in of Fiora, so I'm not going to say that. I didn't finish the sentence, so I don't look like an idiot, right? I was expecting the Renekton because it's a pretty good matchup into Kled. It's definitely a skill matchup. Fiora, however, I haven't seen Fiora into Kled in quite some time.
So that actually is a skill matchup too, and Swipe is a huge fan of Kled at the moment, so we've been playing around with almost every single Kled matchup possible, and then even some more on top of that. I think that it is definitely in favor of Kled in the early game. The one issue that arises for Kled is that Fiora gets to 2 items, and it kind of sort of goes the other direction then. As with a lot of
I was about to say,
Fiora
so we've
lanes.
just described every Fiora lane in the world. If you can get to 2 items unscathed with equal or even slightly negative CS, you'll run over the top of people.
All right. No, yeah, I think it's definitely power to Kled early, and then his ultimate, along with package, that gives them a lot of control around the map. But if Mineski can't be clean and close this one out early, I guess you have to sort of wonder what he's going to shut down the Fiora later.
Yeah, and this is the one game where I think the Corki nurse will actually hit him. I'm a big fan of Corki at the moment. I actually think he's probably the strongest blind pick, but we did hit his wave clear slightly, and against Talia, every single little bit of wave clear counts, especially when you're trying to get to a side lane with package, because she has the exact same game plan when she has that big wall. So I think that, if Ryoma plays this well, can hook up with Juves in the early game, that is the key to winning the side lanes. If it goes the other way, I think that Mineski actually have the stronger, isolated matchups.
And we know that Ryoma can play this well because he's known for his Talia. He's a very strong mid laner, has been performing fantastically for Sin, so a lot of weight rests on his shoulders, but I'm curious to see how Juves is going to do in the jungle this time round, because that's going to dictate the early game.
I mean, every Oceanic fan is halfway between raising their koalas and giving energy to Juves, because really...
Raise your energy.
He performed so well in the gauntlet and was able to get his team, key advantages in the early game, but so far this split just has not looked his old self.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the factors of changing their roster and changing the vocal dynamic within the team. I think there's a bit more pressure put onto Juves now. He has to control the early game even more so than last split, and they're still just making micro adjustments to their communication and how they want to play the early game.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this one pans out. The first match of Day 2 of Rift Rivals 2017, Sin Gaming taking on Mineski. And unfortunately, the loser of this match will deny their region a chance
Run, Dockler!
to try and qualify for the grand finals that is on Thursday this week.
I mean, actually a strange invade coming in there. Generally what you do is walk into the Baron pit and throw a blind hook if you're really keen on that.
I think I've seen this before.
Yeah, I've seen this before, definitely. Wonder if he gets hit this time. Didn't. Bummer. But at the same time, I mean, as I said, like generally what you do if you really want to go for the cheesy plays, you stack into the Baron pit, you pull blindly over the wall, especially with the Fiora that's going to take Q. That is a hard invade to nail. And once again, I just want to repeat what I said yesterday. With Zyra, you know that they're going to stack up the plants in the bottom lane through the seeds because that's how you get the shove. I just cannot believe that another team has picked Blitzcrank and not 5-man invaded down into the bottom brushes and tried to catch the Zyra route.
The Zyra 5-man 5v5 at bottom lane is actually more of an Oceanic special now, I think. A lot of teams have gotten used to that, and people play way more safely around that now that it's not so, I guess, cheesy, or everyone expects it a little bit too much now. So I think the invade topside actually makes a bit of sense. Dockler standing forward in that brush, assuming maybe that Mineski will go down bot. Wow, 5.
That's what I was going to say. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you get the kill. I just think you stop this from happening. And now they just don't get access to first wave if Rogue doesn't want them to.
They're giving a leash for Elise on red buff as well, so they're going to take some time to get back into the lane. Juice starts on Raptor camp. That is Nuni against Utapon. That'll be later on, guys. Cool. But yeah, so Hermes starts on red buff, gets a leash from Blitzcrank and Caitlyn, so that bottom lane could be a disaster now for them.
Yeah, it certainly could be, as we see Hermes actually pathing towards top side. He has still got vision of Juves, however, and this really is our key matchup to watch because Hermes needs to step up and have a better game. And Juves, the ward has expired. I wonder if he is running the Experience Quinn and whether he can go towards Scuttlecrab and top lane and meet the Elise there, both with level 3.
I mean, yeah, he can. I think it would be unwise just based on the fact that he got invaded. As we see him moving down to bot side now, that that Chi sort of gets shut down with that ward, and he's just playing intelligently. He knows that he could be countered too easily doing that, and the Elise level 3 spike is just a bit too strong, I think.
And this is every Blitzcrank's nightmare. I mean, what you generally want to do with Blitzcrank is be able to pop a couple of targets for free because you know you're not going to get harassed, and be able to actually match pushes early on in the game. To not get shoved into your turret because now...
They get a hook onto Rogue. He's probably going to fall here. Heel's being popped, but still first blood picked up by the Caitlyn. And top side now, they get a stun going down onto Dockler. That's 2 kills from Mineski so early into the game.
I mean, those were both very readable patterns. Blitzcrank's only way to get back in that lane was to nail that hook. Even if it was flash, that would have been shoved back into turret. Early game would have been mitigated. And Dockler knew that Hermes was pathing towards the top side of the map because of the bottom lane leash. So just sloppy play, and they're actually diving again.
He just teleported back to lane. Kygo's going to get knocked off his Lizard. Hermes taking a lot of damage, uses Repel. They'll take him down. Kygo will fall, but that's teleport burn flash. But look at all this experience that's going to waste.
That is like 3 waves of minions just dying to the turret now, and probably half the turret's HP.
I mean, that is really a poor start out of Sin Gaming. We said that they're an emotionally charged team, that the top side of the map cannot fall behind. And so far, off to a bad start, and it's their top side of the map that's it's happening to.
Yep. If you're an Oceanic fan and you're raising your koalas, put them down for the moment and start giving energy to Juves, because he needs to do something on this map for Sin at the moment. Everything's just going absolutely wrong for the Oceanic squad.
We're saying that it revolves around Juves, but so far he's done nothing wrong. He just wanted to get a really nice early path, and all these lanes had to do was not die. And both of them died.
Yeah, and as we sort of foreshadowed a little bit in Champion Select, Hermes with the 3-minute 50 Moby boots, now it doesn't matter if he wants to like path through his jungle camps or whatever, he can just be in your lane at any given point. As we see the Hook just miss.
Hook is going to miss. Hermes doesn't connect with the Cocoon, but FBI still taking quite a bit of damage. Repel will get him back to safety. That's Rogue going forward. Teleport into the bottom lane.
That's actually a good flash from Rogue because it forces the teleport, and now all of a sudden Dockler, even though he's behind in his lane, has equalized on that summoner spell.
Juves getting caught by Cocoon though, and TG is here, going to try and lock him down. Knocks him out of the tunnel, doesn't have that cooldown available. Trap's being put behind him. He's trying to fight it out. Low health bars from Mineski. That's 2 dead. Zen is trying to run away. A flash forward from FBI. Going to be able to hit that last shot, but the heal from Exo saves him.
But still a 2-for-1 trade for Sin. All of a sudden, Gold is back to even. They've equalized all the summoner spells. And Juves, we said he didn't do anything wrong, but he drags them back into the game.
Raise those koalas again, guys. No, definitely the recovery they needed. Dockler, back 10 CS up, shoved his lane in. He's going to get a good ward. You can just check him on the mini-map going down to the topside jungle. This is definitely what Sin, they just needed.
Yeah, and the other big thing is, with that kill, Juves now matches pressure because he goes Tiamat. So we have a jungler with Moby Boots that wants to get into lanes and gank. And if those ganks aren't successful, Juves is going to farm so much quicker, build a big CS and level advantage. There's another good little trade there for Kygo.
Dockler trying to fight Kygo here, knocks him off his mount. Kygo's still chasing further forward.
There is Elise heading up top, and that's why they were a little bit hesitant to continue the skirmish.
There's a big item discrepancy in the bottom lane, though. Double longsword against the BF sword of Caitlyn. That's the 2 kills that were picked up by Zen in that bottom lane skirmish. However, Hammers has been caught out on the wrong side of the map. He's going to repel back to the Scrying Orb. Meanwhile, Kaigo trying to fight Doppler. Kaigo is trying to fight him. He's going to get back on his skull. Try to go toe-to-toe again. Going to try and pick it up. Goes invulnerable. One last. A shot will take him down. Kaigo lives with next to no health. Will still die. Range minions, too OP.
Come on, Creep Wave. Just move a little bit quicker. Give the freeze over to Doppler. What a close one-on-one. I mean, technically, Kaigo comes out ahead because the wave's going to be shoved into the turret. Even more creeps going down. But at the same time, I mean, that's a message sent. And if Juve is able to actually pick up majority of this CS, now he's like absolutely massive. He's going to get to level 6. Rek'Sai now no longer level 6 irrelevant jungle. Are they going to die this?
Can't die there.
Surely not. Some damage.
I was about to say, he's about to tick over to level 6. Turret diving a level 6 champion that has an invulnerability is... I'm going to say suicide. Let's just call a spade a spade.
Hammer's wasting his time there. Obviously, Juves is going to pick up all the experience, even if he doesn't get the gold. So I think Hammers has to base anyway. Juves definitely the benefactor of that gank, despite his team dying.
It's a good feeling. I mean, when you just see a big creep wave, it's like, don't worry, mate, I got it. You can't get here anyway.
Rogue does get hooked in the bottom lane throughout his tether a little bit too soon. Zen is going to pay for this one, though. FBI charging on forward. Doesn't matter. Ignite was ticking from the Zyra. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
And whenever an AD carry gets to stay in a lane, it goes in that AD carry's favor. Giving a kill over to Zyra in the early game isn't going to be a bad thing. She's going to build primarily AP anyway. And at the same time, Rogue gets to now shove this into the turret. Needs to be careful of another Hermes gank. He's been very active on Summoner's Rift, but you can see already 16 CS down.
Here they go. Mineski looking for a pick onto FBI. He's caught recalling. Wolves trying to run towards his turret. TG looking for the hook. Does he get it? He does. And Hermes can't connect the cocoon to follow up. FBI tries to lock down TG. Hermes going under the turret. Repels in. TG taking turret. One more shot. Would have killed him, but it does not take another.
And that sloppy from FBI actually puts himself in a tricky situation as he ran directly towards the turret that the juke path was cut off. You can see Juves wants to potentially get in this mid lane now. Exo
trying to just turn around and fight Ryoma. Forces the flash out of Talia. Exo's going to go over the wall. Rek'Sai comes through with the ultimate. We'll pick up a kill for Sin in the mid lane.
And what Exo was trying to do is if you change direction as Rek'Sai jumps, you can actually dodge out on the damage, but you need boots too to be able to make it work now. So a little bit unfortunate there. You can see Juves continuing the invade is now double the CS of the jungler coming out of Mineski.
Yeah, and the nicest thing about that too was just that Zyra was there to back him up. Oh, here comes the engage from...
That's a big creep wave though.
Kaigo's looking to try and charge into this one. Doppler wants to try and fight with the creep wave. That's a lot of damage coming out from Kled to kick things off. Kaigo decides not to chase any further forward.
What a waste of teleport and ultimate, honestly. I mean, when you were like... fighting into what was like 8, 9 ranged minions at this stage of the game when you haven't picked up those ninja tabbies or something along the line actually hurts a lot. And you can see that was exactly what happened. He got a bad trade and then now he's no teleport.
Yeah, and it's actually fantastic for Doppler now because he gets to play greedy. Fiora doesn't really want to TP for a flank or an early fight. He just wants to TP back to lane as you see on your screens. And it means that he just gets one base closer to getting his first item and then second item spikes too.
And all of a sudden, even though it's BF pickaxe for the Caitlyn. Still is going to be early penetration going over to FBI and a couple of longswords, so he's in an okay position, especially if he's...
There's a package coming up as well. 2 members trying to dive Doppler nice and early. Exo comes up, doesn't get damage from the package, but gets there on time. Mineski almost botching this dive. Doppler still alive somehow. Kaigo will tank that up, but it's not going to deal enough damage to take him down.
Has wall, and they are pretty low, and now bottom lane action too.
Yep, it's going to be TG trying to tank up the shots coming out from the Curtain Call. The crit goes through, but he flashes out of it. Zen almost dies from that one, and Juves is looking for the flank.
No flash.
He's wrapping around. Let's see if he can get it. Goes on towards Zen. Pops the ultimate of TG instead. Hook goes wide. Juves trying to take it down. Can't get that bit of auto attack damage, but Rogue will clean up the kills in the bottom lane.
And Rogue is absolutely massive. I mean, he's got 3 kills as a support at this stage of the game. Top lane turret did fall down, so gold lead over to Mineski. And I have to say that this tempo of game actually suits Sin. From what we've seen, when the game's messy, when the map's being opened up, when, everything is really flying everywhere, they come out in their element. And you can see that CS leads are actually starting to accrue for both Juves and FBI. And whilst the Kled is ahead, everywhere else on the map is starting to fall behind.
Yeah, but you have to be very careful. If they drop more outers without taking some of their own, that is the win condition for almost every Southeast Asian team in my experience. When they get that blind fog in your jungle and you can't even go to your own Raptor camp, you have to be so careful.
Dockler, meanwhile, fancies his chances as a mid laner as he tries to go toe-to-toe against EXO.
It's not the first Fiora mid lane we've seen from an Oceanic squad this split anyway, Fish.
Yeah, it's not.
Nothing new here.
Yeah, we've seen that from Legacy as well. But even with the top lane turret falling first for Mineski, they only have about 500 gold in their favor, which is not much 11 minutes in.
I mean, they have more kills, they got first blood, and they got first brick, and it's only roughly, you know, 500 to 700 gold at this point. As you mentioned, we've got big item spikes coming through at the same time for the Sin Gaming lineup. We've got Rek'Sai Tiamat, nearly Cinderhulk, already got early penetration coming out of Ryoma, and Youmuu's Ghostblade finished up for FBI. So unless this gank works.
Yeah, they're running a Blitzcrank in the mid lane. Doesn't connect the hook onto Ryoma, who just runs straight forward.
I mean, this game, even though the gold is even, you have to say relative power of the two teams is quite similar at this point.
Yeah, and I still think that you know, Sin, as the game goes on, they will start having, you know, more and more control. I actually never thought I would say this, but Juves is holding them in the game right now.
Yep.
That CS lead that has just been removed from your screen, you know, is actually, you know, what's making up a lot of this gold discrepancy.
But it's replaced with a very nice blue box. As far as blue boxes goes, that was a great blue box.
I mean, they just can't believe it.
Actually going for another gank now into this bottom lane. You can see that they're trying to push the wave in. It's been red, but Zen...
Ooh, lockdown. Rooted twice. Juice picks up the kill. TG brings Jin in. Let's see if everybody can get out in the time. He does, and that's going to be 2 kills for Sin in the bottom lane.
And Hermes is just sitting there trying to get in. No package on Corki means this should be another turret going down. Sin will pick up the first gold lead of the game for themselves. And this is a danger. Going up against Talia, if you cannot outshove her, she just has so much map impact.
Yeah, just such a slow read from Hermes. I think once they went for that gank mid, we saw that Corki valks forward, uses all his mana, has half HP. You know, he has to back off there.
Ooh, they want to continue the fight here.
Let's see if they can go for it. Dockler's the one that's trying to charge in. Pops his parry. They do lock down Corki. The rest of Sin will slowly pile on back in. Kaigo knocked off his mount, but charges away, get his team to safety.
But all of a sudden, that is an EXO, as well as all of the members from Sin trying to stream forward into this part of the map. Game has accelerated very quickly.
Yep, definitely. And I think that, you know, the sigh of relief that Sin fans get to you know, breathe now is that all of Mineski have to base again. So they make a play bottom lane, and then there's no counterplay. There's nothing. You know, Mineski bases, Sin bases, we get like a clean reset on the map. And, you know, Dockler, once again, gets to go back up top, walks away from the minions, though, in bases.
Dockler's the only member that's behind at the moment.
They've called in the lane swap, actually, which is interesting because you would think that Dockler would have a little bit harder time in a 2v1 at this stage of the game. At the same time, TG kind of doesn't even want to be in a lane, just wants to be roaming with those Moby boots. Did you like to talk about?
The better thing for Sin there is you may sacrifice the Fiora a tiny bit, but that wave up top is building massively, and that's just going to make Mineski react to it. Ryoma will be able to hold priority mid just because of his Talia build. You know, going for the Haunting guys early gives him a little bit more power. Having said that, Trinity Force Corki, nothing to be laughed at. But yeah, there's no response, or a very slow response coming from Mineski to that top lane. So now we'll see that the Sin bottom lane just roam down mid, take control of topside river. You know, Rift Herald becomes a possibility here.
It seems like the game is really in Sin's control at the moment. They are spotted out by a Scrying or pop by Blitzcrank.
And not to mention, this is historically the part of the game where Zen just wants to be farming like pretty safely, as they've actually called out Blitzcrank again.
They did a decent amount of damage to TG. It's already down to half health.
And unfortunately for TG, he's now in a lane that can't go aggressive because even if they hook Rogue, he's just going to ult both of them. And the Jhin is very strong at this stage of the game. I mean, where Jhin is strong, Caitlyn is currently weak, and they're just losing out in a 2v2.
It's now a pickaxe against a full Youmuu's Ghostblade from what was a big victory, but Rogue does get hooked in, pops the ultimate. He's going to die for this. Can he get the curtain call? Procs, the last one misses. Zen is trying to block that final shot. Now tries to go toe-to-toe himself. Rek'Sai trying to get in behind there, and as much as he said the hook's not going to work, it did quite there. Rek'Sai now in trouble. He's getting locked down. Tries to pop the ultimate, but shut down for Zen.
What is the O squad doing? I mean, all they had to do was set up a siege on that top lane turret, completely fumble it. And as you said, Kaigo can continue the aggression here. Actually, doesn't have ult available, so can't catch up to FBI. But, I mean, all you have to do is play the game neutral there. You don't even have to look for the fight.
Nerves are weighing on these players. Speaking from experience, when you're playing a 20-kill game...
Not this guy.
Ryoma looking for it. Forces a flash heal out of the Corki.
Nerves are playing on 80% of Sin, maybe, as we see the Rift Herald go down just as a product of that top lane.
FBI still trying to duel Zen here, putting down traps, doesn't connect, does get the root from the net though, and they're still chasing Caitlyn down. Is anyone else behind them? Yes, there is. Teleport from Dockler. Not quite fast enough. That's a flash forward from FBI. Forces the heal out of Caitlyn, waiting for his 90 caliber net to get out of that one. Flashes instead. Cocoon comes through. Good parry from Doppler.
Ooh.
And a hook goes back in as well. They pick up Rogue. It seems like deja vu for this Zyra.
I mean, calling a spade. Rogue is intentionally feeding at the moment. And big charge comes out, Fish.
Looking for a fight. Ryoma's going to try and stop this one, but gets hooked back in by 2 different types of hooks. And Mineski starting to claw this one back.
The Sin Boy, oh, again, Juves.
He's going to get caught out as well.
He's dead.
Pulled back by Bear Trap on the road. He's been ignited as well. TG's looking for a hook. Not quite enough mana. He's going to go over the wall. Goes through as well. Kaigu takes him down.
Yeah, burns a flash on Kaigu there. This is really nice play out of Mineski, and this is what you were trying to say. Even though the pace of the game in Oceania would suit Sin, as far as Chaos League of Legends go, the Southeast Asian squads just still seem to be far ahead.
The Southeast Asian squads thrive in the 20 kill at 16 minutes sort of situation. Dockler wants to be farming to 200 CS here, and he's nowhere close to it.
This is the bloodiness you expected yesterday, Spawn, between
yeah.
Dials and
By the
Gigabyte
way,
Marines.
thank goodness. When I saw these 3 regions, I was like, they're just going to fight all the time. Like, if there was a region where you could be like, everyone gets to 20 minutes with 2.5 items and you just get to fight, like, all of these teams would be like, yep, take me there right now.
Absolutely.
EXO trying to pick a fight against everyone from Sin, so it's just blow the package to get away. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Mineski currently.
And all of a sudden, because of these kills that fell in rapid succession, Corky's starting to get to where he wants to be, a little bit behind, wants the boots too. Here's a flank coming in here, but good siege.
Let's see if they go for it. It is a Fiora flank, so not the most effective, but he's already in the back lines, and Zen is almost dead, but they blow up Dockler off the back of a great Cocoon. Ultimate's coming up from Jin, not good enough. Juice jumps in to pick up one for himself. In fact, stolen away by Rogue. EXO's trying to kite out. This one will get jumped on, and Rek'Sai sinks her claws into him. That's a better trade for Sin.
One of the more successful Fiora flanks I've seen in my time. He dives into the middle of the team, creates enough havoc that Rogue's able to get a big Zyra ultimate. Rift Herald, meanwhile, is slow pushing top lane. A strange use of the buff. If you're going to siege up mid like that, generally you put the Rift Herald there as well.
He's stealing his team's minions. Stop! Don't give Hammers the CS. Give it to your carries.
Oh boy. Kaigo's now going to continue split pushing in the bottom lane. Ryoma has been set down to deal with him. And we'll take a look at that fight again. Big flank from Dockler.
Yeah, it certainly was. Dockler fires in, actually forces Zen out. That last shot would have killed him, and the fight would have been even better for the Oceanic squad. And EXO, for whatever reason, just never seems to have mana on this Corky pick. So you can see that he can't have enough for Valkyrie. He doesn't even have enough to return damage, and does fall down.
Just not looking that comfortable, I guess, on the champion. You know, we touted it as, you know, one of the really strong blind picks, something that in the meta right now is, you know, nigh unstoppable. But yeah, not having a great performance. Still picking up the objectives. That's upsetting me. Sin, where are your wards?
I mean, at the same time, they're also getting a bottom lane turret as well. So it's not like it's just a dragon that's going to go down. It's a dragon and an extra turret for absolutely no trade whatsoever. Right now, really, it is Juves and Ryoma that carry the weight of this mid game. Juves, however, has been catch-up mechanics by James. Not only did he get a lot of CS with that Rift Herald, also got some experience, so has caught back up.
Juice is going towards the Cinderhulk Ralk on red side, so we'll pick up a Titanic Hydra and start stacking a ton of resistances.
This is a bad feeling as a Corky. You win at Trinity Force nearly every single time, but he's just so far behind Ryoma that he is throwing another rock and they are starting to hurt.
And even more so, look, Juves is ready. He's here for, you know, the counter gank or the dive.
Spotted out, still will go in. EXO has been tagged up. Juice flashes forward, gets a ton of damage down. Heal's already been burnt by EXO. Doesn't even need to use his ultimate. So they'll lose their mid lane turret. They should take down top lane outer though.
Yeah, I actually don't hate this out of Sin because they're just trading where they're strong and it becomes a win more tactic. Ryoma has to be able to get side lane priority and collapse on a team fight. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to get it done. Charge coming out. Juves again.
Locked down by Bear Trap on a rope. Kaigo will charge on forward. Good knockoff from Juves. TG gets the hook in Fog of War and James picks up the kill.
And that might actually be Baron because all of a sudden you have no jungle available. You can see the Fiora on the bottom lane. They've got enough tanky members. They're at least going to look to bait it.
Not the smartest Baron, I don't think. You know, without that Corky, I don't think they do enough damage just yet. And to something like the long engage of, we're going to have a fight.
Ooh, they lock down Elise. Curtain Call comes out, knocked back and shut down before the Spire can get back in her web. Big pickup by Sin.
Ryoma does a disgusting amount of damage at the moment. I mean, sure, it's an Elise, pretty squishy at this stage of the game, but he just wiped him off the face of Earth.
Got back,
Ryoma-
picked up a Land Boost Torment as well.
Ryoma is looking like our last hope right now as the Oceanic supporters.
The Obi-Wan Kenobi of the whole region. But at the same time, I mean, the Jin's still farming up, is in a relatively good spot. Definitely hasn't got the power to match Zen as far as, you know, consistent damage out of the fight, but still on those ultimates and on the long-range engage will serve a purpose.
Hello, Ryoma's going to build a wall. Exo gets trapped behind it, does have Valk to try and get over. That's a ton of damage being laid down by Ryoma. Teleport being forced out of Kaigo. I don't think Sin really care. They've taken down one. Going to look for the second. First teleport is cancelled. Second one follows from Doppler as well.
I don't actually know why Doppler teleported there. I think with Juves arriving, they would have won that regardless of whether the teleport came in. No one else was collapsing on that side of the map. They had vision on Blitzcrank mid lane. Caitlyn was there with him as well. A little bit of a, I think, you know, you just throw it out there in case.
Better safe than sorry. I think that, you know, you're not actually giving yourself any disadvantage. I guess you're sort of losing as an advantage, as convoluted as that sounds.
Yeah.
You know, they both have the 3-minute cooldown now, so neither team is at a huge loss. That's definitely a small window that, you know, Sin could have punished.
That is a huge difference in the mid lane at the moment, though. 5-1-3 to 0-5-2 with a 22 CS advantage going in Ryoma's favor.
I guess the good news for EXO, if there is any good news, is he's probably worth about 175 gold at this stage in the game. So until he gets a couple more CS or a team fight breaks out.
You know, it doesn't really matter that much in a sense, because Corki, once he gets to 2 items, it won't matter if he's 0-5, 0-10. Obviously, he's going to do like a lot of damage, and that's, I guess, what Mineski going to be relying on, is that they at least can get them through this, and then, you know, Corki Caitlyn will have it, you know, mid to late.
Meanwhile, Kaigo has been able to pick up his 2 core items, a Black Cleaver and Titanic Hydra. Doppler is still sitting on the single Ravenous Hydra and components for her Black Cleaver.
Yeah, I mean, Doppler right now probably doesn't want to go near the Kled. Has an experience advantage as well as an item advantage. And experience, as we keep saying, is like 600-ish gold, depending on which champion you're playing. They are, however, once again, looking for a pick into that lane. Ultimate back available for Ryoma means that anytime he really wants to kill EXO, probably can.
It's still a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Mineski, but it doesn't quite feel like there is a lead at the moment.
And it's just because of the relative strength of the champions. As I said, Jin comes online earlier than Caitlyn. If Caitlyn gets to a next item, 5-3-3 right now is only about 2,000 gold away. I mean, this gold gap will actually start to feel very impactful because the siege becomes oppressive, the Caitlyn traps come out, Corki Kate shred through turrets, and they just blow up anyone that come within range.
Yeah, and, you know, there's not much frontline from Sin, so Rek'Sai, you know, even going the Cinder, he hasn't got anything to, you know, prevent damage against the Caitlyn. If he dives onto Caitlyn to try to start anything, I feel like he's going to get shredded.
Mineski trying to start up Baron here, get it down to about half health. Sin will spot them out.
This is why Celia and historically Twisted Fate has been a really good champion against the Southeast Asian regions, in my opinion, and I know that the Chiefs kind of held a similar opinion. They do take impulsive calls like that. They knew that Ryoma must have been showing somewhere near bottom side of the map, so they start up the Baron. If they peel off any slower from that and Ryoma's able to get across, although big engage coming here.
Looking for a fight. FBI has been caught out by Kaigo. Bear trap on the rope. Connects. Will pull him back slightly, but they knock him back. Kaigo already knocked off Skull. Juves forced to flash away though. Curtain Call not going to connect on the priority target. Mineski still have to fight with their backs against a wall. Literally, big root coming out from Rogue. He picks up one for himself. Juves pops out of nowhere on top of EXO. Ryoma flashes into the backlines. Gets hooked back. TG forces him to dodge a cocoon. And only Hermes is left up with Zed, who has somehow wandered away. Doppler still chasing him down in the backlines. Going to dive between 2 turrets, wandering a little bit. And Sin pick up a massive team fight.
And there is a reason we put the microscope on Ryoma, because he is absolutely popping off in between the turrets. Absolutely huge out of the rookie mid laner.
He's a monster.
He is a monster. That was fantastic. And then even getting hooked under turret, doesn't care. Floats like millimeters from a Kate trap. Still pulls it off perfectly, and they take 2 turrets from it. You know, Sin are really back in this game.
I mean, and a Fire Dragon on top of all of that. All of a sudden, you got a Jin, you got Talia, 2 of the best champions at using AP just because of consistent damage. Not to mention, you're going to have a late game Fiora at some point, although potentially Baron here. Yeah, this is bold.
There is teleport for Doppler, and Ryoma is wandering up towards the Baron pit.
Teleport coming in.
Juves is looking for it as well.
Juves
now
is lower level.
3,000 health, 2,000 now. Jin has shown himself. Does Juice go over and try to get the steal? He does. Doesn't get it. Picked up by Hermes. He's going to get melted to kick things off. Doppler wants to try and continue the fight, getting into the back lines on Zen. We can't quite see what else is happening so far, and it seems like Doppler did get that kill.
Here we
Gets
go.
his ultimate pop, and Sin are trying to charge on forward. 3 members of Mineski trying to run away. FBI goes on a killing spree. TG has been split up, wandering back towards Sin's side of the base. Curtain Call gets popped. Face the music, TG. You've got absolutely nowhere to run. Reimer looking for that kill. Will trap him against the wall again, and Sin will trade Baron for 3 kills.
I mean, that was a nice PowerPoint presentation. I think what happened in the end is 2 people escaped with Baron. Baron plus a kill for 3 members is still worth for Mineski, especially given the fact they got the top lane turret off the back end.
And the most important thing is they denied it from Sin. Sin, you know, started that momentum swing. They take the Infernal, and they're going to run out of base and start setting up that Baron. And, you know, that's going to be what's going to close out the game for them. You know, get the Baron, start hitting the inners, and break into the inhibs. And, you know, Mineski just playing, you know, with their timings very well to take the Baron, know that they will lose a fight and sacrifice a couple members, but they come out relatively unscathed.
And they keep the gold lead. There's still 1,000 gold up over Sin, despite the efforts Sin have thrown into getting back into this game. And they picked up quite a few items for themselves. Hermes has gone for Void Staff, Leandri's second and third item on Elise here.
And I really do question that, because he's pretty much all the front line that they're going to have in the fourth. Because you know that Kaigo's going to be looking for big flanks, going to have to match the split push. And Ryoma at this point has Deathcap Leandri's 10 stacks on a Dark Seal. So if he looks at Hermes and hits him with a couple of stones, he will die.
Is the same true in the opposite direction?
Not at all.
Honestly, if Hermes had Skirmishes Saber, so close. If Hermes had Skirmishes Saber, I actually would back him to, you know, 1v1 FBI at this point. But he has gone the trackers, so yeah, you know, just a questionable build really. Something you expect out of a solo queue player rather than a competitive player playing for his region's pride.
If we're talking like Maokai top lane, Gragas with a Spirit Visage jungle or something like that, I can get behind it. Like, don't get me wrong, I like carrying from the jungle as well. There is right now a Spirit Visage. Period. That's all of the magic resistance built up. So he doesn't need it. I mean, go a Rylai's if you want to go a second damage item. At least then you provide some form of utility.
He's building for a better future, Spawn. When all the magic resistance items start coming out from Sin, who will be laughing then?
Go a Protobelt. Protobelt's like the most fun item you can have on release anyway.
Well, Zen might actually be caught out here. Juice is looking for the flank, pops an unaccountable net, and that's the curtain call trying to start a fight.
Let's find out how long he lasts for.
Repel comes out, and there you go. Absolutely squished. The brute comes down, but there's still a big Kled in the back lines. We'll get a kill onto Rogan Return. Jumps back on top of FBI, gets knocked off his mount, and shut down by the carry himself.
And I mean, this is just what happens when your front line isn't really a front line. That's the 2 tankiest members of the Mineski gaming lineup just falling before the power of the Sin Gaming carries.
Yeah, no, Hermes has passed the baton. He said, you know what, guys, had a good early game. I'm going to troll the rest of this. No, you're not going Zhonya's.
I was about to say, speaking of some defense at least, you know, a bit of armor, a bit of invulnerability.
I mean, there's nothing better than nailing someone, getting them to 80% health, than Zhonya's in Spider's form and just watching your little critters like take out the rest of the damage.
That is the annoying thing, though, is that Elise will do 80% of your health. She won't do 100.
Yeah.
You'll do 80% and then die. Like,
Whereas
please build utility.
Ryoma at the moment will do 200% of your health. You'll take out one person and probably the person next to him as well.
Maybe more. Ryoma actually massive though at this point, and he's heading down towards bottom lane, which is, you know, this, just to get his blue buff. I was excited to see him go into the 1-3-1 against the Caitlyn and see how fast the Caitlyn dies.
I mean, and the big thing here is, once again, we're talking about an even game. I mean, we're very excited about where Sin is, but still, Kaigu has picked up a GA, is a full item ahead of Doppler at this stage of the game, and should have more presence if it was a traditional split push, as well as the fact that you got the 3-item Caitlyn that can now set up. It's just, it doesn't feel like the gold being used in the jungle position has actually taken off. And whilst they have strong carries, Jin's a Zeal ahead, as well as the fact that it's a full item and maybe a bit more on Ryoma. I mean, Hermes is richer than Juves, but it doesn't really matter at this stage.
Yeah, what's it translating to, right? The gold is very even in this game, especially for a 30-minute game. But like the 2 massive points to look at is that gold allocation, way better on Sin's lineup. And the second thing is the Infernal Dragon is going to be incredible for them post-30 in these team fights.
EXO just having not the best of games so far, 0-7-4. Has caught up in CS.
He's inting. We can all call that an int. You know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rogue would be in a similar category if we want to be fair, but he's picked up a couple of cheeky kills for himself.
I mean, he's building for his team fight. You know? maybe gets caught out here and there, still a threat in the team fight.
I mean,
Can't
now what
say
you want
the
to
same
do
for Hannes.
is you hope that you get hooked and don't die instantly and get like ultimate Q, couple of roots out and like just blow someone up.
You just smash the keyboard after you get root. Hopefully it hits
The old
people.
headbutt.
Yep.
I know I'm going to die, but I'm going to take as many people out with me.
EXO also has got an Infinity Edge and no other crit items. I mean, that's as far as gold efficiency go, which I'm a big fan of, is actually very bad gold efficiency with new Infinity Edge. C2's potentially caught out again.
EXO falking a couple of inches to try and chase out Juice is a bit weird on the Corki there.
You can see now, however, Sinner in there 1-3-1. No one can go with Ryoma at this stage of the game. He's level 17. He's picked up so many items going towards a Void Star. And if he's able to just continually shove up, he will be able to collapse quicker. Kaigu at the same time is having a good time into Dockler, so they're kind of trading opposite ends of the 1-3-1.
The big problem I see here is that, you know, Ryoma's pushing into well, now his team's coming through, but, you know, he has no vision on top side and very dangerous to be pushing into, you know, the Blitzcrank and the Elise and things like that. But this is a fairly good trade, I think. Ocean Dragon, not that relevant, and they'll take the topside turret for it.
So if you're Mineski, what do you have to do at this point? Oh, hang on. Dockler's not going to try and kill a Blitzcrank. TG gets locked down. Ultimate gets popped. He tries to be as fast as possible, but Dockler just follows on through. Parry stuns him as well to add insult to injury. Solo kill picked up by Dockler.
Sloppy. Why is he basing outside of the brush? Doesn't do it for me. This is really good for Sin. I was thinking a little bit before, the hardest thing for Sin right now is they actually just need to take a breath, be patient, wait for this next Baron. And if they can control the 3 side lanes, as we've just seen them, oh sorry, the 2 side lanes, as we've just seen them do, bit of a fight going in bottom lane. Dockler knows his limits, gets out of that one. They do get control over this Baron, and this is where I'm really excited for Sin. Start getting control topside, you know, shove the mid-wave back in, get a few wards down, hopefully have somewhere for Dockler to flank. And if you take this Baron, I think you just take the game.
And because no one has armor yet, or really magic resist, FBI and Ryoma, who have so much of the gold. I mean, right now, FBI is a static, actually like a Yomu. So let's just call it a Yomu. A Yomu's ahead of the Caitlyn.
Yeah, they're trying to lock down James first here though. Spawn Repel already been popped, flashes away. Zen is there to try and stop him, and Ryoma looking to cut him off with a wall. Cuts off one member, just TG. Zen though just gets deleted from Summoner's Rift. What the heck was that? Suddenly the rest of Mineski are forced to back off. They lose their jungler.
That's game.
They lose their support, and Sin march towards the base.
What the heck? Ryoma just removes Zen from the map. That is a Caitlyn. That is all the late game damage, and Sin are going to march it down mid lane.
This is so exciting. I was excited for the Baron play to be the closeout, but this is the inhibitor, and even if they don't want to close it here, no, there comes the TB. They're going to the end.
Yep,
they're going for
30 seconds and everyone with only EXO left alive. He does have the package. He can try and delay it a little bit longer. Throws it straight down on top of the minion wave. FBI tries to go toe-to-toe. Flashes on top of him. Locks him down with captive audience. Dockler will die to a turret somewhere. EXO is trying his absolute hardest. TG's coming back up. He's picked up 2 kills. FBI's running out of bullets. We'll get the crit shot on the Nexus and will pick up a game for Oceania.
That is huge. As far as momentum games going, being able to pull yourself back from what was a very sloppy early game, I mean, first blood, kill into the bottom lane, to be able to take that with your 2 rookies going huge. That is such a good news story for Sin.
That is actually incredible. You know, we touched on how Mineski have, you know, the experience. They have the big game days, and Sin never touched an international tournament. I think that it's really incredible that we see, you know, the 2 players that probably should be the shakiest, Ryoma, FBI, just popped off.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, we keep talking about EXO. He's a veteran. He's been on the squad for, I think, 3.5, 4 years now, Fish. Correct me if I'm wrong. And TG, even in the late game, were making rookie mistakes. I mean, getting caught out, backing not in brushes, not having good enough vision control to be able to control their own blue side jungle. When Baron was only 40 seconds away from spawning, they got caught out in the late game where you would expect the veteran presence to shine through and probably cost their team the match.
Yeah, it certainly did. Mineski, again, looking all out of sorts. We do have a replay that will come up as soon as we possibly can of one of the team fights that we saw. It was this big flank that came out from Kaigu that just completely turned around by Sin.
And I mean, this looks like a good fight, but Rogue has so many items and splits up the whole backline with a big ultimate. And then just because of the long range ability to continue the fight, Sin stick with her and able to come up huge.
That 3-man route there is actually game-changing. Juve jumps on the backline here, and then Ryoma goes, to the ends of the earth, comes back the other way from the blitz hook. But actually just a really, really good re-engage from Sin, knowing that the Kled ult, once it popped, once it had gone through, it was their time to turn it around.
And I mean, this is why Zyra is so frustrating to play against. If you do not have dive buddies as your initiators, one goes past, the rest of the team just cannot follow. I mean, at that stage of the game, you do not want to be running over 2.5 items, over level 11. That's a rank 2 ultimate, because you just take needless damage as a game as it starts. And Kled, much like Olaf, I mean, unless you have something like a Galio to be able to go with him, or like a Rengar or a Kha'Zix, just solo front lines, and no one was able to follow up.
No one was able to follow up at all in that match. And again, it just felt like it was sloppy all round for Mineski. Similar for Sin, but they kind of thrived in that playstyle almost.
I think it's fair to say both teams were thriving in that playstyle. It was just that gold allocation that came back to bite Mineski. If all of that gold was transferred from the Elise, who was pretty much a stun bot in the late game, onto the Corki, and Corki was sitting at 4 items as opposed to 2, that would have been a different mid-game.
Yeah, definitely. I think also one of the big points is that Caitlyn never got the chance to front-to-back team fight. And credit to Sin for that. They went for the re-engage. They came with a Talia wall. They knocked, they kept the fight, segmented and not going on for very long at each portion of it. So, no money on the Corki and no opportunity for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, with that, we saw finally OPL able to pick up another point.
I never doubted him, by the way. I was the biggest Sin Gaming fan, believed in the boys the whole time.
Yeah.
I heard a different Jake speaking before broadcast.
Yeah, I heard a different Jake speaking yesterday, which was on broadcast. If you want to go hear Jake's opinions about how Sin were going to do on day 2, go watch yesterday's broadcast. But that was the first game of today. We'll be back with the second match coming up shortly. Legacy will take on Ascension. They get a hook onto Rogue. He's probably going to fall here. Heel's been popped, but still first blood picked up by the Caitlyn. And top side now, they get a stun going down onto Doppler. That's 2 kills from Mineski so early into the game. Meanwhile, Kaigu trying to fight Doppler. Kaigu is trying to find him. He's going to get back on his skull. Try to go toe-to-toe again. Going to try and pick it up. Goes invulnerable. One last a shot. Will take him down. Kaigu lives with next to no health. Will still die. Range minions, 2 OP. Ooh, lockdown. Rooted twice. Juice picks up the kill. TG brings Jin in. Let's see if everybody can get out of time. He does, and that's going to be 2 kills for Sin in the bottom lane. Let's see if they go for it. It is a Fiora flank, so not the most effective, but he's already in the back lines, and Zen is almost dead, but they blow up Doppler off the back of a great cocoon. Ultimate's coming up from Jin, not good enough. Juice jumps in to pick up one for himself. In fact, stolen away by Rogue. Exo's trying to kite out. This one will get jumped on. Rek'Sai sinks her claws into him. That's a better trade for Sin. Ooh, they lock down Elise. Curtain Call comes out, knocked back and shut down before the Spire can get back in her web. Big pickup by Sin. Looking for a fight. FBI has been caught out by Kaigu. Bear trap on the rope. Connects. Will pull him back slightly, but they knock him back. Kaigu already knocked off Skull. Juice forced to flash away though. Curtain Call not going to connect on the priority target. Mineski still have to fight with their backs against a wall. Literally, big root coming out from Rogue. He picks up one for himself. Juice pops out of nowhere on top of Exo. Ryoma flashes into the backlines. Gets hooked back. TG forces him to dodge a cocoon. And only Hummus is left up with Zed, who has somehow wandered away. Doppler still chasing him down in the backlines. Going to dive between 2 turrets, wandering a little bit. And Sin pick up a massive team fight. And that's the Curtain Call trying to start a fight for Sin.
How long he lasts for.
Repel comes out, and there you go. Absolutely squished. The brute comes down. But there's still a big Kled in the backlines. Will get a kill onto Rogue Return. Jumps back on top of FBI. Gets knocked off his mount and shut down by the carry himself. Ryoma looking to cut him off with a wall. Cuts off one member, just TG. Zendo just gets deleted from Summoner's Rift. What the heck was that? Suddenly the rest of Mineski are forced to back off. They lose their jungler.
That's game.
They lose their support, and Sin march towards the base. FBI tries to go toe-to-toe. Flashes on top of him. Locks him down with Captive Audience. Doppler will die to a turret somewhere. Exo is trying his absolute hardest. TG's coming back up. He's picked up 2 kills. FBI's running out of bullets. Will get the crit shot on the Nexus and will pick up the game for Oceania. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're an Oceanic viewer, the OS hype train is back on the rails once again, thanks to Sin Gaming, who picked up a
off
victory.
the rails? Come on, mate. We had that one in the bag.
I was just saying before, Sin are the Oceanic boys right now. Dials have played all the games in this stage yesterday, right? They went 1-1. Legacy lost yesterday already. They can pick up a win today, maximum 1-1. Sin for Oceania, we're looking for them to pull out the 2-0 and pull us over the line. For the boys, for the OS boys.
And welcoming to the desk is going to be Bryce,
Hello.
Eugene, Paul. Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic after that win. I think we're in a really good spot right now, and I'm excited to see today's games.
And what just a really fun brand of League of Legends. When I just want to go back to it. When I saw this pot of Rift Rivals, and I was like, oh, Southeast Asia, LGL. These are all three teams that are not afraid to have a biff, let me tell you. And finally, Sid Gaming walk onto Summoner's Rift. All hell breaks loose. And what an entertaining brand of the league.
And I mean, like, you talk about Oceanic teams that want a biff, like Sin is definitely one of them. I think, yeah, they're just like big fans of the Chaos style, and that's what we saw that game, and then they pull out the victory.
I mean, touching on that last game before we go into the next match, even Mineski seemed like they wanted to just fight at every single corner, putting up a really entertaining game.
I mean, trust me, mate. Whenever we see Oceania players against the GPL, if one team throws a gauntlet, very rarely does the other team back down.
Never back down.
You have to match tempo with tempo, and we just keep going back to it. But you open up a Summoner's Rift against Corki, Talia, Kled, Fiora. There's just going to be action everywhere, and that's what it was, non-stop fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you talk about action everywhere. Blitzcrank, pretty exciting pick. I'm really happy that he's in the meta. You saw it, pretty reasonably common counter pick into the Zarya this game, and I think Sin's bot lane, Rogue and FBI, did a fairly good job. Like, I feel like Sin kind of lost the early game, and then Mineski handed it straight back to them. They got the gank off in the top lane. They got hooked into the Tara bot lane, but then they really turned it around.
I mean, this is why the mages were so important. I mean, whenever we used to see the mage supports, it was because they just dominate when they get a little, like, when it goes to pure 5v5 and they have items. I mean, Zyra, MF, even the Karma through the big shields was just able to swing the tempo of those games. And Blitz in teamfight is looking for the denial of vision, that one hook to kick it off and be able to secure objectives. But that was just 5v5 style, and Zyra's the queen at that.
Yeah, Zyra, like, just does so much damage, more than any support in the game, really. And you talk about vision, Blitzcrank is a champion that thrives when the enemy has no vision, right? So in a really messy game where teams are walking out of the base, they're fighting, then they're resetting, walking out of the base, fighting and resetting, right? Like, you don't have these deploys where teams are setting up vision, like trading on one side of the map, that sort of thing, and then teams are setting up like Barons and looking for picks with the Blitzcrank, right? So he didn't really, like, couldn't get too many things off there, and Zyra, as you said, just the queen of skirmishing in terms of supports, and yeah, did so much damage. And
it was a really messy game. We had over a kill a minute. We had Rogue running it down mid lane with EXO following short after as well. But there was one player who was really calm and collected, and that was Ryoma. He looked solid throughout the entire game.
I mean, Ryoma, like, hats off to him. When I watched him like first break onto Summoner's Rift, I was like, he's a franchise player. I mean, I've said that about two players, Raze on the Chiefs and now Ryoma. Both first-year players. They have really good heads on their shoulders. He's been through Legacy, Genesis, Chiefs, and now he's landed on Sin as a starter. And I think he's just impressed the absolute heck out of me.
Yeah, I think so too. Definitely had a great performance. And I think some of the things that are kind of like a niche in that game that didn't get highlighted too much were his individual plays when he like flashed forward under the turret to burn the Corki's flash and heal that led into like the next team fight. Like those little individual plays for him came up huge in like the next team fight when Corki didn't have the summoners to flash away, when people didn't have the tools to escape sort of thing. So like his individual play really shined there and pulled the boys over the line.
And his walls were on point. I mean, when you're playing someone like Talia that doesn't have a damage ultimate, you have to be able to make use of the utility in her kit.
Definitely.
And the ability to be able to cut off chokes as people were roaming through junglers. I mean, be able to get multiple picks on the top side of the map, be able to pressure the 1-3-1 by, you know, dragging Corki away and even helping out Fiora when Fiora was really far behind. Just the 1%ers that he pulled off around the map really sold me on, like, he's an intelligent player and a good player. It's not like he's just pressing keys really well.
And I agree. And you mentioned the 1-3-1. I think that's something that Sin did fairly well that game. Both teams had the capacity. Corki in a side lane isn't that bad sort of thing. And then matched with the Talia. But obviously Sin pulled it off better. I think they got the pushing lanes most of the time. When they were winning the fights, they were getting objectives. And then you had a few like risky calls, I guess, where like they used all their tempo after they won the team fight in the mid and then take an Infernal Drake and lose a Baron sort of thing. So there's definitely things for them to take away from the game. But I think their 1-3-1 certainly has improved for a team like there that we consider pretty chaos-styly. And I think it was good signs.
Yeah, and I think that the big thing you have to take away from that is the first time that every member of Sin has been international, and they're carrying three rookies, actually. I mean, I don't know why I keep calling, like, Dockler. He's an import, sure, but he's never played professional League of Legends before.
Yeah.
So the ability for, you know, Dockler, FBI, and Ryoma to step up on an international tournament, shake off the nerves, was really impressive.
And I think, like, you mentioned Dockler, but as you say, like, this is like his first kind of team environment, let alone first team who then immediately goes to an international tournament. I think that's such a big step. A lot of players play in the domestic region, and then when they find success, they go internationally, and it's kind of like it's like you're going up the ladder, right? Where he's skipped the step in the middle. He's only played 3 weeks of the OPL, and then he's already going into the international scene and had a decent performance.
And the biggest thing for me is, I mean, when you die early, there's the ability to think, you know, I wasn't Flares. I'm not the person that bought the team here. I mean, you can shut down, you can stop communicating, but they actually love him on the team. He's a really good communicator, and I think the fact that, you know, he traded kills a couple of times, worked himself back in that game, even on Fiora, who's not a great team fighter, was still going for risky flanks, still wanted to be a part of it.
Got gifted a few things with the Blitzcrank basing out of the bush, but
He certainly did. But I mean, that's what you want to see out of a young player. I mean, the ability to keep pace with a very quick game, and as I said, like, there is a chance that you know, someone with a worse mentality, maybe someone that's not backed by such confident shot callers in Rogue and Juice, you know, they collapse under that pressure.
Well, speaking of those confident shot callers,
do the Chiefs.
Sorry?
They do the Chiefs.
Speaking of those confident shot callers right now, both Juves is currently standing by with Hingers live from Vietnam to talk a little bit about that last match.
G'day guys, I'm here with Juves, fresh off that victory, and I mean, tell me about that game, because you guys look pretty sloppy in the early game, right? But you're able to take the win.
I mean, if you watched our gauntlet from last year, we were sloppy all the time. It's just, if you bring sloppy to us, we're just sloppier, and we'll beat you at the sloppy game. So I guess Mineski's like, you know what, we'll play early aggression against these guys, and we were like, come on bro, we were brought up in the aggression. So yeah, we did well.
But how does it feel to get, like, not only you guys at your first international tournament, but also picking up a first win?
Yeah, I would say we expected to beat Mineski, so it was, when we had that early game, we were like, ooh, what's going on here? But it's like a different game on stage compared to OPL. Like, you're so nervous because you feel like you're literally carrying the weight of, like, the OPL on your shoulders as well. Especially because, like, if we win this game, there's a chance for us to finish first still. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure we'll play better against Japan, and that was just a good, like, warm-up game.
Oh, well, yesterday, you know, after Direwolves went 1-on-1, I was talking to Shern, and I was like, hey man, how does it feel to know that, you know, the hopes of Oast lay on Sin? And he was like, they'll try their best. So, do you have any words for Shern now?
Shern, look at me, man. I make these videos for a reason on Twitter. When I say I'm going to win, I'm going to win. Okay? Mark my words. We're going to win. We're going to take Oast to the dreamland.
Well, do you have any words for the Oast fans? Because I'm sure people watching at home are, like, very excited and stuff, and just excited to see you guys going international.
Honestly, I would just say, like, whatever happens with Legacy, with Direwolves, with us, it's a different game, and, like, it's a good learning experience for everyone. I'm confident we can finish first, but I reckon just support Legacy and support Direwolves, and just, like, because it means a lot. Like, having support from your home region and, like, getting those messages and everyone getting hypey, it's literally like a 6-man when you're playing. Yeah. So, like, I really appreciate it, and just keep it going.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, congratulations again on the win, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
There you go, guys. Juves calling out all the Oceanic players to please raise your koalas. And speaking of which, have you been raising your koalas for the Sin lineup? Or are you like Jake Spawn Tabiri, who didn't have any faith in them whatsoever?
It's not true.
I'm a bit of a bandwagoner. So now that they've won, I'm all on the Sin train. I don't know. I guess Mineski had a bit of a rough performance yesterday. They got completely rolled by the Japanese third seed team in Unsolved Stuff Gaming. So, like, Sin should have gone on that with confidence, as Juves just suggested. They were going in confident. And now that they've pulled out the win, I'm all aboard the Sin hype train.
And the other thing that people do is they mistake the fact that you have to call a game as you see it, and you have to take track records going in. Sin right now are currently, you know, sitting 5th in the OPL. There isn't high hopes on them. That doesn't mean I don't want the squad to win. I mean, how can you not want Juves to win a game of League of Legends? The man is just charged all the time.
After an interview like that, like, it's hard to not love Juves, right? Like, I mean, fighting the sloppy with the sloppy, I think, like, he just takes everything, like, on his shoulders. Like, man wears himself on his sleeve, and
I mean, you have to say, like, he's one of the best sports as well. I mean, he's willing to give a little bit of it, but when people throw it back at him, he's certainly willing to take it. He takes it on the Rift, he takes it off the Rift, and he does what every captain should, and that's when he team underperforms. He generally is a person that cops all of the hate on the chin and, you know, absorbs it himself, protect his team from it. So I actually, as far as personalities go, I have so much respect for Juves.
Yep, he did fantastic in that match. Sim were able to pick up a win, but let's move on to the second game that we have
today.
Do we have
to? Come on.
Let's It's going to be
Talk about that one a
Rampage.
little bit more.
Rampage taking on the Gigabyte Marines. LJL's first seed representative taking on the GPL's first seed representative. And this is going to be a big test for the LGL region because Rampage have looked good so far. Didn't do too well at MSI, and they're going up against the team that survived play-ins.
And don't let that graphic fool you because they haven't won a game yet. They lost against Direwolves yesterday. And when we have a look at the Gigabyte Marines, this is, as I said, they are the cream that has risen to the top of the play-in regions. They look so terrific. CIS were able to do it beforehand with M13. And this time around, Gigabyte Marines just look like they've taken that crown.
Yeah, I think they were definitely looking like favourites coming into this tournament sort of thing. They do have a switched up roster a little bit from their MSI roster, but yeah, definitely a very strong team coming into the tournament. And as you said, Rampage looked a bit shaky in the game yesterday. Chippy's Jax, I guess, I'm now just talking about OS players again, but he seemingly has an infinitely deep champion pool of carries to counter that. And Rampage looked like they wanted to ban all those carries away from him and then picked up the Camille, had the Jax ready and then took over the game. So
I mean, I think the big thing that when you talk about Rampage is that they played well and then made a mistake.
Yeah.
And then Direwolves capitalized on it. And similarly enough, in the Direwolves game versus Gigabyte Marines as well, Direwolves played well, made one mistake, and Gigabyte Marines ran away with it. I feel like, however, that when Gigabyte Marines start running away with a game, they do not let you back in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the difference between these three first seeds at the moment, is that the Marines punish you so hard that you just never get back into the game, whereas the other two, they leave the door open.
Yeah, and honestly, yesterday with the Gigabyte Marines game, I think I was actually very impressed with their support. Their lineup, they have like the Archie sort of like going back to top lane, and now they've got, I think it's Sia, playing the Thresh yesterday, and they just picked like the Callista Thresh like in the second blue side rotation into the Caitlyn and just like absolutely monstered the lane. He was popping off. He was laning hook like level 2 into the Tahm Kench. Thresh Callista. Callista loses to Caitlyn, right? And then Tahm Kench answers everything that Thresh can do. So, like, if you hook them, Tahm Kench eats it. They should not win that matchup. But they hit level 2. They went in. They were absolutely popping off. I was really impressed with his play and hoping he can show some of that more in this game.
And really curious to see if they're going to go to the exact same roster they played at day one, if they change it up for day 2. For now, let's take a look at their opponents, the LJL's first seed, Rampage. They're currently sitting number 2 on the LJL ladder, just behind Detonation Fergus Me, but they were the MSI representatives. They were first seed in the spring split. That's going to be Evie in the top lane, Tussle heading into the jungle with Ramune as their mid laner, Yutori as their AD carry, and Dara as their support.
And you know, we keep talking about the fact that Yutori and Dara, they should be the carries. I mean, Tussle's an aggressive jungler. On paper, they actually match up quite well against the Gigabyte Marines. It's just that they don't seem to like... If these guys are like A-class players, then Gigabyte Marines have a couple of S-class players. And that's what it needs to come down to, is can they actually get the parts of the map ahead that they need to against such good opponents?
Yeah, and when I look at Rampage, I've played against them a few times at Wildcards now, and the two players I have a lot of respect for are actually the Koreans on this lineup, Tussle and Dara. I think Dara is actually a very formidable support player. I was just praising Sia and his Thresh, and Dara can play a mean Thresh in his own right. Alistar, I think, is coming back into the meta, and a couple of Wildcards ago, like, he was actually just ruffle stomping people on Alistar. I think the meta like kind of suits him, coming back into like this tanky support, less of the mages. Like we saw Zyra last game, but it's kind of falling off sort of thing. We're seeing more of the Braum, Tahm, Thresh. I think it suits him.
And I think that this is what worries me, right? Because we're like, Rampage, support, jungle. That's where they're going to win the game. Unfortunately, going up against Gigabyte Marines, that's probably not where you want to be throwing your power, because they have a very good lineup as well, Fish.
And speaking of their lineup, let's bring that one up on your screens. It should be Nevin in the top lane with Levi heading into the jungle, Optimus, their mid laner, No Way as their AD carry, and Archie as their support. But Archie has been historically a top laner, and we did see Sia, their substitute players they support yesterday. So curious to see what their coach Tinnikun decides to throw at Rampage today.
And I mean, Levi, Optimus, Archie, historically that backbone that has been able to get everyone else on this team ahead. And when they are playing as a cohesive unit, and jungle mid synergy, jungle support synergy, in my opinion, is the correct way to play League of Legends. And this team does that perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, like you say, jungle mid, jungle support, right? Like, jungle is the fulcrum between those two, and Levi is just an absolutely monster of a player. Like, he is loved kind of like all over the world, sort of. Like, he makes front page Reddit montage plays at MSI sort of thing, and he's from like a wildcard region, you know? Like, that's almost unheard of. Like, his performance at MSI sort of was really, really stellar, and yeah, we're definitely looking towards him to have a big part in the Gigabyte Marines for this game.
I'm telling you, it's something about the Vietnamese junglers. I mean, there's another guy, SOFM, that looks very similar to him. him, and they're just very good.
The thing is, both of those junglers are brought up by the same coach, which is the coach for Gigabyte Marines, Tinnican, and he's shown time and time again he can bring up these young players to mix with the veteran squad.
Is he a jungler, the coach? I mean, like, that'll make a lot of sense, right?
It does make sense. I mean, they've both got pretty creative pathing and gank routes, but I mean, I give a lot of credit to coaches, but coaches don't teach players how to press buttons.
Yeah,
and at the end of the day, SOFM and Levi just press buttons better than any
Really
other
well.
wildcard jugglers I've ever seen. I mean, they are just mechanically, for junglers, so sound. I mean, it's crisp, crisp.
I mean, it's something when every single Vietnamese player can play Lee Sin to S-tier perfection and probably has Mastery 7 every single account. But still, Gigabyte Marines, they are the favorites coming to this tournament. Do we expect Rampage to give them a challenge, or is this another team that are just going to try and walk over?
There you go, mate. There's a question for you.
I think, honestly, looking into this game, I think based on Rampage's performance yesterday, I think Gigabyte Marines have the upper hand. Definitely going into this match. I don't know about you.
I mean, I think it depends how good you rate Direwolves, right? If you rate
True.
the first half of the Direwolves game versus the Gigabyte Marines, then you would say Rampage have a shot because Direwolves went with them. If you say, however, the Gigabyte Marines were just biding their time, scaling up, getting to where they want to be, and then they close the trap, then you would say the Marines should be able to run away with this. So I think that the interesting thing about this is you have to compare region to region and kind of do the jigsaw puzzle because they're not playing each other twice. So I think currently Direwolves are actually a good international team. I think they've been underperforming for what their ceiling is. And I think if that's the case, then Rampage don't have they're not favourites going into this match, but they will have a shot at winning it.
Yeah, I definitely. Well, I agree with you in the sense that I don't think this game is going to be a stomp either way. I definitely think it's going to be a very competitive game. Both these teams, as you said, looking reasonable coming into it. I don't know. It would be hard to pick sides, but if I was to pick one, I'd say Gigabyte Marines.
And something you really touched on, Jake, was the fact that when Rampage were playing, they were the ones that were making mistakes against Direwolves, which gave them the upper hands. It was the same thing for Direwolves against Gigabyte Marines, though. 20 minutes in, they made 2 big mistakes. Game was over, and it seems like Gigabyte Marines can capitalize on those mistakes so well.
Yeah, they certainly can, but that also means that you're allowing a team to play proactive into you, right? And there's always a risk that they just don't make the mistake. And this is something that, Chaos-style League of Legends, whatever you want to call it, fast tempo.
Actually, very we've said Chaos style a lot, but the term Chaos style is just like very generous in that it's just like
a clown fiesta.
Yeah. It's just the nicest way to say it.
It certainly is, but like when you play fast tempo League of Legends and you're allowing teams to make mistakes, that generally means that you're allowing play to come to you.
You're being reactive,
and I think that's fair about what happens in the Marines' first game versus Direwolves. They were fighting on the back foot. I mean, Direwolves could have sieged that mid lane turret. They took a fight in the jungle. They lose the game off the back end of it because they lose Baron. Unlucky. But there is a world where Direwolves make the right play there. You lose all tempo off the map. They get the hard reset, and Kate absolutely explodes.
Yeah, and I mean, like, as a general thing, right? Like, you talk about reactive versus proactive play. It's much easier to snowball a game when you're winning. If you have the advantage, it's easier to set up and get more of an advantage. And that's basically what we're talking about here. Reactive style gives your opponent the advantage, gives them everything. Like, they have all the options and they get to choose, and you just have to react to it. So it's very risky style, as you say. Like, if they don't make the mistake, then I mean, like, you're just kind of like out of luck at the end of the day.
It's so funny because at MSI, when we were talking about the Marines, I would never have called them a reactive team. I mean, I have to see whether that was the anomaly when they were playing against the Direwolves because they let the gameplay come to them. They let the Corki, they let the Caitlyn actually get the setup that those two champions need. I actually expect Levi to pick an aggressive jungler and just go nuts this game and really throw the gauntlet against Tussle. He would have met him in Korean solo queue a lot of the time, I assume. Yeah. And it's going to be interesting.
And speaking of that again, every single Seed 1 team has something in common in which they have a jungler that's very hyped up in their team. Schönfire was very hyped up coming into the OPL. Levi has been since MSI and way before that as well at IWCA tournaments. Tussle as well has been huge for Rampage, and he has shown how prowess he is in the jungle time and time again.
Yeah, and speaking of Caitlyn, you mentioned it a bit before. As we get into champ selection, we're seeing the OPs like Zac and Galio being banned away. Jake, you were saying earlier about how the Thresh, Elise, and Caitlyn are kind of in the mix with the OP champions. And I think one really interesting thing with this matchup is both these teams in the previous games have given their opponents Caitlyn, even though considering Caitlyn wins all of the AD carry matchups right now. Gigabyte Marines immediately picked the Kalista Thresh into it, whereas Rampage, they did take away the Thresh into a Braum, but they also matched it with the Kog'Maw. So it's interesting that Caitlyn has already gotten through the ban phase. Neither of these teams have banned it away, and Rampage obviously go for the Rek'Sai first pick.
And you have to think that that's because of the accelerating gameplay that both of these teams go for. Caitlyn, if she doesn't get the push in the lane, which she should get in every single lane at the moment, which is why she's strong, but if she doesn't for whatever reason, still has the same trough.
Yeah.
And I think that, it's smaller, it's less pronounced and defined, but it is definitely still there.
And you remember, there's 3 champions that every single Vietnamese team loves to play. Gragas, Lee Sin, Kalista. One of those has been banned away. One of those has been picked up by Gam. They haven't gone for Lee Sin just yet. And an interesting note as well is the fact that Archie is playing in the top lane again, and Sia will be their support of choice. Second pick for Gigabyte Marines will be Talia.
Yeah, I think locking in the Kalista first pick, Caitlyn is still up, as we were just talking about. And yeah, Talia just locked in immediately. That seems very interesting. The only mid lane ban we see right now is the Syndra. Interesting to see if Rampage will immediately answer with a mid matchup right now. I assume they will, after they're obviously looking for the AD carry pick in the Varus here.
I mean, this is interesting because we spoke about Caitlyn, and Varus is kind of in the similar vein. Both of these AD carries play pick comp fine. I mean, Varus has the ultimate, Kalista has the ultimate as well, and both of them actually front-to-back team fight relatively well. They're both going to be building Bork, they both shred tanks. I mean, they both put out extreme damage in the late game the longer the fight goes. And this should be an interesting matchup now.
Yeah, and the Rampage, as we said, have immediately answered with the Cassiopeia pick. Good matchup into the Talia in the 1v1. Optimus obviously has a lot of confidence in his Talia play, just to lock it in blind sort of thing. We don't see too many mid laners picked pre-second phase of bans.
And if they lock in Braum here for Gigabyte Marines, does that give Rampage an opportunity to try and target out the jungle pool for Levi? Because he is arguably one of the strongest players in the Gigabyte Marines roster.
No one's arguing with you. You say this a lot, Fish. He is the strongest player on their roster.
I know. After watching Sia yesterday, I've got second opinions about that now.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, off the back of one game, I think he's a promising young lad.
Yeah. I'm expecting the Lee Sin ban coming from Rampage here, and yeah, I guess like Gam have just banned away the Tahm Kench. That's a decent matchup into the Braum. I think Rampage are probably going to be forced onto a ranged mage sort of support. Thresh already taken off, Tahm Kench taken away, and Gigabyte Marines have obviously locked in the Braum, so they should have the push in the bottom lane.
Alistar.
Alistar? No, that's true, actually. Dara, very promising Alistar player. That'd
be pretty scary.
I would enjoy that.
Big
there we see the
Mukau
Lee Sin band. Hopefully he busts out the Mukau at Lee Sin. Sitting with the dong in the bot lane.
Big fan of Chromas on this analyst desk. Big
Love
fan.
Chromas.
And we're also just getting confirmation that this is going to be the main roster for Gigabyte Marines throughout the rest of this tournament. So they are sticking with Archie top lane. Sia is their starting support.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
I actually think Archie had a really good game into Chippies. I mean, being able to play Gragas into Fiora and actually, call down jungle. He obviously has very good communication with Levi because he got Levi into the lane early enough that he could match the split push, and Baron was never really a threat.
He's one of their shot callers, so it makes sense he's able to work with Levi so well.
And in terms of like a six-man roster, it's something that you don't see kind of ever. You look at six-man rosters, oftentimes it's the jungler, and you just have two junglers, like SKT sort of thing, like subbing junglers in and out. This is a roster where Archie can play both support and top lane, and they have a six-man roster with flex players, not just champions, like flexing roles. That's really difficult to plan against.
And we saw him play Gragas, which is something he's very comfortable with. Historically, he played it top lane. Now he's going to pick up Kennen. Most likely going to be an AD carry Kennen in the top lane for him, which is more mechanically intense, you could say.
I mean, does Evie really want to take a Camille into Kennen? Oh, that is a rough matchup early.
That's a ballsy move.
And hiding Levi's jungle pick for last, something that Gigabyte Marines would do.
I mean, it means that they just want priority, right? Generally, if you're holding a jungler until last, like, especially when jungler was first pick, it's not because you got something cheesy you don't want to show. It's just the fact that, you have priority picks you want to take elsewhere, and you're just setting up your lanes for success.
Honestly, I would disagree. Very few times do you see a jungler being picked last pick, right? I think I wouldn't be surprised if Levi locks in something out of left field here. The meta jungler or the meta-ish junglers that are up, like Graves, Kha'Zix,
Rengar.
Yeah, Rengar. We saw a bit of that from Carbon yesterday. I mean, Graves is a good matchup into the Rek'Sai. Like, you can match him in terms of jungle clear. Like, you outscale him, out-farm him.
I mean, it's not really cheesy, though, right?
No,
so they priority pick mid lane and they priority pick top lane.
Well, I was saying there was potential for cheese, right?
I mean, what's he going to do? Evelyn? Like,
I mean, I don't know.
Sejuani?
Like, he's the jungle prodigy. Like, Sejuani jungle, that'd be a bit interesting.
He's gone back to Graves, though, which hasn't seen too much play, but still sticks around the meta from time to time.
We do see Dara opt into a mage, though. As you said, Alistar was still up, but they have opted into the Lulu, so Varus Lulu should have the push in this bottom lane. Kalista does get outranged by the Varus, and then the Lulu outranges the Braum, obviously, can looking to probably take Thunderlords and then bully the Braum lane around. But as you see more and more often nowadays, people are just blind picking Braum, knowing that with the Doran Shield meta in the bot lane, you're not going to get punished too hard pre-level 6, and that's when you really start to shine.
Yeah, but the big thing for me is you either had to pick a tank or you had to pick a support that was going to make your frontline tankier, because they don't have a legitimate, like, you know, Maokai, Gragas, like, super beefy tank. And when you have a look at champions like Cassiopeia and like Varus, at some point in the game, you want a team fight.
Yeah.
So the Lulu makes sense. They banned away the best tanks in the game that could be played in that support position, in the Thresh, in the Tahm Kench. Unless you want to take Blitzcrank or Alistar, which, you know, have very difficult matchups at times into Braum. I mean, the Lulu is the next best pick. Next best pick there.
And
Yeah,
something we haven't
absolutely.
seen in quite some time. Still has hovered around as a support. Moved into the mid lane for a short period of time during the meta. But always a very strong pick when paired up with team compositions like this. Excited to see how Rampage are going to use this one, because no unorthodox picks again. Rampage were a very standard comp, unlike the two other Japanese teams.
Excited to see the Varus build that comes out. Whether we see the Bork again, or I'm really disappointed it wasn't Cogmore, by the way, because I had a great Pugmore joke with Bork in there. We'll hold that one.
Was it just Borkmore? That's
Nah.
okay, because that would be pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, underwhelming.
Oh, please, I hope we don't get any more Cogmore games today while you're on the desk here, Jake. But we are on to Summoner's Rift again for the second match of today. First seed teams from the LGL and the GPL are about to face off.
And I mean, this already is very interesting, because we were talking about the ability to punish bottom lane becoming very difficult because we have Dorian Shields, but on the side of Rampage, they go for the very aggressive blade start because they've got the range advantage.
Yeah.
And at the same time, a Cull picked up on Archie. For a man that was a support main until a couple of weeks ago, bold call.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's pretty standard in a AD cannon into a melee matchup top, right? Like, you're not going to get punished too much. Giving you the sustain in lane.
I agree, but if we see the same jungle path out of Rampage, of where Tussle gets up there early, and, I mean, Evie just takes E level 2, he can just flash on his head, and that is a very dangerous gank to try and survive. I would have liked to see a shield.
Yeah, really interesting matchups. Kennon's one of those champions who has been constantly banned throughout the second ban rotation in multiple games, but we haven't seen it played too much, and most of the time we see it played internationally, it doesn't do that
I don't know. What's your opinion on it? I trust the win rate in the fact that it hasn't performed well, but, like, is there a pressure element to the game?
Yeah, I mean, statistics only tell, like, half the story, right? Like, there's obviously reasons that people keep picking it despite it having not greater win rate. But I think it's honestly kind of like a top lane thing, whereas no top laner wants to play, like, into a cannon because he just spends the entire lane phase just whacking away on you sort of thing. So as, like, a second phase ban, it's very common because he's a very easy counter pick to a lot of the tanks in the top lane. Like, if you pick something like beefy in the top lane for team comp and then you just get matched with a cannon, he's going to outsplit you, he's going to outdamage you in lane, and it's just very, very difficult to deal with. And as a player, I think it's just absolutely very annoying. And that's something that, like, as an analyst, like, you don't really think about too much, like, how it is to play against something inside the game, like, from a viewer's perspective, right? Like, it's very taxing on you to just, like, be getting pummeled, like, consistently in the early game, and I feel like that does play a little bit into it.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I also, like, want to point out the fact that I haven't seen Archie play either cannon, but Marin in the LCK did go back to AP cannon on this patch. At 7.12, it hasn't got, you know...
On this patch?
Yeah, so he was playing it on 7.12, 7.13. Pre-7.13, Marin was still playing AP cannon.
Yep.
And we talk about it a lot, but Exhaust completely counters it because the upfront damage is no longer on the ultimate. It scales up the longer it goes, and that means that supports just have a massive window through the stun to be able to throw the support Exhaust on and really shut down that damage. So not saying he will go towards it. I like the lane bully cannon, but it is certainly something that at least one player in the world
Something
does.
to consider, but also you said massive window, right? I feel like I completely disagree. That is a minuscule window. When AP Cannon has a Zhonya's in as a proto belt, and he like flash ulti proto belt Zhonya's immediately, like you have this like the tiniest portion.
Do you know what's
of
happened?
A second
He's been
to
nailed by a
this.
cannon ultimate.
No, you have the tiniest
there's
portion of a
two
second.
words that the community can throw at your way, which is get good, Bryce.
Oh, okay.
Hit that exhaust button clicker, you know. Don't have
hard.
any old man hands.
I feel sorry for Jish. Washed up support on his team.
Alrighty.
No, but another curious fact is you did say that it's a big window for him. Hang on.
Yeah, just let's talk about that later, because item builds aside, Tussle has gone with the extended leash. He's got his red buff nice and quickly. And you can see how aggressively he's pathing. I mean, he was even flirting with the danger of it being able to reset there just off the back end of he wants his top lane gank as quickly as possible.
And he didn't take the big Raptor again, which is exactly what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I was talking to Jish about this, and he's a big fan of not taking the big Raptor. If you make the first gank work, it just gives you the tempo advantage. You can see Levi probably running an experienced Quinn. Or actually, maybe he's just running the SOFM. He's got 74 AD. He's going to march mid lane, and he's going to try and kill Ramune.
Get in on top of this Cassiopeia. Tries to dodge out some of the damage. Takes quite a bit in return. We'll get a pot out of that, but bottom lane, Gigabyte Marines are fighting and Sia taking quite a bit of damage. Dara is charging on forward. Winter's Bite does not connect, and first blood is picked up by the Japanese support.
And honestly, that actually looked so grim for Rampage right there. They obviously got the least 4 tussle so he can gank the top side of the map. And obviously, as a result of that, Gam get the push in the bot lane and get level 2 first, and they bust out the fight. But trading that kill there is...
Top lane, Tussle's already up there. Picks up a kill onto Archie. There is that level 3 gank.
Take Dorian shield, Tussle. You're in a dangerous lane. It is a dangerous place for a support player to roam up there, and he gets made pay.
For Rampage right now, right, they've kind of sacked the early game of this bot lane, right, to leash the red so that Tussle can get in the top lane, but they've just got it paying off in both fronts. Gam have died in the bot lane, Braum is already dead, and then they get the kill on the top lane as well. Both side lanes are winning when they should have been trading this.
That has to be poor research coming out from Gigabyte Marines, though, because we saw the exact same path come out of Tussle yesterday to get a very early gank in the top lane.
I mean, what actually happened is I think Evie burnt the flash first, and then Tussle was just able to flash on him. I didn't exactly see it, but he did not have flash when he got flashed on by the Rek'Sai, which means something went wrong before the game.
Just committed.
I'm excited, by the way.
Like
I'm really excited.
Camille just hard commits, knowing that Tussle is pathing up there early. They already saw Levi gank the mid lane, so they knew he was chunked. That he already showed on the map, so they weren't afraid of a counter gank. So Camille can go like hyper aggressive in that situation, knowing that it's going to be a 2v1 and it will pay off.
Well, Levi is now top side of the map to try and help out Archie if he does get jumped on again, or if he decides to go toe-to against Evie.
That's what he's here for. He needs to make sure that wave hits the turret. If Levi doesn't do that and he dies again,
he's screwed.
Archie has got a wave frozen with the other jungle top laner being able to teleport back, and he honestly has nowhere to go. Right now, he still hasn't got a good buy, and at any point, Evie can go back and really start punishing that lane, but it's still not as grim.
I figured out the cull.
Yeah.
You know when you get behind in bot lane and then you're starting with the Doran's blade and you're like, oh no, like the lane's gone horribly wrong, let's get a cull. He's just skipped a step. He's just like, oh no, like I know I'm going to die to this gank, let's just get a cull. Like don't spend the 475 on the Doran's, like there we go.
I'm done.
But
genius.
Another
That's
quick tempo
efficiency.
game. I mean, we saw already Levi go for a very cheesy mid lane gank to try and burn summoner spells. Read very well by Ramune. A different mid laner would have been playing up on Cassio at level 2. Maybe someone like Swiffer and would have fallen prey to that one.
The only thing he didn't do that was exactly like SOFM, is just flash on him anyway.
He should have flashed on him.
Hit him with a
Get all 5 shotgun shots into his face.
Because like the idea behind that is both of the mid laners are so medium range, is if you're playing without flash, then the lane comes up to like, you say, I've done my job, I've burnt his summoner spell, you now can win this lane by yourself, Optimus, and I can focus elsewhere. Whereas right now, I mean, he showed himself on the map and nothing else really happened. Right now, however, big gank coming up here. They should now read this based on the fact that they hit that sweeper.
Yeah, so Levi is looking to try and stick around for this game, but Talia has backed off. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we saw Sia get poked down very low, and Tussle looked for a gank there as well.
Archie's trying to bait him in. He knows that Camille wants to push in the wave, and he's trying to bait him to... He's kind of overextending, knowing that Levi is standing behind him, ready for the gank, trying to bait Camille to look for the chunk to push in the wave, but obviously he doesn't get it there. Levi just backs off. In talking about the mid lane gank, I think Rampage counterpicked the Talia with the Cassio, and Cassio, very obnoxious champion in the 1v1, a lot of kill pressure, so I think obviously with that level 2 kill, in high pressure kill matchups, you kind of... Like that early gank onto it, just to burn the summoners, just alleviates the pressure. Obviously, Talia, very good roam champion, want to get her to 6 and want to get her moving around the map.
We'll have to take a look and see what happens later on in this match, but remember how big this is for Rampage. If they can pick up a win against Gigabyte Marines, LJL straight away seeded into the grand finals on Thursday. That'd be massive for them, especially taking down one of the best teams from the play-in regions that went to MSI this year.
No, it's true. They can only go 5 and... no, can't they go 4 and 2 still? And O's go 4 and 2 still?
O's cannot go 4 and 2, I believe.
Well, they're 1 and 2 right now.
They can go 4 and 2, so they can tie it up at least, or secure a tiebreaker.
Yeah. They can get a step closer.
Let's see if they're able to do just that. Gigabyte Marines, if they want GPL to have any chance to make it that far. They need to play a tiebreaker game as well, but they have to win every match. Looking for a fight top lane. That's going to be Evie jumping on top of Archie. He's popped his ultimate as well, trying to lock both of them down, but doesn't have the tools to kite back officially. No flash available for the cannon. He gets taken down, and Rampage now have 3 kills.
And all of a sudden, a champion that's supposed to be whacking people in the head, as we described earlier, is now down 2 kills and is very far behind. Has not got flash available for the next couple of seconds. Will have it when he gets back to lane, but with no ultimate, is actually just a sitting duck. And
honestly, as this game progresses, I don't see Kennen getting into a better position, right? Like, Camille with this lead should be snowballing, should be able to have the tools to fight him in the 1v1. And an AD Kennen that relies on auto attacks, can't team fight, wants to win the split. And if he can't win the split, I don't know what else he does.
Bottom side of the map, bot lane just going perfectly even at the moment. Shield against Blade and farming up equally with one another. Dara does have that single kill against Sia.
Yeah, when level 6 is hit, however, it becomes a little bit more risky. I love Sia's pickup of a little bit of health regen, by the way. You know that they're going to be trading in window. That gets so much more value than potion, as long as you don't get 100 to 0.
He came back with potions as well, though.
Big,
so he had
both.
Yeah, big flank top lane, though. There's already a flash being burnt there by Archie to try and lock down Evie. Looks for a fight to kick things off. Evie does not have flash available. Levi's flanking off, and there is Optimus waiting in the wings in case he gets too far away. Optimus now at Baron Pit. Does he flick him over the wall? He does, and throws rocks to them. Levy says, no, you're not getting that kill. I'm taking that for myself.
That was actually very close to being okay for Evie there in the top lane. If he didn't get bopped and killed by Talia there, Cassio was floating up, was going to find Talia in the river, and probably would have been able to get him out, because it's not like Talia can just face tank the Cassio as they're walking down the river to contest.
Tussle, meanwhile, looking to try and take blue buff away from Levi. Does have Rumina here to give it over. Toss try and make their way down to the bottom lane. Sia with the miracle steal.
That's juicy.
I like this support.
Coming into it, we thought he wasn't even on main roster, and now 2 from 2 games. He's been rocking it. I guess he's 0-1, but
yeah. we have the microphone. We get to build whatever narrative we want right now. He's absolutely torching him.
He's stolen another wildcard player's name, though. See ya from LATAM. It's a bit of an overlap.
Well, Evie's looking to try and jump on Archie again. Gets a good stun. Tries to fight him. Will pop the ultimate to try and keep the fight going. Evie taking so much damage from these minions. He's forced to back off. Still wants to try and turn around, it seems. Archie looking for that next stun. Doesn't get it. Instead, Evie will just eat a couple of fruits and he'll be fine.
I mean, that is interesting, because what he did as soon as he saw the ultimate and his ulti wasn't available, we'll get to the bottom lane in a second, he just backed away, takes some honey fruit, and just picks up the big health bonus. So now he is in a good spot, even though he lost that trade.
Yep.
Meanwhile, as you were pointing out, let's take a look at the replay of what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they're just farming on the turret. It looks like Tussle's coming in for a gank. They're kind of baiting them in here. They had the Brawn passive on. Sia walking up. I think, does Tussle have flash here? I'm not sure if he comes over the wall.
Yeah, has flash.
Tussle does have flash.
Yeah,
just
there you go.
They stacked as well.
Yeah.
Big force coming out from Rampage.
And the Lulu ult double.
So 2 kills and a turret. Big trade going in favor of Rampage. And again, starting to accelerate this lead against Gigabyte Marines.
And I mean, as a bot lane in Gigabyte Marine situation there, it's actually kind of hard to ward that bush. It's really easy for the bot lane, range versus melee advantage, Rampage to push in and then keep sweeping up the river. And then Rek'Sai, obviously one of the few junglers that can get his way, or her way, sorry, over that fat wall into the gank behind you. And like, they're losing the lane, but then they're playing back under their turret. They still die to the gank, right? That's real rough.
They want another play topside as well. You can see that the lane swap that kind of made Marines famous at the play-ins back in full force. 10-minute swap after they lose the turret, and you can see Tussle wanted to punish that, but good pink ward spots him out.
Kennen is up 20 CS though.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that's
a
probably
big wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's about 16 away from clearing that coal as well, so that's about to pay off. But still, Rampage are the ones looking to continue pushing these top lane turrets. Gigabyte Marines are a turret down and 2,000 gold behind the first seed from the LJL. They're looking very strong. Rampage looking very composed, only dropping a single kill on the top lane. And that was a 3-man gank that Gigabyte Marines had to throw their way to get that.
Well, thoughts on, ever since the change to the shielding and healing items came in, obviously in the past, if you're a pure utility, let's hold that for a second, Optimus and Tussle having a little bit of a scrap.
Tussle wants it.
Tussle flashed, and Optimus immediately flashed away. Popped Ghost. Tussle's trying to kite back.
All right.
Did Tussle misplay that? Did he unburrow then flash? I think he
Looked
Not
like
sure,
it
but there's a
did,
fight
yeah.
top lane. Braum throws down his shield, knocks up Dara. Collateral damage comes out from the side. You can see Levi's trying to fight Yutori one-on-one. Teleport gets cancelled by Evie as well, and Gam pick up a kill.
Yeah, and somehow the Rampage bottom lane just gets split up on the play. And now with their Graves, they're going to be able to shove in this turret. We'll actually get the gold lead back to relatively even. And the Marines just punish mistakes so incredibly well.
That is a big swing. They weren't in a good position there, and now they have the TP advantage as well, because Evie obviously teleported to that play behind them, looking for the flank, but they just died too soon in the Rampage bot lane, and then he had to cancel, so kind of that play not only is it good for the bot lane, but it kind of gives Archie an advantage in the side lane as well against the Camille.
Rampage will be able to pick up a single dragon for themselves. Ocean Dragon has been taken down for their troubles, but still now only 6,000 gold behind when they were getting close to 3,000 ahead of Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, and at the same time, you can see they're trading for Rift Herald. And certainly at this stage of the game, if it's not a Fire Drake that's going to make your Cassiopeia huge in the late game,
that's a lot of
Herald
spears.
is probably a worthwhile trade at this point. See whether they attack the side lane. You can see they were pinging out Archie. Doesn't have ult or flash available. I think that should have been a dive, given the fact that Camille does have the ability to be able to get underneath that turret. Didn't pull the trigger on it though.
So now what do we expect from these two teams? The Gigabyte Marines, they pull back the lead. They have a Rift Herald in hand, so that should be a turret taken down in the next few minutes.
They are looking mid. Camille is hovering, but Talia obviously just floating topside, clearing the ping.
So what I was going to ask you, now that we have a little bit of a lull there, they're pinging out the cannon again, is it better to get gold now on your really utility-based supports, or is it still, you would rather it go somewhere else? In the past, with Zyra, although Archie, probably going to die. We're not going to watch it, though. A little bit too violent for this stream.
Yeah, he's just locked down by 2 members of Rampage. Not great.
Are you asking, is it better to have gold on a shielding support or a damage support, or
no,
on a
as in,
support
like,
as opposed to an AD carry?
As in, like, in the past, you would say that is wasted gold nearly on Lulu. Going to get redemption anyway. After that, doesn't really matter what she picks up. Is the itemization like that much better now that the change to Athenes and the change to redemption have come through, or is it still, not really all that great?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that great. You would much rather your Varus be 3-0 than your Lulu be 3-1. Like, if Varus picking up the kills, he's much more efficient with gold. As we haven't mentioned, but we mentioned before the broadcast, he has gone for the Bork build, looking to be shredding probably Braum in the late game. But yeah, I think a support with gold is just like you would just rather it on your AD carry. But I think in this game, I would look for Dara to pick up the Crucible first and then go into the Redemption. There's a lot of CC, albeit only from 2 champions, the Kennen and the Braum. But I think an mobile AD carry like the Varus, very easy to get on. Someone like Graves can be running at his head as well, I think.
And on top of that, now that Redemption scales so well, the healing you get from Redemption, it makes sense to get that first.
Yeah, and that's where I was going. Yeah, the 20% from Crucible, then tripled by the Redemption, so your heal values just become nuts. But yeah, I think Dara did go for the Thunderbolts this game, though, instead of the Wind Speakers, specifically into the Braum because they wanted to bully in the round in the matchup. Probably netted them the level 2 kill. Yep,
for sure. It's just, it's one of those things. Or maybe Tussle got out here. No, he actually just runs away.
See you, mate.
Good move, because actually the Camille was coming up and there's already 2 members in the mid lane. So I respect the ability to run away with the Talia ult. I mean, it's just like, we're watching last game, and when you're trading kills onto a Zyra, you're like, that's actually not that bad. Zyra's going to get Leandri. She's going to eventually get Riley. She might even get a Void Staff, and then she's just going to look to blow everyone up, the cupcake special.
Yeah.
Whereas Lulu, you're like, oh, not great.
It's not wasted, but you would definitely prefer it on a carry.
Meanwhile, Rampage are still keeping Yutori and Dara top side of the map, so they continue to farm there. Evie is split pushing in the bottom lane. We saw him and Tussle pick up a kill on Archie earlier. Tussle, in fact, in some trouble, gets knocked out of his tunnel and stunned up by the Braum passive. Easy kill for No Way.
Does he have flash? I think he definitely does. So he was greedy on the flash there. Didn't go for it. I guess he would have just got flashed over by the wall by the Callista. So he would have died anyway. But is that a worthwhile trade? Callista flash for Rek'Sai. They don't have a lot of frontline on the Rampage lineup, so maybe not. Maybe he intentionally held onto it to deny that. But
that's Rift Herald being used mid by Levi, so they will be able to take this turret down for free. And the entire time Cassiopeia been trying to take down her own blue buff.
I mean, also wants to match the
split
as well. Oh, does
get it. That's big. Oh, it's not that big.
Always a joy, Egypt. Always a joy to have you here. You can see that Collapse is coming down right now into Heavy, so we'll see whether Levi is able to pick this kill up.
Levi is right behind him, dodges away from the low sweep. Sia jumps towards his aid, puts up
Flash
the shield as well.
available.
Tussle flashes forward, only gets Sia, and Heavy jumps in. Storm being thrown down by Archie as well. Locks down 3 members of Rampage, and Archie gets that first kill. He's going to flash away, but Dara with the Thunderlords again gets a return
comes
kill.
Optimus, and Tussle is cut off from the rest of the team.
Optimus looking to try and knock one back, doesn't get it. Yutori flashes away just after Dara. Heal still available for the AD carry.
Cassio's here.
Is looking to try and
He's
collapse
going.
in. Tussle goes in, big
Flash.
knock up, and big Ramune ultimate as well as throwing down the poison. Will only take down Sia. The rest of game get out alive.
Good guy Sia just stands in front of the whole team and says, I will hold this door. You guys run away. That could have been so much worse for GAN, but still a one trade on what was a proactive play coming out of GAN. Rampage had the answers.
Yeah, as you saw, Gigabyte Marines, Talia has the shove in on the Cassio, gets down there first, but yeah, Tussle splitting for the bot lane seemed like a very weird decision, right? Like the bot lane had to flash Dar and Yutori, sorry. And then Tussle actually had the flank on it when Cassio arrived. That looked really good, but because of the Braum shield, they don't get as big a team fight as you expect.
And again, every single game the LGL teams have played, they all feel like one cohesive unit. As soon as someone says, we're going, everyone's on the same page.
Which is so weird, right? Because we used to cast the LPL fish, and as soon as you add 2 Korean players, what we were saying is that the communication really suffers, especially when it's a jungle and a support. I mean, having a carries speaking one primary language, you'd have to think in Japanese, and then having the Koreans coming in.
Do they speak like that?
I don't know. Like that's what
we're assuming so. They've been there for a while, so they should be able to communicate somewhat with
I feel
each
like
other.
at this stage, this lineup's been together a long time. I feel like they would have worked it out by now. They probably use a mixture of both Japanese, Korean, and maybe a bit of English.
And pings.
And pings, yeah.
I mean,
the
MSI,
LPL special.
Yeah, the LPL lineup that famously won MSI in EDG communicated primarily in pings. They said our first language is ping, our second language is English. So.
But it's, again, as you were mentioning, Spawn, so curious to watch as Gigabyte Marines take down an Infernal Dragon for themselves and a gank is set up for Archie. This poor little cannon. I mean, the poor Yordle just gets jumped on by everyone.
At a certain point, I feel you deserve this for picking cannon.
Archie just does a lot of magic damage at the moment. You can see the shield coming out from Heavy. Almost takes him down. Will actually get one. Is he going for the 2-for-1 special? He does. Rek'Sai comes out of the tunnel. Will kill the Yordle, but it doesn't matter. That's a double kill top lane.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Already the push in on bottom lane, so they've traded negatively. They've no pressure in the bottom lane. That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. They will get mid lane, but across the board, Rampage is, not trading well.
And if they get to answer with the mid turret here, that's pretty big. Oh,
they lost tier 2. Now they're going to lose tier 1. They will get mid lane. They lost Infernal.
Mid lane is important, but yeah.
Yep, so Gigabyte Marines are pulling back the gold lead for themselves. They're now 1,500 ahead of Rampage after a fantastic start from the Japanese squad.
Let's take another look at this outplay because Archie is able to get massive auto attacks in. The stun is slightly outside turret range, but still not able to dodge out any of the damage with the ultimate.
It just seemed like Evie and Tussle were on a different page there. We were just talking about communication, and Tussle had started the golems, and Evie had jumped over the wall with his E and looked for the dive early. Rek'Sai was there and definitely able to dive that immediately with the Camille, and it probably would have worked out better for them, but Tussle wanted the golems, Camille wanted the dive, and then absolute disaster hits when it doesn't work out.
Mune is the one that's been sent to the top lane for Rampage. 1,000 gold lead for Gigabyte Marines.
And both top laners actually farming pretty poorly at this stage of the game. 153 to 132 at 20 minutes into the game when they're both carry threats. It's not like they've been making big teleport plays around Summoner's Rift. Means that their impact in this game will be lessened because all of a sudden champions like Callista, like Varus will be able to stand and deliver against them and not feel that same pressure that you normally do against, the 2 levels higher and much more gold than you.
And I feel like in this matchup, the Kennen versus Camille fares better when they both have less gold. She has CC, she has teamfight potential. AD Kennen doesn't have too much teamfight, so more so like a strict split pusher. I think Camille does fare better in this.
Yeah, that's where you just sack all your items, go Zonia's pure CC bot.
Yeah. Build all your AD, decide it's not very good. Switch up the build mid-game. lose the game, buy a bunch of tears.
Tussle now flashing on top of the Talia. He's grounded and can't flash away, but is trying to ghost his way out. Levi joins the fight. There's Rek'Sai popping back out. Gets a kill onto Optimus.
Teleport
coming in from Archie, looking for the flank. There's a teleport in return from Evie, and Romune stands his ground. They're still trying to chase out Rek'Sai. They're throwing out Sia. Will lock him down with his bite. No way picks up that kill.
And you can see how much desperation is coming out of the Rampage. They're like, we must win this trade because we've invested so much. They do grab the bonus turret, so they peg it back. It's still only 400 gold.
And that's with a turret behind. So if Rampage are able to equalize in turrets, they will be ahead in gold.
There's a big if there. Tier 2's only left remaining. But this is, once again, another really bloody game. After what was a relatively, standard gameplay on day one, maybe teams brushing off the nerves. We've had
The true colours are coming out on day 2. First day, a lot of these players, I guess, would have a lot of nerves. A lot of them first international tournaments, especially from like the third seed teams coming into this tournament, wouldn't have played overseas a lot, so the nerves do play a part of it. So yeah, maybe it is a bit of day 2, true colours coming out, and everyone just wants a bit of the fight. But
no, it's just because Sin's playing today. They got the good old fighter going for every single match.
Everyone's jumped on the Sin train.
They saw their jersey, saw the fighter, was like, oh, we got to try and do this more.
Everyone's picking up their own t-shirt.
But still, very even game between Rampage and Gigabyte Marines, and a lot of people would not have expected it to be this close.
And interesting thing...
What do you mean? We just... Come on, mate.
No, you guys,
there's probably a lot of people that disagree,
not
to be
doubted.
fair.
You both thought it was going to be this close. A lot of other people would not have seen it to go this way, especially after the MSI performances. Eve going to try and lock down Optimus here. Pops the ultimate. He's stuck in this pit. Easy. Solid kill going to be picked up. That could be. Oh, wow. You might have outplayed him there. Hook shot too short. There's redemption coming in. Optimus gets slayed by Dara. Oh, that was a little bit anticlimactic.
I was about to mention before that fight happened that Lulu went for the Redemption first instead of the Crucible. Obviously still a very good build, but then Braum has also gone for the Redemption, which is very interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, ever since the change to kind of how Knight's Vow is kicking in, is like, the jungle item of choice right now with this.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Locket scales with health. It's very easy to itemize health now. Knight's Vow obviously gives the CDR now, so it's a very appetizing item for supports, especially the tank ones. But I think maybe his mindset, he has the Callista, so he doesn't really need to frontline, right? Like, he's in the same situation as Ali can build a lot of move speed and get away with it, because he can just press R and be tanky anyway. Braum, with the Callista, can get into the middle of a fight, and if anything happens to him, if he's getting low, he can just be ulted by the Callista. So he has this like pseudo-tankiness, so maybe that's why he didn't opt for like a very tanky build.
Let's take another look at this, because this was 2 very high-level plays. I mean, the dodge already with the ult coming out of Evie, and then the ability to use the wall and then get away. Evie could have flashed on him there and killed him, but he knew the redemption was coming out. That is trust. That is, as far as trust falls on Summoner's Rift goes, that is near the top of trust falls.
I feel like there was also a moment where Optimus was just like, oh, is this my redemption? Because he started going to the right, and then he realized it wasn't. He's like, oh no, going the other way.
And Dara's now 5-1-1 after picking up that kill for himself. Big carry.
I mean, I do kind of want to see the gold discrepancy, though, between the supports. Because they haven't got different items, but maybe Dara's put more into like control wards or something like that. And at a certain point, even though the gold is even, the fact that carries have it on the side of the Gigabyte Marines and Dara has a lot of it on the side of Rampage is a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the same conversation we were talking about before.
Sia's been caught out, grounded. In Smack, Tussle gets knocked back by Optimus as well, so a little bit of a scuffle in the river.
If you have like a 5-kill discrepancy between the Callista and the Varus just absolutely monsters, right? Like he has an item up sort of thing, and then he's just going to be punishing in team fights. But with the Lulu literally sitting on the same item as the Braum right now, this
Rampage
is...
just turned around and started again.
They backed off.
They will peel off for the 2nd time. Let's see if 3rd time's the charm.
I like that, though, because if they actually don't respond to that, if they see Lulu walking back towards mid lane, they just assume that recalls have come out of the Cassiopeia and the Rek'Sai. And Cassiopeia does Baron so quickly and can even tank it a little bit because of the new Rod of Ages build, that becomes a legitimate threat.
And I mean, they did go for the risky play there, but they kind of slightly get punished in that Gigabyte Marines can now just pick up the Dragon for free. Obviously, Rampage had a late reset because of that Baron, so they're down in tempo. They use their tempo for that risk, doesn't pay off. Good punish by the Marines. Kennen had the priority in the bot lane. And they get themselves an Ocean Drake. Not the most relevant at this stage of the game, but especially for a split pusher like the Kennen, who's currently 2-5, not doing so well. Like, it will be helpful for him in a side lane.
And they still have Remake split pushing top side of the map. He's 0-2 with that fully stacked Rod of Ages, a tier stacking up, and Banshee's already completed. farming up quite well against Optimus. He's about 40 CS ahead of the Talia.
And every now and again, it is important to talk about, but Cassiopeia has the luxury of having such a good passive because she can't buy boots, that if the game goes very late, and I'm talking, you know, into 6-item territory, she makes the most of it, whereas other champions do not.
Is she the best 6-item champion in the game?
She would have to be because of that fact.
Yeah. But I mean, like, at a certain point, other champions start selling their boots.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn maybe.
And then you're incredibly slow.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if you can pick up triple zeal item on Caitlyn, you're still pretty quick.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is that split actually becomes quite dangerous for Optimus because Cassiopeia just does so much late game damage. You know, don't get me wrong, the ability for Optimus to be able to, you know, push out a wave and then be able to leave is good, but if Cassiopeia ever gets there first, we'll absolutely blow him up, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, in a long lane, if Ramuna ever gets the jump on him, if teams do choose to match each other in the 1v1, sorry, the 1-3-1. Yeah, Cassio in a long lane, just if she lands 1 Q, she just like, she can heal for the move speed, she can flash at you, she can just chase you down and you're just dead.
And the same can kind of be... Ooh, here we go.
Big fight in the bottom lane. Both top laners using their ultimates. There's a redemption coming in. This time it is from Dara as well to save Eevee, and that's a one-on-one outplay from Rampage.
Yeah, it certainly is. He also throws the E at him just for the BM move.
Yeah.
Doesn't do any damage, wasn't it, a wall?
I mean, on the tournament realm, you can't master emote because you don't have any points from solo queue. So you got to make do with all the options you got left.
How many competitive games would you have to play to be able to get a master emote in there?
Maybe you could, like, on players such as like Double Lift and stuff, they could be reaching rank 4 and 5, but like Mastery 7. If anybody ever gets Mastery 7 on Tourney Realm, I am impressed.
Well, Rampage are making another play here to try and take Baron. That's already taken out solo. Optimus trying to keep them inside the pit. Does so successfully. Baron's low. Levi's flashed in quite soon, but doesn't get it. Tussle gets the kill and the Baron. Optimus falls shortly after. No way is trying to escape this one. There's nowhere out from this team fight. Rampage already picking up 3 kills.
And Dara is an absolute monster. Another double kill coming in for the support. No way, still trying to run it.
Dara, can he take this one too? Can't even gets the shutdown. 4 kills for Rampage.
And that's actually a clean ace because you've got to remember that Archie was dead bottom lane. Baron picked up. All of a sudden, this game ripped open and Rampage running away with it.
And in my eyes, I think the Marines made the wrong decision there. Obviously, they had the number disadvantage, so the fight is a bit iffy, but that was a great Talia wall to lock Rampage in the pit. But Levi goes for the steal while the rest of his team tries to fight.
Yep.
I think just get a lot of pot shots off with the Talia Q. Talia can get in there, do a bunch of damage whilst they're taking the Baron, and just play for the fight rather than playing for the steal, because at that point, trying to steal that Baron is just a suicide mission.
Yeah, especially with Archie coming up so close behind the back end of that team fight. Levi jumping into the back of it. Not the best of situations.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, did it. Rampage now 6,000 gold.
On the back of
split pusher.
Dara's shoulders with the 7-1-3 Lulu.
I mean, we keep talking about how good 80 carries are with kills. 009. That is a
he's just gone back
support.
Name's Bond +2.
He's gone back and bought 3 big ones for himself. Sorry?
I know who 006 was. Was there a 009?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Big James Bond
There was
fan.
007X. I don't know who 009 is.
So 006 was Boris, wasn't it? You guys not a big fan of the Pierce Brosnan James Bond?
I think my dad was. I wasn't.
Oh, but you trying to call me old? Was that a sneaky jab?
Not at all. No way.
I've lost all control of this desk.
Shout out to KP.
Back to the game. Rampage setting up topside. And Gigabyte Marines are just looking to get a pick on whoever goes bot, but Rampage have pulled the trigger on topside and sent no one down there because the wave's already pushing in. So
but not only that, there's no TP for Evie. And the wave was built up and pushed all the way to the turret that there's no real reason for him to go bottom lane at this stage. He can walk and creep up mid and collapse much quicker.
So they're already
and this is a very safe play.
But I mean, as a team in Gigabyte Marine's position right now, you're going to give up this inner turret anyway. So Optimus looking for a pick down there isn't a bad play. They lose nothing from it unless Archie gets picked off by the Camille right now.
He might be in some trouble.
I mean, he's not got enough time to recall.
Yeah.
Camille has jumped over. They don't see each other, so Archie stays inside the bush. And it's actually teleporting for a big flank.
Evie, no TP.
Gigabyte Marines looking for this one. Cleanse used by nowhere to get back. And this one, Utori taking so much damage and will get locked down by Winter's Spy. Here's Archie with big stuns in the back lines. Rampage don't have their top laner. And one by one, they fall to the Marines. Double kill for the cannon. Optimus still looking to chase, and they turn around that Baron play.
I mean, the Marines just punish mistakes so well. They see the rotation coming out at Evie. They know that there's no teleport available. They take the team fight, even though they're down massively in gold, and they win it.
And that was so quick. Archie cancels his recall to TP. I'm not sure who got the TP flank ward. I'm going to give the props to Sia, just assuming it was him. I love support players, big fan. That flank ward in the Golem pit, very unlikely to get cleared, so very smart positioning. And then for the Cannon, just get in the backline, 4v5, just completely wipe them.
And it is another Infernal Drake coming up in 7 seconds. That is not going to be contestable. And if this game goes any longer, I mean, you've got 4 legitimate carries running around with double Infernal. At a certain point, gold becomes irrelevant. We're not there yet, maybe another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But that is when the Marines, if they only lose mid lane inhibitor and the map stays the way it is, they reclaim control of this game.
The item discrepancy, actually, let's take a look at that fight again. Big flank coming up from Archie.
Oh, look how much health. I mean, we were already talking about the support items, but he stayed alive for a very long time there, Mineski. A little bit delay on the Cassiopeia roll. There's nothing you can really do. The fact that they got away with 2 members actually is kind of impressive.
Yeah, honestly, I agree.
So you take a look at the item discrepancies between the 2 teams. Mid laners are quite even, and bottom lane, the difference between Yutori and No Way is Yutori has an affinity edge to a completed Zeal item, so it's very slightly in favor of Rampage, but doesn't look like there's that big of a lead at the moment for the Japanese squad.
No, definitely not. I mean, if you have a look at where it is, there's completed Locket on the support. At this stage of the game, that's actually pretty crucial. It just blocks out so much of the damage that comes out.
Especially against an AoE, something like the Graves ulti or the Graves Q, Cannon coming in.
Yeah, and they've actually got a front line because of how good Stoneplate is at the moment. Potentially looking for a pick here onto Optimus.
Optimus has to be careful, will get stunned up. Pops just goes straight away there. Sia pops the exhaust down, but the zone is still being created. Optimus Spider wins back against the wall, shoves him away. Can he survive? He's trying to run this one out. Low sweep gets him. Dara comes in with the big shield as well. And Rampage are looking for a fight. Heavy is somehow still alive, stuck in this golem pit. Doesn't hook shot out. He fights and stands and delivers. And Rampage take down 3 members of Gigabyte Marine.
And Zara just makes people unkillable if he gets to the fights at this stage of the games. The shields are so big. Evie just lived on a slither of health forever.
And I mean, like, this is the conversation happening again where he has the 7 kills, he has the gold, he has the items to keep people alive in these situations.
This might be the game.
They're looking for a win. Archie has been dove here. He's trying to lock them all down. Dara taking quite a bit of damage. Will Lightning Rush to safety. Can't quite get away. Yutori gets a kill. 4 members of the Marines down there pushing for the Nexus.
I mean, No Way is the only one alive, and he might die as well.
He's grounded. He can't hop, skip, or jump. Ace picked up by Ramune in the mid lane. Rampage have done it. They've taken down the favorites at Rift Rivals here, and they will put Japan one step closer to making it to day 4.
And how good is this? I mean, Rift Rivals, Oceania, LJL, as well as the GPL, everyone said that the GPL had the first and second best team coming into this tournament. And all of a sudden, this is anyone's race.
Ooh, my goodness. It's rock, paper, scissors between all the top seeds at the moment. It's fantastic to watch. It was a bloodbath this time around between the 2 teams. I couldn't have asked for anything more.
And that puts Rampage to 1-1 and then Gigabyte Marines in the same situation. Both of them 1-1 right now. Pretty even in the standings.
Direwolves were 1-1. Everyone's just beaten everyone as far as the first seeds go.
Absolutely.
I mean, I kind of just want everyone to be tied up at the end of the day, and let's do it all again.
I mean, not quite possible to have everyone tied up anymore. Unfortunately, the GPL team cannot secure their final spot.
We invited you to the party. Every party has that guy that, just drains the life out of it. And, Fish is just here.
I don't understand. It's normally this guy, so I don't know why he's complaining about me.
Not to mention, talking about 1-1, Sin's already 1-0, and they're looking for a 2-0 later in the day. So they got a 100% win rate, and I believe.
Well, that's the final hope for Oceania, actually. Sin and Legacy have to win both their games. If they can do so, it will be tied up 4-2 between LJL and the OPL.
Can you have 2 final hopes? I don't know if you can. I reckon you can only have 1 final hope, Fish.
Yeah, I'm giving it over to Sin. If they win, it's unlucky that Gigabyte Marines lost then.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, when you have a look at this, it just becomes so intriguing of how it's going to go, because Legacy versus Ascension, which is the next game we're going to see, so let's not preview it too much, but that is a game where, I had blue side pegged as being stronger, so I was like, they're 50-50, got to give it to Ascension. But now all of a sudden, 2 red side victories on the day's play makes it such an intriguing game again.
Was Rampage red side?
No, they were blue side.
They were blue side.
Red and blue.
You're sitting here, and I'm just like, I don't know. But yeah,
there's always going to be that one guy on the desk.
They do come up with a win, though. But, the game was pretty even, and I don't think it was necessarily when you talk about blue side versus red side, a lot of it comes down to draft sort of thing. And I don't think there was, going into that game, I don't think one team had, a clear sort of advantage. You wouldn't go into that game thinking that one team mega won the draft. So the blue side, red side thing, not that relevant there. So I'm giving you like
Yeah, I know you're throwing it to me. You're throwing it
I've
to
stolen
me.
your bread and I'm giving you back like the
crumbs?
the crumb.
I don't think he wants those crumbs anymore.
I appreciate it.
Well,
Anyway.
we do have a replay that we're going to bring up on your screens very shortly. There's one of the Baron fights that we saw taken by Rampage there, which led to their victory eventually.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a great call. They've knocked down the top laner. They just turn on it. They have so much damage. Bork user Cassiopeia. Levi goes for the steal while the rest of the team's trying to fight. And I kind of have to agree. I mean, if they just kite this one back, if no one is able to get more spears in, get the Ren set starting to kick over, I mean, there's a potential they win that fight. But instead, with your jungle dead, with your top laner not even there, there's just no hope.
And like time and time again, Optimus on Talia, like you can now see why he blind picked it, right? Because he had, in that 1v1 versus Camille on the bot lane, he somehow managed to like push Camille over and then get himself out of the ulti. And that was such a good wall, coming in, locking in like the entire roster. Into the Baron pit. I think, yeah, if Levi was on the same page as the rest of his team there, I feel like that could have, I don't know if they wouldn't have got the Baron, right? But they definitely would have had a more even fight, and they definitely could have won the fight there for the Marines, but they didn't. Rampage took the Baron and then took the win.
And it's just about the call, right? The call is either we're sending jungler in only, so we've walled it off, we're going to create a little bit of chaos, everyone else run, Levi go in, try and get a steal. Or the call is, Levi, you're team fighting, don't kill, like just don't die.
You can't do both. You can't contest the steal and just like die for free and then your team's meant to win the team fight, right? Especially in the 4v5 where Archie was already dead from the pick in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I feel like there was multiple times where we could actually point to the Marines and say there was clear miscommunication. I mean, there was a potential that top lane first gank was going to be matched. Graves could have gone top. He went mid lane. That means that all of a sudden, Archie should not be pushing it on Kennen. He pushes in, dies. Same thing in bottom lane. I mean, they should be trading power. Actually, Graves probably should have pathed bottom. Bottom lane goes aggressive, but their jungler isn't there. All of a sudden, Lulu, because of superior range, picks up a kill. This whole game was like actually very messy and very uncoordinated out of the Marines. And normally what we're saying is they're like a fist, like 5 people like actually doing the exact same thing.
But I mean, how long has this iteration of the roster been together? Because it's different from the one that went to the plans at MSI.
Literally from the end of MSI, they had to swap people out because Stark was going back to university. Slay then stepped down as well, and they brought in 2 new members. But on top of that, having Sia play and Archie top lane, that could have been what has been changing for them here. But that is going to be Rampage picking up the victory against the first seed from the GPL. We're going to go to a quick break and be back with the third match today in just a bit. Bottom lane, Gigabyte Marines are fighting and Sia taking quite a bit of damage. Dara is charging on forward. Winter's Bite does not connect, and first blood is picked up by the Japanese support. And Tussle flashes forward, only gets Sia, and Evie jumps in. Storm being thrown down by Archie as well. Locks down 3 members of Rampage, and Archie gets that first kill. He's going to flash away, but Dara with the Thunderlords again gets a return kill.
Optimus, and Tussle is cut off from the rest of the team.
Optimus looking to try and knock one back, doesn't get it. Yutori flashes away just after Dara. Heal still available for the AD carry.
Cass
is looking to try and climb in. Tussle goes in, big knock up, and big Ramune ultimate as well as throwing down the poison. Will only take down Sia. The rest of Gem get out alive. Going to try and lock down Optimus here. Pops the ultimate. He's stuck in this pit. Easy solo kill. Going to be picked up by Camille. Oh, wow, he might have outplayed him there. Hook shot too short. There's a redemption coming in. Optimus gets slayed by Dara. Rampage are making another play here to try and take Baron. That's already taken out solo. Optimus trying to kick them inside the pit. Does so successfully. Baron's low. Levi's flashed in quite soon, but doesn't get it. Tussle gets the kill and the Baron. Optimus falls shortly after. No way is trying to escape this one. There's nowhere out from this team fight. Rampage already picking up 3 kills.
And Dara is an absolute monster. Another double kill coming in for the support. No way, still trying to run it.
Dara, can he take this one too? Can't even gets the shutdown. 4 kills for Rampage. And Gigabyte Marines looking for this one. Cleanse used by nowhere to get back. In this one, Yutori taking so much damage and will get locked out by Winter's Bite. Here's Archie with big stunts in the backlines. Rampage don't have their top laner, and one by one they fall to the Marines. Double kill for the cannon. There, Sia pops the exhaust down, but the zone is still being created. Optimus fighting his back against the wall, shoves him away. Can he survive? He's trying to run this one out. Low sweep gets him. Dara comes in with the big shield as well, and Rampage are looking for a fight. Evie is somehow still alive, stuck in this golden pit. Doesn't hook shot out. He fights and stands and delivers, and Rampage take down 3 members of Gigabyte Marine. 4 members of the Marines down there pushing for the Nexus.
I mean, no way is the only one alive, and he might die as well.
He's grounded. He can't hop, skip, or jump. Ace picked up by Remune in the mid lane. Rampage have done it. They've taken down the favorites at Rift Rivals here, and they will put Japan one step closer to making it to day 4. Welcome back to Rift Rivals 2017. If you're just joining us, Rampage were able to take down Gigabyte Marines.
Hang on a second, before you get into that, let's not spoil it. If you're just joining us, rewind the video by 2 hours and actually just watch the damn game. Because this has been some impressive League of Legends so far. I mean, what an absolute cracker of a day.
It certainly was. I mean, it was an impressive game to watch. It was a very bloody match as well. And wow, Rampage went all the way.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. I mean, say what you will. We're going to break down exactly how we thought it happened, but hats off to Rampage because they had a disappointing game versus Direwolves yesterday. They would have been kicking themselves. That was their chance at revenge, but being able to come in, take down the Marines and really cement the LJL. I mean, they're coming first or second in this group now. That is so impressive.
Yep.
And who's the best team now? I thought that the one solid piece of evidence we had coming into this was Gigabyte Marines are really, really good, and then the rest of it, bit of a fight for it, but. Rampage come in with a solid victory, and they just played quite well around the map.
And we had people saying Ascension were the second best team. Detonation Focus Me were able to pick up 2 wins, and they're currently top of the ladder of LJ as well. It's a big mix-up, and we don't really quite know.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I know when you have a look at that game, I mean, I like to talk about drafts as a way that your job as a coach when you go into a draft or as an analyst is to just set your team up at 50-50 or better. You're trying to get them in a position to be able to win the game. And I felt that was a pretty greedy draft coming out of the Gigabyte Marines in the end. There were a lot of blind picks coming in, melee support. That was just something that unfortunately ended up biting them a little bit as the game progressed.
Yeah, definitely. I think as it's just put up on your screen now, you can see that they didn't have any hugely strong points across the map, except for that one matchup in the jungle, which they saved for their 10th pick on the, 5th pick and 5th pick on red side. It's a good matchup for the Graves if he gets a good early experience lead and he can start scaling into the game against team fights. But, hats off to Tussle. He played phenomenally, and he got so many impressive ganks off early, and he just carried his team through that early phase of the game, and get them into that mid game and let them start fighting.
And you called this out, Spawn. He did the exact same jungle path we saw Rampage do in their match against Direwolves. It was the Raptors into red delayed leash, straight topside. Don't even take big chicken and go for a gank.
Yeah, and I know when you have a look at that gank path, I mean, there's a couple of ways that you can spot it out. I mean, bottom lane is so delayed in getting to lane. They've legitimately leashed 2 cans. I mean, mid lane is going to be missing mana. He's obviously sat over the wall, been leashing it out as well. So you should be able to read that play. And it's either the jungler's fault because he said, I will path towards top side and then went, oh, sorry, mate, you've already pushed out, but I see an opportunity mid. Or the top laner is just should be playing back off that wave. I mean, Kennen is that much of a lane bully. You miss, the CS, but not the experience on the first 3 or 4 minions, you're still going to be able to push around the melee Camille.
Yeah, it's honestly just comes down to the timing, and I think it's hard to read. Obviously, the Japanese junglers seem to have a pretty good grasp on this. We've seen a few players do that, and I think that obviously the LJL teams are really, really accustomed to that gank path. Obviously, Southeast Asia probably not used to it, and the timing window for top lane just he didn't expect it.
And this was such a fun thing because when we actually spoke to the Japanese lineups yesterday, they said that they were working together. I think it was Seros that said that our coaches are working on drafts together, that they've been communicating, that we've thrown kind of what's happening in domestic league out the window, and we're actually here to win as a region. And you can see that I think it was Steel also that replicated this jungle path. So maybe trading a little information behind the scene and coming up with something creative. I like it.
Now LGL, they're currently 4-1. It's a bit harder for the GPL teams to do this because all 3 of them are from different countries and they all speak different languages. OPL,
look at the excuses that is coming out of this GPL representative. Mate, we have some people from Melbourne and Sydney as well. You know how different the dialect is that we speak?
Oh, boy. Not at all. Nothing. There's no difference. You all speak English. I don't understand what you're talking about. But
do we?
But now let's actually check in with one of the winners from that last match, Dara, who was something like 7-1-1. He's standing by with Hingers for an interview.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dara, fresh off that victory. Congratulations on the win. I want to ask, how does it feel to be top of the table right now?
일단 승리한 거 축하드리고 지금 이제 LJL이 1위로 올라섰는데 어떤 기분이신지?
1위로 일단 올라간 건 기쁘고요. 저희가 1승을 했다는 게 일단 그게 메인으로 기쁜 것 같아요.
I'm definitely happy with the LJL is the first place right now. And then the more important thing and the thing that which makes us more exciting is we make a single win today.
Yeah. Well, moving forward then, who would you rather face? If you guys go to the final, who would you rather face? The OPL or the GPL in that final?
일단 만약 결승으로 이제 다이렉트로 진출하시게 된다면은 뭐 GPL과 OPL 중에 어디를 더 만나고 싶으신가요?
저는 개인적으로 오스트레일리아 만나고 싶어서 한번 복수를 하고 싶습니다.
어떤 복수?
경기를 저희가 졌으니까 한번 이기고 싶어요.
So he said that he prefers to, I mean, personally, he prefers to face Oceania because they lost yesterday. They want revenge.
Oh, so it's like a personal attack then. Well then, for your region then, what kind of faith do you have in the other LJL teams? Do you think they're going to be able to take the victories today as well?
뭐 LGL 같은 경우에는 오늘 또 이제 다른 팀 남아 있잖아요. 이길 거라고 생각하시나요? 아니면 그러니까 경기 결과 어떻게 생각하시는지?
전 이길 것 같습니다. 이길 것 같아요. 저희 USG도 강한 팀이라서 저희 쪽이 이길 것 같습니다.
So he thinks that like LJL is, I mean, even like LJ, he's very confident with the LJL as a region, and then even the USG is, he thinks is very strong. So he believes that all these Japanese teams like left matches, they will just win it.
Oh, well, finally, I want to ask. I mean, yesterday you guys lost. Today you guys won. What did you guys change, and what did you flip around in the meantime in order to pick up that win?
어제 같은 경우에는 게임을 졌었고 오늘은 이겼잖아요. 이제 이거를 어떠한 방식으로 이걸 했기 때문에 이제 이런 경기 결과에 차이가 나왔는지.
처음 시작부터 이제 픽밴에 되게 중요성을 두고 이제 저희가 자신 있는 픽도 이제 하면서 조합을 맞춘 그게 제일 중요했던 것 같아요.
So I think the most important part that which actually affected in our result is that we try to improve our pick and ban, and then we try to pick our preferred pick, and at the same time try to combine the good synergy picks, and then I think it worked very well.
All right, well, congratulations again on the win. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
There you go, guys. You heard from them there. You know, exactly what you guys were talking about. Wanted to improve on their picks and bans. And on top of that, they want to try and face off against Oceania in the grand finals. They want to get their revenge against the Divals and picking up a victory.
And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I just love that passion that comes out. You know, we want to play the team that beat us because we want to be able to get one back. And if it continues to go 1-1 between the Direwolves and Rampage, there's a legitimate rivalry that will start to brew off the back of those kinds of games.
If I'm Rampage there, I'm actually saying I want to verse Oceania because no one actually likes playing against Southeast Asia. Like, it's just annoying. We saw it in both games so far that, you know, it is just brawly and skirmishy.
Well,
because we got Sin in the Legacy coming up. Like, we don't play a brawly branded league at all.
Well, speaking of which, we will have Oceania taking on Southeast Asia in this next match. It's going to be the number 2 seeds from those regions, Legacy taking on Ascension.
Yeah, and you know, a possibility here for Legacy to get some revenge against G4 and Lloyd and Warlock and those players that were able to knock out the Chiefs all those time ago. And I think that they actually have pretty sound mechanical players to be able to do it. I mean, Claire, when he's on his ball, should be able to match up quite well against G4. And I think that as far as mechanical young guns in the OPL go, Lost has to be up there as well.
Yeah, I think this is actually stylistically going to be a fun matchup just for lanes. You know, we sort of touched on G4, Warlock, Lloyd, all having, you know, pretty good mechanics. Well, maybe bar Warlock, but no, they have experience, and they definitely did take us down. And I think that one of the key discrepancies we faced as Chiefs back in 2015 was that, you know, they were individually stronger than us, and they outmuscled us in lanes and stuff. Whereas, you know, as you mentioned, Legacy are coming in pretty hot, and they've had, you know, some pretty good weeks in the OPL, and they've got some young guns who are actually, you know, really showing some good results.
Yep, so let's take a look at the opponents from the Legacy lineup. It's going to be Ascension from Thailand, representing the 2nd seed from the GPL. Renren up in the top lane with Nooney in the jungle. And then the people we all know, G4, Lloyd, and Warlock as their mid laner, AD carry, and support.
And I mean, yesterday when they were going up against Dead FM, they did ban away the Ziggs and played a pretty standard game. And in the end, unfortunately, it was Steel's jungle pathing that, you know, really set Renren behind and also was able to pick up a kill on G4. Actually, in the first clear of the jungle. I mean, he went top lane, killed top lane, went mid lane, burnt the flash, killed him as well. Was absolutely just everywhere. And I think that they have to look at their early game because we know that they have strong lanes. If they get to neutral and get ultimates and things like that, this is a team that they have dynamic players in mostly every role. So I think that it's just about, you know, shoring that up and getting a little bit more protection early.
And that kind of does worry me. We've seen Legacy been, at least domestically, drafting these 30, 35-minute compositions where they're playing Karma mid and Taric support, and they're playing for that late game with no early game insurance policy. So I think that, you know, if Legacy are going to go for such a greedy draft as they have at home, you know, maybe that's the avenue that you know, the Southeast Asian team have to take here.
And Carbon doesn't play gank-heavy junglers. Like, he plays very supportive role, likes the Ivan, likes the Nunu, was disappointed, you know, that wasn't able to pick it up. It was banned away from him. I think that when we see this today, I mean, I'm not expecting to see like a Gragas or a Rek'Sai out of him. If they leave it up, I think he's actually just going to go back towards utility and look to lock it in.
I mean, I guess we see, right? But I'm pretty sure that if he's got Juves and Shern over both his shoulders, they're going to be going, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin. So hopefully, you know, the week of camaraderie pushes him towards these aggressive junglers. Please, Carbon.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to pull out in this match. For now, let's check in with their lineup for Legacy. Up at the top lane is going to be their vice captain Tally, their captain Carbon heading into the jungle with Claire in the mid lane, Lost and Cupcake, their AD carry and support.
And once again, this is a team from Oceania that has 3 rookies on their lineup. I mean, Claire played in the LGLCS and has been around for a very long time, but hadn't played in the OPL all that much before. Lost and Cupcake, of course, both very young players. Lost, the honorary New Zealander coming across there with his buddy Cupcake as well. So I think that their bottom lane is pretty dynamic. They play a different brand of League of Legends than a lot of people. They play things like, Taric and Trundle that we keep talking about. Lucian Braum was something they brought back, very scrappy players. And I think that they will enjoy the challenge of playing up against Lloyd and Warlock because it's a very similar playstyle.
The one thing that scares me, and I'm actually going to make a bold prediction, like Legacy 100% ban Thresh this game because Cupcake is not that comfortable on it, and I don't think he wants to pick it. And we've already noticed, how important Thresh has been this tournament. And there's always going to be the argument of like whether you play the Tom or his own counterpick, the Taric. But I think that that's a mistake, and I think that giving over Thresh to this Southeast Asian team, who are aggressive in lane and want to look for picks, is going to be a massive mistake.
And I mean, Thresh is just such a dynamic pick. Is very good both in the laning phases, great in team fights, great for pick comps. It just has too many tools. If you're not a Thresh player, ban it away.
And there you go, being banned out already by Legacy, as well as Callista being taken away from Lloyd as well. Already into Champion Select for the 3rd match of today. Ascension Gaming taking on Legacy Esports.
Galio or Nunu, Galio or Zach is getting through. And the big thing is, they would rather pick Galio. As far as I'm concerned against Legacy, they play Galio. Oh, they ban it away. That is so strange.
Yeah, so Zach being banned out here by Legacy. Nunu was the ban that came out from Ascension. Caitlyn and Camille followed shortly after, and they first pick Rek'Sai.
I mean, do you last pick on the red side Galio for Tally and then ban out the Fiora and all the other counter picks that exist?
No, I think you have to take it this rotation. I'd be too scared. Oh,
wow, they go for Karl Varus.
I would be scared to give over Rek'Sai Galio. Rek'Sai, his one sort of flaw, I think, at the moment is that he has fantastic follow-up, but as like a solo tank engage, especially if you're going like, maybe a fervor or a damage build early, he's really hard to get in like before he has like 2 or 3 tanky items. You have a Galio on your team, he's burrowing forward, he's flashing forward, and the Galio, he's just ulting on top of him. So I will be very upset if Ascension don't take it here.
Legacy didn't take Elise either, so that's got potential to be banned out here by Ascension. They can only have one or the other in this draft phase.
I mean, if I get to pick Galio or Elise, I'm taking the Galio 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, there's really I don't think there's much sense in taking the Elise into the Rek'Sai. Obviously, they're not going to pick Rek'Sai and Elise in the same draft.
Yep.
I'd prefer the Gragas. I think Gragas is a better matchup into Rek'Sai, and I'm pretty sure Carbon should be a little bit more at home on that.
For sure.
So Lulu's the pick of choice for Ascension, so they don't go for the Galio pickup. Now Legacy, do they go for the Galio or Elise, or do they continue with the trend of not picking either of these champions? Ooh. And it's going to be the Elise lock-in for Legacy.
All right, you're a bit of a monster, Carbon. Let's go. I think this second ban phase, Galio has to be banned by Legacy. You cannot give over the Lulu ult, the Galio ult, to go in with this Rek'Sai. That is just a nightmare to deal with.
I'm trying to I'm taking a step back and saying have we missed something here? We haven't. It will be banned off the board. The reason that I was so excited about it is Legacy, for the longest time, we're talking about Galio LeBlanc comps. And LeBlanc is one of Claire's best champions. And the ability, and we've seen it played internationally, the ability to send a clone in, Galio ult it, follow it up with all of this burst damage is actually just phenomenal, as well as the fact that it protects a 1-3-1 style by being able to collapse on the mid lane very quickly. And that's how Legacy do tend to like to play, so it's a little bit strange.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that, if you haven't played against that, it catches you off surprise, let me tell you. Yeah, so I'm glad that, if they're not willing to play something like that, that they just get rid of it. Getting rid of the Lucian mid, I'm kind of interested to see. I feel like they want to play
Cannon top, maybe. Maybe it's a Lucian top that they're worried about.
Maybe if you, yeah, I feel like obviously, there's a few options. It could still go mid for G4. I'm not sure if he plays it. We've seen it a few times get put to mid. But yeah, no, I think that obviously both of Tally's comfort, or 2 of his comfort picks have just been removed away. Jarvan's a good answer, though.
Yep, Fiora and Renekton being banned out by Ascension Gaming means Jarvan can be taken to the top lane quite easily. Kled could be picked up by Renren here.
Yeah, I think that's I'd expect to see it. It has a pretty good matchup into Jarvan.
Gragas also not a bad matchup into Jarvan as far as mages go. If you want to take a brawler into him as well.
G4, he's thrown the gauntlet here, Spawn. He's picked up the LeBlanc mid lane, back to the Assassins. No more control mage here.
Maybe we just see... Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Legacy is still holding the flex. Claire definitely not a stranger to Karma. Maybe doesn't want that into LeBlanc. Not sure of his personal preference to the matchup. Personally, don't think it's great. So that's a pretty smart pick, I think, out of Ascension. They have to blind something, but, you know, the Karma is the possibility. And as you called it, there comes the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, now we have to look at, you know, Jace, Cassiopeia, Syndra. All have been what Claire has played into LeBlanc in the OPL in the past. I mean, Corki is also a relatively okay matchup, but it is. It's going to be the Karma mid.
Karma mid lane for Claire. Zyra pick up for Cupcake in the bottom lane with Varus. Very exciting lineup from both these teams.
Now I'm completely confused why Carbon picked Elise over Gragas, because they have such a good team fighting comp. And I mean, Elise can get busy early, but Gragas is also a pretty good ganker as long as he has Flash and Body Slam available. And when you have a look at like what the idea is, it's like a pile-in comp. I mean, get Jarvan in there, get Gragas in there, and then throw out the big Karma shields. At the same time, Elise brings a little bit more early game damage as well as the ability to snowball lanes, but just doesn't seem to fit the mantra of the rest of the team.
Yeah, I guess it's going to have to come down to personal preference, you know. His coach is going to have said to him, you know, what would you prefer here? Like, are you just going to be comfortable playing something you know? And maybe that is the Elise pick. Maybe Gragas, you know, less practice on. Maybe in their games they've been flexing it more to top, like giving less Carbon less practice on it. So I guess it probably comes down to personal preference. I think that the matchup it's not impossible. Obviously, I think it's favored towards Rek'Sai. So we'll see how that plays out, which I think could be, you know, a pivotal point in this game is whether or not Carbon can make sure his team doesn't get steamrolled too early on.
Yeah, very curious draft from these two teams. I mean, Galio at least being left up all the way. Only a Zac ban from the 3 major OPs. But one thing stays the same. Everyone's just afraid of Carbon's Nunu, apparently. That's the first ban from Ascension coming into this match.
Are you even afraid of it, or do you just have no experience against it? It's a wildcard best-of-1 pick. Like, you know, don't risk it. Obviously, they've probably played against a lot of Elise and a lot of Gragas. Definitely 2 favorite picks coming out of almost every jungler. So he probably knows that if he's the better jungler, he can play around those common matchups. Nunu, less common. He doesn't exactly know maybe how the pathing works, how he can supplement the lanes. Just safer, I think.
I mean, it's just a complete unknown, and now that Tiamat is coming back in the meta, being able to secure your own camps and build up those big experience leads is relatively important for Rek'Sai, and if anything is going to shut that down, will probably be that Nunu running into your jungle, taking away your Grom, taking away that big Raptor, and just generally annoying you.
I mean, Flash, Snowball, Engage, that's the scariest thing out of it, right? It has to be.
I do not like hearing the words Flash, Snowball, Engage ever put together in a sentence.
Well, apparently in every single match that we've seen Carbon play this, Nunu has been. But look at this, Warlock's been cornered! Is that going to be first blood? It is! Picked up by Claire in the mid lane. What the heck just happened?
And this is the worst feeling as a LeBlanc. All of a sudden, what should be a lane that you can start harassing is going to come back with either a Dark Seal or an extra Dorian's Ring. It's going to be the Dark Seal. It's going to be the extra potion. And that lane becomes incredibly hard for G4 to now try and snowball.
Yeah, G4 is the Dark Seal specialist, and now he has to face one at a minute 30, so that'll be fun. I think that the important thing to, I guess, just get a grasp on there is that they also got, obviously, the 4 assists across the lanes as well, so they're obviously all going to get level experience leads, sorry, yep. And they're all going to have like a slight extra buy on their first base, so this early game threat that Ascension may have had just been nullified, I guess, to a small degree.
And the other big thing is, Observer moves his mouse, is the fact that this is the first time we've seen someone try and get in a lane and stop the plants coming out of Zyra this early in. And you can see that Legacy read it like a book and actually were able to shut that down quite hard. So, I mean, Ascension thought they had the read on the game, thought that they were going to commit to the play, but the gank came out instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, we'll see that interesting to note that Carbon started reversing his path. He started topside, obviously no access to the Raptors as you'd normally expect, but interested to see what he does here. I can't say I recognize this path from any game.
He's gone red buff Wolves, now moving on to his blue buff.
I think, yeah, the only advantage I can see from this is just that he wants to clear at a high HP, so I'm guessing that if he tries to do Raptors, he's going to take just too much damage maybe for an early gank.
Whereas Rek'Sai went for Raptors red, full clear, not leaving the big chicken behind, now back towards top side of the map.
Didn't get the Mega Leash because the Lulu was dead, and you can see that Carbon actually can repel to the Blast Plant and actually get in behind. And you can see that Warlock as well as Lloyd are very aware of this possibility. The repel came in, and now he's in behind them. I mean, flash still available on Cupcake.
Ooh.
This should be a kill.
Let's see if they can get it. Lloyd and Warlock already running away. Carbon now going to show himself. Throws out the Spiderling. Lloyd flashes. Cocoon goes way too wide, but Cupcake still flashes forward. Lloyd is going to get taken down. Cupcake gets a kill, but what the heck? Return. Warlock gets double buff.
I mean, at the same time, they got what they came for. Warlock picks up a kill, has double buff, so the harass gets a little bit bigger. But you burn double summoner spells on Lloyd, and that wave can be shoved in. All of a sudden, the repeat gank is just so easy to execute as far as Zyra and Elise are concerned. And this is what you need to do as an Elise. You need to get busy early. You need to make sure you're having an impact on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and I like that. I think that he took, obviously, the less favorable matchup, and then he changed his path so that the Rek'Sai wouldn't get a free read on him. And then he punishes Ascension for it. Obviously, definitely showing a little bit of respect. They see the Legacy bot lane start walking up unnaturally, and then they back off. Obviously, they didn't really know that the Elise is already behind them. But pretty good play out of the jungler. Would have liked to see him repel out of the damage or flash
it.
Yeah, but everyone makes little mistakes and things like that. And I think it's still a net win for the team. He hasn't got these Mobies on his first base. It's tragic to see.
So going for the double jungle item and a control ward for himself. Here's that replay in the bottom lane.
Coming in from the scenic view, of course. The big important thing is he gets the red buff down first, and that means as soon as Lloyd walks back, even though he dodges out on the cocoon, and that looks like an error out of Carbon, it is the fact that it leads him back into the Zyra, leads him back into all that much damage, and he does fall down. Lane has reversed off the turret, so now Carbon can continue to bully. You see that Nooney has read that play, and is also bottom side of the map, actually picks himself up a Rift Scuttler, and they're going to meet.
Well, neither jungler wants to take the fight at the moment. Checking in with the mid lane, even farm between Claire and G4 at the moment. But again, remember, Claire does have that extra Dark Seal and has yet to use any potions. G4 already chugging through his corrupting pots.
I mean, he's got
one
through
charge
one.
left.
Yeah, he's gone through one. He had 3 when he came to the lane.
Yeah, Spawn and I have our glasses
Gone through
on.
2.
So we can, no.
No. Claire
had 3 potions.
Oh, okay.
It's a good thing we're wearing glasses.
I mean, he also needs to wear a hearing aid, apparently, because he's just not listening right either.
Oh.
No, I think
We need a new play cast, so I'm done.
No, I think that this is definitely advantageous for Claire. I expect to see him just keep this control mid, and obviously, as you're seeing right now, it's leading to the jungle invade, and it means that Carbon can just push in and take these small advantages and slow the Rek'Sai down. We mentioned before that he gets his team out and he's going to start farming much faster than you. If you can deny his Raptors and get that +7, 6 or 7. I don't know. Inflate your own CS and make yourself look bigger. You just, I guess, yeah, you're just slowing down what inevitably will outscale you to some degree.
Mm-hmm. So you already see a first couple of backs coming in from both these teams. Tiamat for the Rek'Sai, upgraded jungle item for Carbon, finally getting his brown shoes. Tiamat for Jarvan as well as we mentioned, and the Chalice of Harmony picked up for Claire in the mid lane.
Yeah, so going to go towards Athene's, most probably go towards the full support build after that in the Ardent Sensor as well. Of course, only giving 10% cooldown reduction at this stage, but at the same time, when you have a Jarvan top lane, when you have that Varus in the AD carry position, Legacy are one of the few teams that's flex their support around in 3 roles. Claire's happy to play it. I mean, Carbon's happy to play it, and Cupcake on occasion, probably the least happy on the team to play it.
He's unlikely to play it. He's more like, oh, you can buy a ward for me. I'm going damage. Yep. Which we can see. He picked up the first blood.
Upgraded support item straight away. Give me some gold.
Get him a bit more damage. Get a bit more gold. No, I think it actually makes sense. And oftentimes it's actually way better to get first blood, which no AD carry main likes to hear, but I think it's often much better to get the first blood on support, just because those first few buys are really, really crucial. If you somehow get that miracle 800 gold base early and you get the Sightstone first, that can be huge.
Well, let's see if he's able to use that to his favor in the bottom lane. Legacy still ahead in CS down there. They're about 1,000 gold ahead of Ascension in general.
Tally needs to be a little bit careful. Here we go.
Tally's been knocked in. He saw Nooney coming in, so not quite sure what he's trying to do here. Looking for a flag and drag out. Can't quite find it. Instead goes towards a turret. Tally just gets caught out.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, that was just a good ultimate. If Tally doesn't flash the ult there, he just dies. And,
yeah.
Doesn't burn anything. He tried to go for a Q play, knew he was dead, so just sat there.
I think he was sort of expecting that it would be opened with like a E-flash or something. And he would have been happy to trade there. Gets hit by the pretty short range ultimate, really. Wasn't that impossible to dodge for him, but maybe being a little bit greedy with his flash won't be the end of the world. He could TP back to lane, but he's going to sacrifice the CS and just stay relevant for his team.
Yep, very, very patient play, very controlled play coming out from Tally.
I mean, it depends if it's a cannon wave, right? So if the cannon's tanked up all those shots, doesn't look like it is actually. It looks like it's pushing back. So I think he should have teleported back. Regardless, I try and give people benefit of the doubt sometimes, so that I just see the whole wave die, and I'm like, ooh, that was a lot of CS it went.
Well, again, the GPL teams, every single grand stop we've seen from them so far, still going for the triple ring stack, which globally not as common anymore.
Yeah, so I think the reasoning for that, obviously you get stuck with the unique passives, and that was what made it, I guess, borderline broken. But it's still good in terms of wave clear. Obviously, Gragas likes that AP ratio on his Q, and it means that he gets lane priority. In matchups he sometimes might not. I think probably can afford to go not the triple here, but obviously if that's just what he's comfortable with, why change it?
And it's also about knowing your damage values at a certain point, although that's a really nice trade coming out of Claire. Dodges the chains as well. Carbon's behind him.
Throws out his own. Carbon waiting in the wings in case anything goes wrong.
Of course, it's much easier to hit Karma chains than it is to hit the LeBlanc chains.
Carbon getting a bit aggressive, really pushing, I guess, well, not a lead anyway. He's actually behind now, but really pushing their bot side control advantage into complete jungle vision, but can't actually deny too much there. Just gets the information, which is obviously super important.
And I mean, that's kind of the difference between Tracker's Knife and the team at start. You can see that right now, Nooney's just trying to hard farm, gets himself that level, but doesn't have all that much control over the map. And with mid lane pushing in, with bottom lane pushing in, as well as the fact that they have you know, teleport still available on Tally, they're comfortable to take this, although it might turn into a fight.
Yeah, Legacy looking to try and complete this Mountain Dragon, easily picked up by Carbon. The rest of the team is collapsing. Lloyd trying to slow down Carbon, trying to dodge out chains as well. Very low on the Spider there, but still gets out with the Mountain Dragon.
And, you know, good on Tally for not teleporting back to lane. That would have got super messy if it was a TP disadvantage, and, you know, and Lloyd just throws his arrow out.
And I mean, the other big thing for me is that looked like G4 did a lot of damage, but that was all the damage he had available. And you're running into a level 6 Zyra and Karma at this stage of the game, who is going to be so much more useful in those extended team fights. And you can see now Tally, a little bit worried about a dive, is backing away because of the fact that mid lane and jungle have disappeared into Fog of War. He's actually played this game maybe even too respectfully. I mean, he backed away at the start, and now he's losing a whole other creep wave. Definitely has to burn TP to get back for this one.
Yeah, what's he looking to achieve here, I guess?
He's gonna
walk it out again.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna criticize the top laner too much for not getting dove, but yeah, obviously with full vision, G4 getting handed blue there, I think maybe he should just feign behind the tower in Fog of War, see that LeBlanc walks back mid, and then just like, you know, pick up the 4 out of the 6 minions.
Gives a big shot to Renren as well. He's a full level above Tally, picks up a Warden's Mail. I mean, with Ninja Tabby already, he's not going to take any damage.
The only thing you can say is Jarvan at this stage actually pushes waves incredibly quickly. He's level 8, nearly level 9. He's going to have... Oh, Carbon, come on. You're supposed to leave the big raptor behind, not the little one. He's going to be able to have that max level Q. He's got the Tiamat for the passive as well to just be able to push this one out. So he'll be able to match wave clear. It's just a little bit alarming that the Jarvan, who bullies out most... Oh, good.
Arrow. Forces a flash out of Cupcake.
Did he need to flash that?
Heavy fingers there. Not sure he had to flash that one. Obviously respecting the Rek'Sai potential follow-up there. But no, I don't think that was necessary flash. I think if that was a decent distance, that, you know, the Zyra ultimate would cover a lot of ground there. And then we might just see a 4-man TP into bot lane.
And everyone has teleport. So
yeah, I'm so excited for when that fight happens, when everyone's just like, all right, it's go time, let's go. And, you know, we see one ward light up, and then there's just an extra 4 people in the lane.
And
ultimate
just might be now.
I think it did get dodged out by Low, but still gets locked down by the Zyra. Nooney's on top of Cupcake, gets a heal from Lost, not enough to keep him locked down. Warlock gets that kill. Tally's here, G4's here, everyone's piled on in for a big fight bottom lane. Nooney flashes out, Carbon in trouble, does get taken down. Double kill for the Lulu. Legacy is still trying to fight this one, 3 on 5. They get a return kill to Renren.
Here we go.
And G4 jumps in, big W proc, locks down Claire. He's been turned into a little critter. Lost gets tanked by the cannon minion. One more shot would kill him. Lloyd's charging forward. Tally wants to fight again. That's a big scrappy fight bot lane.
It certainly is, and you have to look at the follow-up here. G4's continuing, looking for some more kills, but the members had backed away.
Very tricky from them.
And they come away with the extra kill, but the waves are actually potentially in favor of Legacy. Depends how quickly they can get back there and start cleaning them up. top lane will sit up nicely for them. Mid lane will be shoved into the turret, so Claire's going to lose a lot. And bottom lane, they also lose some farm. So big advantages coming through for Ascension Gaming.
Yeah, definitely not in the favour of Legacy there. Obviously, there's a slight slow push mid that, G4 just gets to deny a lot of experience now into Claire. The bot lane got shoved into, and thankfully Tally will get to clean up some of this CS. That was as exciting as I thought it would be. All 4 TPs. Maybe it could have been a bit more blood, but definitely an exciting start to the game. The one interesting thing to note is that the double kill, for whatever reason, seems to always get put onto Lulu.
That's true, actually, and Claire was able to pick up another kill for himself, I think it was. Let's take another look at this one. So it starts off with Lloyd actually face-tanking the Zyra, puts himself against the wall, so he knows he's going to get nailed here, but just trusting in the fact that Warlock's got ultimate, got shield, has heal as well. And then all of the teleports start coming in, and actually Legacy were a little bit late. Yeah,
no, to be honest, that's completely on Legacy there. Lost, hit that ultimate. Carbon hit the flash cocoon on the stun target. Like, if those two CCs hit, I think that we see a very different fight here. Late teleport or not, I think it probably benefits them. Bait them in anyway, TP, clean up even more.
If that flash cocoon landed from Carbon, Lloyd would be dead, couldn't put up the follow-up damage, different team fight. So, poor play from Legacy, great punish from Ascension.
But you can see the power of Karma also at the early game stage. I mean, able to continually spam out spells. It's probably sitting on 20 or 30 cooldown reduction, depending on what rune she's taken at this stage as well. And you can see that just the repetitive damage actually dissuaded that. If that's any other mid laner, you've already used your ultimate, you've got nothing else to offer, you're probably losing at least another member there. Somehow, however, even though they lost that trade, and we thought the creep waves weren't good, gold didn't move.
No, still dead even between the two teams. Before we went into the replay, Carver was trying to solo out Rifthold. It seems like Ascension were able to stop that.
Yep. And all of a sudden, no, that's a LeBlanc clone, so completely ignore what I'm saying. Minimap has betrayed me again. It's a little bit grey.
Yeah, Tally's not scared by that either. Just sort of looks at it, laughs. But, bot lane, still definitely the contentious area of the map. All 4 flashes down. Actually, every single summoner spell down. And, everyone has their fighting ultimates up again. So I expect that we're going to see a bit of action towards the bottom side pretty soon.
So Athene's has been completed by Claire. He's picked up a Forbidden Idol as well as Iron and Boots of Lucidity. So a lot of cooldown reduction for this Karma, and as Spawn mentioned, moving into the supportive role of the mid laner.
I mean, I actually just love this build. When you're not up against Vladimir, big fight
bottom lane. Arrow's been thrown out. They try to lock down the Zyra. Nuni jumps in again. Carbon's here, gets the first kill, and it's a shutdown. Cupcake gonna get jumped on by the Rek'Sai. Will get fallen. Nuni trying to go toe-to-toe, just can't quite do it. Lloyd is being chased down. Lost tries to take him down. He's got to back off because the LeBlanc is trying to run in.
Here.
What?
What a mistake. What a mistake.
He's walked down to bottom lane now.
Shove in top.
That's exactly right. Tally pushing a big wave in.
And all of a sudden, shutdown goes across, Warlock falls, they're able to get more gold onto Carbon, they catch him up in experience a little bit, and Tally, real beneficiary here, because he's played respectful, he's moved off turret, he fell behind for his team, now he gets to catch up.
Yeah, and actually, credit to Carbon there, he read that very well, just as I was mentioning, everyone's summoner's spells are down, everyone's ultimates are coming back up, he comes straight bottom lane, sees the Rek'Sai, they get way too much damage off on Lulu, she has to ult herself, and then as you said, claims his shutdown, and Legacy get a very nice trade out of that.
And they do exactly what you were talking about in the last replay, Jish. They hit the crucial abilities this time around, got themselves the kill, and Lloyd this time was one that wasted his ultimate, threw it onto a target, which he didn't quite need to lock down there.
Beautiful to see people hit skill shots in League of Legends. Definitely not a basic requirement of the game, but we see, Carbon heading back for the double mountain. Actually, pretty exciting this game. They have a relatively good Baron in terms of speed.
I would say they have a fantastic Baron team. I mean, the shields that come out of Claire means that they don't really need a tank to take it. And then you got Elise, Blade of the Ruined King user. I mean, that is going to be a very quick... Like, as soon as you have Spiderlings plus plants, I mean, you're able to take it very quickly.
Absolutely. And, anyone with double mountain is going to do it fast regardless of the composition.
Tally's been talking to Swiper.
He's
turned
getting
into
the
double golem goblin. What is that? What Swiper calls him?
The Krug Goblin.
I don't know. I've started calling him the Krug enthusiast.
Yeah.
It's
just boost your CS up there.
So, what's this? Just ducking out to pick up Krugs every once in a while?
Yeah. So red side top laners get this inherent advantage because whenever there's like a slight chance of a dive, or you just want to get free experience in gold, you just walk over and kill the Krugs.
And at this stage of the game, Elise actually clears them so slowly that she's probably not going to waste her time and go up for it. She wants to be able to gank. She wants to be putting map pressure out. So you can see that... Oh, and he's even got a Dark Seal. I respect Carbon's game this time.
I mean, he's got Merc Treads. That's not as fun as Moby Boots. He's got Tracker's Knife. That's not this one of Skirmish's saver.
I mean, Tracker's Knife is always going to be seen. And Moby Boots, I think, first brick going over.
Wow.
Legacy, all of a sudden, have got a big advantage.
100% the product of bot lane. Renrin walks down and he misses out on crucial wave pushing. He misses out on experience. Tally gets a free shop in. Has really good, minus boots, but he has good items. And there's nothing that Renrin can do at this point to stop that turret take.
Ascension trying to counter that with a play bottom side, but look at this. Carbon just says, sure, you can send your jungle to bot lane. I'm going to take a Rift Turtle.
That's so greedy. His top lane is based. His mid lane is basing. I don't know how he gets away with that.
And very patient play from Lost as well. Cupcake, they backed off this turret quite a few times.
You don't want to dive Varysara. I mean, most people would be sitting there thinking, you got Lulu, you got Ash Arrow, just get underneath the turret. Trust me, Varysara locks down everyone. That is not a play that you make unless you are at best trading kills.
Yeah, and they had no... Ooh.
That's a 2-on-1
He flashed
picked
over
up
the
there.
wall.
Nooney now looking to try and lock down Cupcake. G4 has recoiled, so Cupcake, he just has to try and run out of this pit. Teleports coming in from everyone again. Ash Arrow used. Zyra still alive somehow. Lost has got his second kill and goes on a killing spree, but G4 flashes forward. He's going to get cleansed out of that one, I believe. G4 now forces a flash back into the blue buff. Tally jump on top of Lloyd. The Ash is trying to cut this one away, but Gragas is the casualty. Tally picks up that kill, and Legacy are now 8-6.
And Claire is the MVP, keeps Cupcake alive for so long that multiple members need to keep committing, and all of a sudden they run away with a team fight. They've got the Rift Herald, they can drop it mid lane, and Legacy are going to burst into the lead.
And they're going to break open the map, which is fantastic to see. Legacy, shaky early game sometimes need to rely on themselves to team fight late game. They get a free turret top, they get the free turret mid, and they just have so much map control at this point in the game. And they're starting to accelerate this game into like a mid-game. They've got a nice buffer. We have the replay now.
And that is just so nice. I mean, they nail him with both ultis over the wall. Maybe even not needed the flash, but just wants to make sure with the kill. Sometimes it's about sending a message, Jim.
Absolutely. Better safe than sorry in that instance. You really want to get that pick because otherwise, you're committing ultimates and you're in such a dangerous spot having, the two ultimates down. Everyone commits with these TPs here, and we see that Lost, doesn't die here. Crucial Karma Shield on Lost just there.
What did he actually cleanse it?
I think that Karma has a Mikhail's Crucible at the moment instead of Athene's Unholy Gale because he did get out of the change. That was the cleanse effect on him.
So it has to be a QSS or a Mikhail's. I would.
QSS.
All right.
Thank God he didn't buy Mikhail's.
I was about to say, that's really given over the support range. At that point, you may as well be playing mid lane Zyra.
Spending 20 minutes being like, Claire, is this like, Karma is going to pop off? Oh, wait, he just went, what? Yeah, nah. Good to see that Lost has a lot of respect for his opponents here. He's gotten... Wait, when did Cupcake die?
G4 just picked up a kill.
Right. See you later, Cupcake.
Assassinated.
Anyway, as I was saying, good to see that Lost has a lot of respect for his opponents. Obviously, some really, really important CC abilities. The Ash Arrow, the Gragas engage. And he doesn't want to, be the hyper carry who's just going to have to do all the damage. He respects his team, in protracted and elongated team fights, he'll do more.
Especially given the fact that he's got an Ardent Sensor. Absolutely. I mean, that picks up the damage for him. He returns the favor by making himself a little bit more difficult to kill. Karma actually going to face check multiple members here.
Oh, taking quite a bit of damage there. Karma going to have to try and shield herself. Will be able to jump away for quite some time, but G4 double dash in. Ultimate thrown out by Renren as well to keep the rest of Legacy at bay.
That is a great brush camp because you know that the Karma is going to cheat through vision. Mid lane turret is so much more important to save than that bottom lane outer. So Claire tries to come across, tries to do the team thing, gets punished for it. Could have been.
They're going for it.
I think that this is going to be a bait and run away.
4 members bottom side from Ascension. Ash is still there, so even if they come up, it's going to be a front
coming out.
Arrow is coming in.
They're committed to this.
Let's see if they go for it. Legacy trying to take this down. Arrow nails Tally. G4 looking for the assassination. Connects with the chains on Lost, but forced to go back. 2,000 health. 1,500. Karma peels off. They go for the fight. G4's the first casualty. Elise is very low. They're still tanking up Baron. Flash away from the body slam. 3 members of Legacy chase towards the jungler, and the Baron play pays off.
I mean, they could have nearly finished that. Tally could have altered up the Rek'Sai. He would have had to flash into the pit to go for the Desperation Steal. They go back to it straight away.
They want this. Carmen's back up to 4, healed off the plants.
I mean, they're putting the game on the coin flip there if they go for that. Nooney was in range of getting into the pit there, so I think
Karma makes it dangerous.
Carbon is low again. Renren gets some good damage. They should engage here. Tally jumps in. Repel coming out from Elise. Nooney pops the ultimate, comes back out. Still alive somehow. 2 kills picked up by Ascension. Nooney will fall eventually. Cupcake is the one that is low. Claire and Lost leading the charge in this team fight. Lost trying to jump in, gets turned into a critter. Good route coming out from there. Locking down the top laner. Ultimate from Lost almost chains up the AD carry and support as well. Big plays from Legacy.
I mean, 3 for 2 in the long run, but you can just see the threat that Legacy have at the moment. All of their carries are actually online right now. They're going to continue to look for these scrappy little team fights, and until more items come out, you know, on the Ashe, on the LeBlanc, they're not going to be able to get through the shields.
Lost played that so well. We commented on how he didn't have his Karma to start the fight, but, you know, he was not scared at all. He ran up to the front line. He was hitting Renren a lot. And then even when he gets the kill, he starts chasing into their jungle by himself. And then his team's like, hey, buddy, let's back off here. Like, you know, we'll take the victory as it comes. They caught 2 pretty big waves in mid and bot. Now they're obviously they're going to catch the top wave, but they're going to deploy again, I think, for the Baron. Or maybe sneak the triple Melton Drake.
Ooh, G4 just jumped over the wall. Tries to take down the Cupcake. Very low, almost falling. The ticking damage is there, but G4's going to fall. Cupcake gets that kill with the plants.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. That is a millimeter of health difference. He's able to survive, get some good damage out in return, and then, I mean, unlucky for G4, but greedy play potentially.
That's one of the things that Southeast Asia, I think, have definitely punished Oceanic teams in the past, is that... Ooh,
hang on, they're going for a steal. Nooney's jumped over the wall. Dragon actually resets. Carver gets it anyway. Triple mounted, and they kill the Rek'Sai. This could be a Baron play.
I mean, all of a sudden, just run to Baron.
Boys, run.
I mean, they've got 2 members dead. G4 is going to have his teleport, sure, but that's a telegraph play. Triple Mountain Dragon. We've already talked about the shields, the Zyra plants. Everything else is still available. This should be a free Baron.
Yeah, let's just commit to the finish here. There's very little that...
G4 does have teleport, so he can join this fight and make it a 4-on-5 at least. Cupcake is very wounded, and Legacy are taking up Baron. There's the arrow going in. He still gets it. Carbon smites it away while stunned up. Lost will take down the AD carry. G4's been locked out again. Deja vu for the mid laner. Double kill coming up for Lost. He's found some for himself. Renren's trying to run away. Tally locks him down. Big triple kill for the Varus, and Legacy are on their way to a victory.
And the young guns of Legacy are coming up absolutely massive. I mean, Lost, Claire, Cupcake, all playing their roles perfectly. And with 3 members dead, they're going to look to break the base. It's only 24 minutes in,
Claire diving into the back line. Tally's going to come through as well. Gets a couple auto attacks down. Lost goes legendary. Nooney just watches as his teammates die one by one. And attack after attack. An ace is picked up. Legacy will break the base.
Tally stole his penta. That was the elongated, you know, it wasn't exactly in the same team fight, but that was 5 kills.
Well, this is going to be 2 inhibitors at least for Legacy. Let's see if they try and push for more. 20 seconds on Warlock, 30 on Nooney. They've already got 1 inhibitor topside. They still have Baron buff to work with, but they make the safe play and head back to base.
And the OPL squads have absolutely shown up today too. God is a myth that they're a day 1 team. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful League of Legends. 25 minutes in, they accelerate the pace of the game, but they have the comp to do it this time, and it just looks so good.
So we're going to see this Baron fight again, and obviously there's nothing that Southeast Asia can do here but contest, but there's no way they get the smite off Carbon. And at that point, they're committed to this fight. Good engage or flank from Cupcake, and you know, watch Lost. He's just walking forward. Like he's not scared of anyone. He wants to walk forward to the fight. Gets low, flashes forward anyway. Like Karma shields are going to have his back no matter what. He's still frontlining at this point, looking for his triple kill. I think Tally's going to get the... Yeah, Tally gets him here to slow him down. There comes the triple. And you know, he chases in for his 4th and 5th kill in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice play. 11-0-1-6. And we just got to go back to it. I mean, they're called utility AD carries, but Ashe and Varus, if you don't blow them up, both turn into turrets. I mean, they sit there, they stand, they deliver, they have so much lifesteal that comes out of Bork Hurricane, as well as running Warlord's Bloodlust, and they just pump out damage.
Being in 17 of your 18 kills is like the definition of utility, and however you want to say utility, like, doing a lot of damage to anyone is still useful. Like, I don't know, Lost is having a fantastic performance. Well, a lot of pressure on him from that lane to start with, but these team fights are looking great.
With this Baron, Legacy have got a ton of kills. They've picked up 4 turrets already. Actually, make that even more. 5 turrets with top lane inner being taken down with this bot. Acquired a 14,000 gold lead for themselves. They're pushing for the final inhibitor turret.
I mean, this should be game. Tally is level 16, has GA. He's just going to dive in here.
G4 is looking to try and get an assassination, but look at Nooney. He's already dead. Claire will actually fall, but everyone in the back line just gone. Big cataclysm being popped down by Tally. Only G4's left. He watches as the rest of this squad gets absolutely murdered by the Oceanic liner, and Legacy will be able to keep the Oceanic hopes and dreams alive.
I mean, they've just absolutely wiped the floor with Ascension. Legacy finally able to get that big international performance, and they seize it with both hands.
And with that, now the finals is going to come down to the final game today. That will decide who gets seeded in after Legacy's victory.
We are in for a treat. Carbon has been, tasting international adventures since his wildcard run in 2014. And, he's back on the stage, has a great performance with his team. I don't think he could be prouder. I mean, he doesn't really look it. He looks pretty placid.
He looks pretty focused. I
Probably
think it's a fair thing to say. I mean, this is just group stage. I mean, I'm super excited. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I mean, there still is so much of the tournament left for these guys to be able to play. Maybe he's just thinking of the fact that Juves is legitimately the flag bearer now of the Oceanic Hope.
Well, it's come true. Sin is actually the hopes and dreams of Oceania. I've been told if they're able to pick up the victory in the next game, Oceania will be seeded into the grand finals.
I mean, I couldn't think of the guy that I would rather have actually carrying it at the moment because, say what you will about Juves.
What? I could think of a few.
Nah. From Oceania. He is a big game player, and there is no bigger game. He was able to, 5-game series versus AV, 5-game series versus the Chiefs. Nearly got it done versus Legacy. I mean, it was Carbon actually that came up with a game-winning play that kept that series alive. So I have faith in Sin. I've absolutely flipped on a dive. I'm such a hypocrite, but yep, bring it home for us.
Well, let's take a look at that last match, though. Ascension, again, not quite performing so well, but this time around they had a few big plays that almost put them far enough ahead to try and take this game. Almost.
Bottom lane focus throughout the whole game. I think that's where we have to start. Double TP run by both team, and it was just the fact that Ascension, they got little advantages, but when Legacy took their advantages, they were much larger.
And we've often seen, especially with Chiefs' performance in the past overseas, we always say that, Oceania teams, they do have intelligent macro. It's whether they can stand up on this individual level. Today, Legacy definitely stood up on individual level. They went toe-to-toe. And then, as you said, when they're taking advantages, they're taking massive sweeps across the map and taking all the turrets.
And, we have to give props because one thing that domestically we criticize Legacy on is they're not a Baron-taking team. Their setup's generally sloppy. They're very predictable when they're going to go for it, when they're baiting it. This time, every single time they went for it, they just pulled the trigger, kept drawing them in, kept getting big advantages.
Well, we have one of those Baron fights later on, but first let's take a look at the Dragon fight that we saw between Legacy and Ascension. Wasn't exactly a Dragon fight, but it was around the pit, and this was off the back of a 2-on-1 kill.
Yeah, it certainly was, and all of a sudden, Cupcake lost, they're flashing over the wall, they also get the heal out of Lloyd, and then they just continue it, and you can see that as soon as the play is called for teleport, everyone's once again getting into this fight. Claire doesn't have to teleport, he gets there early, and he just keeps Cupcake alive for that much longer that Renrin has to burn his complete realist spells. If that goes on to Lost, maybe that's a different team fight. Instead, they have to keep going after the Zyra, and Legacy are able to pick up a couple of kills and all of the tempo in this game.
Yeah, and that starts the mountain train, right? And then it's just basically, obviously a little bit of RNG luck there, but it becomes a timer of when the Baron is actually unstoppable.
Yep, so speaking of Baron, we actually have that play coming up now as well. Legacy, as you mentioned, Spawn, historically not that great at taking down these objectives, but this time very decisive.
I love this. Karma, as well as the Elise and Zyra. Any chance you can go near Baron, you should just be starting that. You burn it out very quickly. Triple Mountain Drake, we keep mentioning it. And then they actually fight the team fight really well. They turn and burn. They burn out the dragon, then they turn as a unit. They're prioritizing the right targets. I mean, as soon as G4 dives in, every single member starts hitting him in the head. And then they just continue this chase through. And you can see that the communication is definitely there. Send Claire back early, get the teleporting, continue the play. I mean, they're just playing confident League of Legends.
I mean, yeah, that's obviously a desperation attempt from Ascension. No jungler, that's a near impossible contest. But, credit to Legacy. They often have looked kind of shaky on different wavelengths. Half the team wants to back out. Carbon maybe sacrifices himself for the Baron finish. Instead, they finish the Baron together, stay as a unit, have a really nice flank, and then just pile on through and win the fight.
Yeah, it was a big play from Legacy. And again, something that you guys have mentioned throughout this entire series, the fact that it's the rookies again from Legacy that really stepped up in this game. They're against veterans like G4, Lloyd, and Warlock, and they were able to take them to the test.
Mate, it's the rookies of Oceania that have stepped up massively this tournament. I mean, if any, FBI, Ryoma, Claire, Lost, Cupcake, all these guys, they should hold their heads so high. It is a tough ask to go over to Vietnam, and perform this well against home teams. And we've seen in the past that some teams haven't been able to do it, and they're just performing incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the time when the old guard is starting to move on, and we finally have some up and coming talent that isn't something to be laughed at or joked at. With some proper infrastructure and some good coaches, which we are getting now. We're going to breed these into really good players.
Well, before we head into a break, it's that time of day again to take a look at the World Championship skins for SKT from 2016. This year round, SKT were more involved with making their skins than ever before. Immediately following Worlds, SKT spent some time at Riot creating new, more regional designs for their commemorative skins. Each player modeled for their recall and also signed the skin with the autograph appearing alongside the T1 logo. Koma also becomes the first coach to have his own ward skin, and 25% of the proceeds will go towards SKT, their players, as well as all the competition they faced along the way. They'll be available in stores for 1,350 RP from the 5th of July to the 19th of July. And, you know, Ejim's not on the desk. Couldn't ask him if it's on his skin tier list. What do you think, Jish? Do you think it's going to be?
All right, let's start this with Ejim's skin tier list sucks. I don't know why you'd want to talk about that anyway. But no, I think that's really cool. Like, it's exciting that, you know, the player's legacy is going to live on for years to come now, even if they retire. And, you know, there's some really fun and quirky things in it.
And I also think the big thing for me is the fact that Koma gets some recognition. I mean, he's led a different roster there every single time. He's been a staple of that organization. I mean, people will talk about when Faker retires, how much of a legend is he? And he's like the GOAT at this point. I mean, he's the greatest of all time. But Koma deserves so much props. I mean, he takes what are mediocre Korean talent, brings them onto the roster, and you're like, how is Untara such a good top laner? I mean, Blank has like goes in and out. Bengi's the best Italy player in the world. I mean, he just does magic with that roster.
I think the best one is that he goes Huni from Lucian top to Maokai.
Yeah.
Huni refused to play Maokai on Immortals.
Well, with that, we're going to head into a break, but we will be back with the final game of today, and it will decide who will be seeded into the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Look at this. Warlock's being cornered. Is that going to be first blood? It is. Picked up by Claire in the mid lane. What the heck just happened?
And
ultimate use
just
by
might be
Lost.
now.
I think it did get dodged out by Low, but still gets locked down by the Zyro. Nooni's on top of Cupcake. Gets a heal from Lost. Not enough to keep him locked down. Warlock gets that kill. Tally's here. G-Force here. Everyone's piled on in for a big fight bottom lane. Nooni flashes out. Carbon in trouble. Does get taken down. Double kill for the Lulu. Legacy is still trying to fight this one 3-on-5. They get a return kill to Redmond.
Here we go.
And G4 jumps in. Big W proc. Locks down Claire. He's been turned into a little critter. Lost gets tanked by the cannon minion. One more shot would kill him. Lloyd's charging forward. Tally wants to fight again. That's a big scrappy fight bot lane. And teleports coming in from everyone again. Ash arrow used. Zyra still alive somehow. Lost has got his second kill and goes on a killing spree, but G4 flashes forward. He's going to get cleansed out of that one, I believe. G4 now forces a flash back into the blue buff. Tally jumping on top of Lloyd. The Ash is trying to cut this one away, but Gragas is the casualty. Tally picks up that kill, and Legacy are now 8-6. Carbon is low again. Renren gets some good damage. They should engage here. Tally jumps in. Repel coming out from Elise. Nooni pops the ultimate, comes back out. Still alive somehow. 2 kills picked up by Ascension. Nooni will fall eventually. Cupcake is the one that is low. Claire and Lost leading the charge in this team fight. Lost trying to jump in, gets turned into a critter. Good root coming out from them. Locking down the top laner. Ultimate from Lost almost chains up the AD carry and support as well. Big plays from Legacy. I mean, Cupcake is very wounded, and Legacy are taking up Baron. There's the arrow going in. He still gets it. Carbon smites it away while stunned up. Lost will take down the AD carry. G4's been locked down again. Deja vu for the mid laner. Double kill coming up for Lost. He's found some for himself. Renren's trying to run away. Tally locks him down. Big triple kill for the Varus, and Legacy are on their way to a victory. And G4's looking to try and get an assassination, but look at Nooni. He's already dead. Claire will actually fall, but everyone in the back line just gone. Big cataclysm being popped down by Tally. Only G4's left. He watches as the rest of this squad gets absolutely murdered by the Oceanic liner, and Legacy will be able to keep the Oceanic hopes and dreams alive.
I mean, they've just absolutely wiped the floor with Ascension. Legacy finally able to get that big international performance, and they seize it with both hands.
And Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into the final game of the group stages of Rift Rivals 2017, and this is the game that decides who will be seeded into the grand finals. Joining me on the desk this time is going to be Spawn, Jish, as well as Egypt. Will be here throughout towards the end of the broadcast. Gentlemen, are you guys excited for this final game?
I mean, I'm a little bit scared about the quadcast. I'm not going to lie. This is the first time I've ever done this.
No, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm keen. I'm real keen.
Well, before we get into this next match, let's take a look at that last game. Legacy were able to take down Ascension, so now Oceania have 3 points, Japan have 4 points. But if Oceania win this next game, due to head-to-head, they'll go into the grand finals. That last game, though, it was a bit of back and forth, but Legacy, after a couple of decisive plays, completely took the lead.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty messy. Like, look in the early engagement in the bot lane, missed the Varasol, Carbon walks in, missed the Flash Cocoon on a stun target. You roasted him midstream on that. That was definitely deserved, I think. So there was definitely a lot of flubs in that game. Definitely very messy, but they pull out the win in the end through good macro, good, decent Baron play.
And I think you've got to give some credit to Lucio. I mean, the big brain has drafted themselves a very... I mean, I like the comp. I actually like Karma Jarvan auto-attacking AD carry. I actually think it's like a pretty safe way to play League of Legends. Not sure about the Elise.
Yeah, I don't like Elise pick into the Rek'Sai when Rek'Sai is like known as like the answer to Elise right now, and Galio just like falling through the draft until like second phase. That's... I mean, I don't know how big his brain is to let that happen.
I roasted him for the Galio. It did get all the way through. I mean, I'm sure that he would have put Tally on something like a Fiora if they had taken the Galio, so maybe he was prepared with a counter pick. Yeah. And ultimately, they had control of what was going to happen with Galio because they couldn't... Ascension had no way to pick Galio and then ban away counters.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a matchup on your screen there. Lloyd taking on Lost. And this was one of the big points we were talking about. Lloyd is a player that's been to Worlds. He's been renowned as an AD carry. Lost, a rookie, has been playing out of his mind on the OPL. And he took him to the test there. 12-0 and 9 on Varus in that game.
Yeah, sadly it doesn't show kill participation, but we checked in partway through the game, and I'm pretty sure it was 90-something%. Obviously, that wasn't going to have gone down too much towards the end. Obviously, more than double his damage. He's just had such a good first performance for a young player.
And for the first time in years, Egypt, you will actually be able to go to bed and sleep soundly knowing that someone has dealt with Lloyd after what he was able to do to the Chiefs.
My last memory of Lloyd is a wildcard tournament and like Raydir jumping in on Tristana and Lloyd just like auto attack ricochet critting him in the face 4 times.
Yeah,
and now
what people don't remember about that play is you headbutt him into Fog of War.
I strategically left that part out of the story, Jake. But anyway, Lawrence Lost has absolutely demolished him in this game. I was watching that game, and then like the game is progressing, yada yada, and then suddenly he's just 6-0, and I'm just like, oh, like okay, like where did this come from? And then just like absolutely clean performance out of him. 12-0-9 is the finishing score. Like,
and yeah, we said all the rookies on the side of Legacy did well in that game. Let's actually talk to one of the veterans from the team, the vice captain Tally, who is standing by with Fingers.
Hey guys, I'm here with Tally, fresh off that victory. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty stoked off that game. I'm glad we could bring a win back for the boys.
Well, I mean, yesterday was kind of a struggle for you guys, so what changed in between these games for you to turn it around?
I think our main realization was after our loss to LJL, we kind of figured out like our main problem was like Tim needs to be playing a champion where he could be proactive, and I guess that showed in our game today.
Yeah, but how much? What does it mean for you guys that like Carbon's Nunu is getting banned internationally now? Is that like interesting?
Well, like, to us it's like whatever, but to Tim it's like, he's so happy, and like I don't like seeing someone that happy. It's kind of annoying.
So now the next game for OS is Sin. The hopes of OS rest on Sin. I asked Shern about this yesterday, I asked Jules about it today. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm actually pretty confident in them. Their first game that they played, I think they did pretty well, and in this matchup, I think that they have the edge. I think their playstyle is really good against the LJL team, and I'm really confident they'll do it.
All right, so if OS does take first place, that means they directly seed into the final. So who would you rather them face going to that day 3 if they take first place? Is it LJL or is it GPL?
I personally would rather versus GPL. I do think GAM is extremely good, but I think the other 2 seeds are not as good. But LJL have 3 really good teams, and I think that GPL would be a better match for us.
All right, then. So just fast forward quickly after Rift Rivals is over. When you guys are back in OS, is this going to change anything for you guys in the OPL with having travelled internationally with 2 other teams now? Oh, most definitely. The experience that we get to pick up here overseas and all these new play styles and new ways to play the game that we get to bring home will definitely be a surprise to the other teams who didn't get to do it. Take that, Chiefs. Yeah. All right, finally, do you have any message for the fans back home who are watching? Let's go, O's. Thanks, Charlie. We'll speak to you later.
There we go. We got to hear from Tally there. I'm sorry that Egyptian Egypt, you had to hear that brutal roasting from him over there. A little bit unfortunate, but let's get straight into this next match, shall we? It's going to be the final game of the group stage and the final game today. Also, the match that decides who will be seeded right into the grand finals. It's going to be Sin taking on Unsold Stuff Gaming.
And I mean, this should be a fun game. I mean, Unsold Stuff, they played a pretty quick tempo against Ascension. They actually were, sorry, not against Ascension, against Mineski, were able to like really push them through like a pretty clever composition. And I think that Sin also played pretty quick pace against Mineski as well. It's a little bit scrappier, and I'm interested to see who comes out ahead here.
Sin are coming in hot. Like, that first performance, you know, obviously started very warm, got hotter towards the end of the game. And I think that, you know, Ryoma, obviously the star of that game. I expect to see him, you know, coming in with such strong form that I expect, you know, maybe just a steamroll.
Yeah, people tell Ryoma is like one of the best players in Oceania right now. If he has another performance like that on the international stage, like things are only looking up and up for Sin there. And as Tally said it, buddy, let's ghost. Let's ghost. That's the hashtag coming out of the interview.
I mean, the biggest thing for me is that the day has set itself up perfectly for Sin. They pick up game one victory, and then, you know, they get to go back, have a little bit of a quiet chat, and then this team is watching Legacy, like, you know, continue the steamroll, continue the momentum. They're going to be walking on stage. They're going to be grinning at each other. They're going to be thinking, like, they're going to be behind their mid laner and Ryoma, and, like, that's kind of the perfect storm for this team, because they really are that kind of a team that once you start revving them up, they don't come back down in a quick hurry. In fact, Juice, who's a hothead himself, has said in the past, he has to be the coolest person in the room, which is absolutely unbelievable to me. This is going to be a fun game.
Well, speaking of the Sin team, let's take a look at their lineup before they head into their final game. Up in the top lane, it's going to be their new player, Dokla. Their captain, Juice, will be taken to the jungle. Ryoma, after a fantastic first game performance, will be taking his place in the mid lane with FBI and Rogue as their AD carry and support.
And taking odds on the fact that Ryoma's Talia will be banned out of this game.
I mean, they're all looking pretty grim except for Juves there. So, like, you were just talking about it pretty hot. He's got a big grin on his face. Yeah, I think the Talia will be banned probably away from the Ryoma as well.
I mean, yeah, who knows? I mean, we'll see when Champ Select comes up. We should probably touch on the fact that, you know, Sin are on blue side. We've seen a little bit of favoritism towards blue side throughout the 2 days thus far. I'm kind of excited if they get a slight edge in draft. You know, they can control the OPs, maybe get FBI on, dare I say it, Caitlyn.
Yes.
Egypt's a very big fan. You know, that could be awesome to see Sin get into the game with that.
Yeah, and I mean, that comes down to pencil. I mean, we keep saying it, but if you can get through a draft and you give your team a really good chance, I think especially if they draft towards early game and they draft for like a very quick paced game, that this will be... it should be a Sin-favoured matchup. I'm going to agree with Tally.
Well, let's take a look at their opponent. It's going to be Ascension Gaming from Thailand, representing the third seed of the GPL. Up in the top lane for them, Ascension, they're going to be playing... Sorry, not Ascension, Unsold Stuff Gaming from the LGL, representing them as their third seed. It's going to be Upperman in the top lane, Neo heading to the jungle with Remind as their mid laner, Harechi as their AD carry, and Enti as their support.
And I mean, they haven't played for a day and a bit now, Unsold Stuff Gaming. They came in, they looked very good, but they've had a big time to cool off. And also the fact that, you know, I mean, I wonder what the preparation is like. Are they sitting there watching the games as well? Are they, you know, riding the hype of Rampage? Or are they sitting there screaming Detonation Focus Me, who actually didn't have to play today and are actually coming in, like, also warm?
Yeah, I was about to just completely agree with you and be like, they're definitely watching the games, right? But scrimming, like, inter-regional sort of thing, they can work on things together, I think, would be very valuable. I'm a big fan of like that break is like a big detriment to them. I think in an international tournament like this, having that big, like your first game and then such a big break and then having to come back and all the other teams have played and then like it's real rough and you lose your momentum. So I think probably scrimming Rampage would be the best option for them there. But I think they would have definitely done their homework. They definitely would have watched the Sin game early today and have taken things away from that.
And we've already heard from the LGL teams in their interviews that they are working together. So we know that regardless if they're scrimming together or if they're scrimming the opposition, they are working together to make sure that everyone's getting better. And as you mentioned, Steel, as well as a couple other junglers from the LGL, have been doing the same jungle path on Rek'Sai, so that could potentially be a big pick between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I mean, I just think Rek'Sai, since the changes coming in, has actually been hands down the best jungler to be able to pick up so much early game pressure, scales relatively well. I mean, if you snowball becomes tanky as the game goes on, maybe with a fervor into, Hydra build, isn't the tankiest during the mid game, but just has so many strengths that one little weakness can be at times capitalized.
I feel like for me, definitely going from like the OPL into this tournament, Rek'Sai has definitely cemented itself as like the best jungler. And there's been a lot of first picks, whereas like we consider things like the Caitlyn, like the Elise, although Rek'Sai has emerged as the Elise counter. But a lot of teams are just literally just first picking the Rek'Sai straight away, getting that jungler, and then just not worrying about counter picks. We've seen a Graves into it now. Did all right, but like Rek'Sai still seems to be coming up trumps.
Yeah, in these sort of fast-paced, high-action, early game-centric games, the Rek'Sai who just has that easy flash on bow is just like so strong that the Graves didn't look great because there was 15 kills before he was relevant. Rek'Sai has looked really strong, and it's really easy to supplement their draft around, because they're just setting up for like these priority lanes, and then Rek'Sai gets the free invade into like the bot side jungle or the top side jungle, starts farming more with his Tiamat, and he becomes very, very strong in his own right.
And where are we looking at on the map between these two teams? Because again, we have big powerhouses like FBI go up against Harechi, two really well-known AD carries. Then you have a lot of utility-based top laners, utility-based junglers going up against one another. Where's the really big heavy hitting point on the map?
I mean, you mentioned the bot lane, right? And in Sin's last game, they did pick the Zarya into the Blitzcrank, and we have seen Unsolved Soft Gaming play Blitzcrank. But early in the game, I think their bot lane disrespected it a lot, and Sin's bot lane died to it, like literally during the lane phase. So honestly, if that happens again, I think it will be like kind of a downfall for Sin. I'm worried if they do fall into the same sort of trap. If Unsolved Stuff have seen that and are going to draft in a similar fashion to exploit that sort of weakness. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's going to be a game where Sin die top lane to a gank and die bottom lane simultaneously and still come out of an early game relatively even. I mean, that was strange to behold. I certainly agree with you that Rogue was lucky that he was able to pick up some kills and stay relevant damage-wise, because there was a chance that he could have been 0-5 and have absolutely no gold or experience.
That's the point where you're playing Zarya, right? And you get behind. You were planning on building the Leandries. You want to get the Rylai's and the Void stuff, and you're 0-5 against the Blitzcrank. It's like, okay, like I don't care anymore. I'm going Redemption. I'm going Locket. Like, all plans are off. So hopefully that doesn't happen to in this game. I don't know. We'll see how the matchup plays out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how that one goes between Unsoft Gaming and Sin Gaming. And one of the big things we've talked about for the LGL is how they're kind of relying on their second and third team to pick up wins. That's not the case anymore, because Rampage, they were so dominant in that game, and now they just look like an incredibly dominant region. They're forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't fault them at all. I think that, having said that, I'm still not going to write Unsold Stuff Gaming off. They are very close with their top two teams, and we have seen that Sin historically just a cut below like all the other teams. So we'll see as the game pans out.
And I mean, you mentioned the region versus region, right? And I am all aboard the Sin hype train right now.
The Cinderella story.
Yeah, as much as I want to see them win this game, I honestly kind of want them to lose. Because I don't want Ose... No. I want Ose to win the tournament. I don't want Ose to get sealed into finals and us have to miss... Like, the King of the Hill format, I think, is so cool. I want to see, like, Ose in the, like, 3 versus 3. Oh, no, like, Sin have knocked out. Like, it's trying to put Legacy in there. Like, I think that is such a cool format.
I want to see everyone's heart rate start rising as we start watching Game Story, be like, oh my god, we have to win this, we have to win this, we have to win this.
Honestly, that is so exciting to me. As much as I want Sin to take out this game for them, and for like the ease of getting into the finals for us in Oceania, I think it would be so cool.
So you want them to lose because you're selfish and you want to see them play this elimination
absolutely.
format. Oh,
that's I'm just claiming it. I'm absolutely being selfish here.
Three-man desk score.
Yeah, just cut me out. It's fine.
I mean, I in an alternative universe somewhere, Jubes is sitting on the end of this desk because Chiefs won that best of 5. He says that, then you roast him on Twitter. Like, you have to back the boys going into
I'm backing the boys to win in the high pressure situation of like the 3 versus 3. Oh no, 2 versus 3, King of the Hill. Like, I've got I'm so much behind the boys that I think they can take that out as well.
Before we get into this game, continue that train of thought. That's why I actually want to see GPL versus the LJL, because I think that the LJL has the potential of, like, third seed versus third seed to win until they get to the Gigabyte Marines. And then I actually want to see how many like LJL teams they can knock off.
Yeah.
Like, just line them all up and see whether the Marines can actually just single-handedly pick up an entire region of like 5 countries and physically drag them over a finish line.
I mean, they could still try and do that against Oceania if they drop this match against LGL. That'd be an interesting one to watch, see if Gigabyte Marines can do the exact same thing, but would be a little bit closer. LGL, as we mentioned so many times, again, all 3 of their regions are really close. But moving into this game, again, what else are we going to look at from these two teams? We talked about their bottom lane. We talked about picks and bans. What's the big thing that separates Unsold Stuff and Sin?
The star matchup of this game is going to be Ryoma. I don't think Tilly is actually going to, or if it gets banned, whatever, I think that he's actually got far too many champions. We saw him in the Gauntlet last year with the Syndra. That was just nutty.
Orianna?
Like, his Orianna's sick. Like, his Corki's pretty good. He plays every assassin in the game.
Yep.
He's the best player in the world.
Oh, yeah, he's all right. He's really good, and I think that he definitely deserves us and the community hyping him up. He had a fantastic performance.
So there, it's going to be, the key matchup is Ryoma versus Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Yeah, Ryoma versus the world.
1v5.
I mean, obviously his team plays really well with him. We saw him coordinate a lot of things with Talia, so it's not as though he has to carry it single-handedly. But we do see maybe the more traditional bans coming out of Unsold Stuff Gaming already.
Well, let's see if Ryoma has to 1v5 or 1v9 heading into this match against Unsold Stuff Gaming. The hopes and dreams of Oceania rest on Sin's shoulders. Unsold Stuff looking to try and turn the dark horse of the LJL into the clear favourites of Rift Rivals 2017. Orienta picks and bans for this match, and for the first time, I believe, this tournament, we have typical red side bans from the LGL squad. Galio, Zach, and Elise hit the bench, and Caitlyn has been locked in for Sin.
And like cheers are literally going down this desk. I mean, Ejim and Jish are dancing for some reason. Very excited about the FBI.
Yeah, we both just throw our hands up in excitement and looked at each other immediately. We know that FBI can perform on this champion, so good start to the draft after 4 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, I just look at the current AD carry meta and I don't see a lane where Caitlyn doesn't win. Like, she's just so oppressive in lane. She scales really well. She no longer has that big trough in the mid game. When she gets the IE, the Shiv, the rapid fire, and that's a second Warwick.
I mean, that is the second Warwick that we've seen coming out of Unsold Stuff Gaming. It was Warwick Blitzcrank, I believe, that was locked in for them. It was a very fun game. And I think that, I mean, we keep saying it, but as a sole tank on a lineup, Warwick is actually all right.
Yeah, no, not bad. I question whether or not there is
better than Rek'Sai?
Well, yeah, no, actually, I don't question that. I know it's not better than Rek'Sai. But, are Sin ever going to put priority on that? Do they need to first pick it on the red side? There are still a few things open, like the Thresh, that's just slipped through. Yeah. So, yeah, I would have probably preferred to see, the hotly contested support pick throughout the whole event.
Because Rek'Sai.
I mean, there's no chance Sin were ever going to take away the Warwick, so picking it up that early probably didn't need to. But I guess you do mention, like, specifically with the Warwick, not many teams in Oceania are playing it, and Sin, we have said in the past, kind of live and die by Jews. In terms of, like, we've been talking about how good Ryoma is and how good FBI is on this Caitlyn specifically, but if Jews has a bad game, or, like, if Jews has a good game, like, that's really
That's an Annie pick.
We saw the...
I think that's a remake.
Yeah.
We saw headphones out of Benzel's ears right there.
Benzel was talking to the tech team there, so let's see if it is going to be a remake here or if Annie's going to be a new interesting pick that we're going to throw into Rift Rivals 2017.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Drop out. That was almost super exciting.
Sit down, guys. Not going to be any more big
Who would
picks.
they have given that to? Probably Rogue.
With Thresh.
With Thresh.
No, it's going to be Ryoma.
Ryoma, Annie mid.
Tibbers?
Nah, not at all. Annie top. Looper has been resurrected from the LPL days. Was the counter pick to Na. So in case the Na pick came out, Annie.
What did he build?
AP.
Oh,
damage.
Okay.
Items.
Yeah, so unfortunately we had some technical difficulties there. We are going to remake the draft and get back into it. Should be very similar all the way to that Annie pick. But what we really expected as that third pick from Sin should have been the Rek'Sai, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm going to say Rek'Sai is like, the comfort, easy pick that they can just take for free. Warwick's not that blind anymore. We saw already played. Has Juves prepared a matchup? I don't know. I don't know what wins, but like, is there a matchup that wins?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. And like as I was saying, right before the Annie got locked in, I was saying like Sin do live and die by Juves. Like he hasn't had that much practice into the Warwick, I assume, unless they've been screwing this team specifically a lot at this tournament. He wouldn't get that practice in OS. So it's interesting. This is kind of, for me, I guess kind of a risky move, or like not a risky move that Sin opted into, but like a situation that they found themselves in, right? Like, can Jews live up to this Warwick sort of thing?
Is there any players that run around O solo queue with Warwick?
I mean,
not really?
There's one, but he's not in OS at the moment. He's in Korea. Guts is
on holiday.
Yeah, he's not even in the OPL anymore, so he's gone away.
I think he was the only player in the OPL to actually play Warwick as well when he was back on XR5.
Yeah, so
I think that was a verse. Wait, it was versus us, and we banned 5 junglers. So he had nothing else. Warwick just got released, and he's like, "Well, the whole pool's gone, so like, I've been playing a bit of this one. Let's pull it out.
Yeah, because I remember Guts playing it, so that's what I was trying to think. Like, has Juves actually ran into it enough times, at least in solo queue, to understand what out skirmishes it? Because he does a surprising amount of damage, and you don't really do all that much damage to him. So I think it's about finding yourself on the opposite side of the map and having much better gank paths on things, you know, like Elise, like a Rek'Sai, maybe even like Gragas, that you can like kind of match tankiness late game and have a bigger early game impact.
But I mean, yeah, Warwick's just so weird, and then he has that blood scent that gives him so much. That potentially is just so much random move speed. Like if your top lane takes a bad trade and he just gets the move speed to just run there and gank sort of thing, it's kind of, if you haven't had a lot of practice, it's very hard to actually predict. It's not like I don't know, against like a Nocturne or something, like you know the cooldown of his ulti, right? Like you know exactly when it's going to be up. Like with the Warwick, it's very unpredictable, and they've gone back with an Annie. Again?
Hello?
No, this will be just, we're seeing the bands come in now, so it's a visual bug.
Visual bug. Cool.
Oh, okay.
False alarm, guys. Definitely not getting an Annie game.
I was, yeah, okay. I was like,
For a second,
I
I thought
Oceania
Oceania was being punished for something there, and I was about to get very scared for Sin. But yep, just a visual bug. They are going through the bands again. And we're going to have to sit back down again because they're coming back to us. No more standing up.
I've actually got more exercise in the last couple of seconds than I've had in a few days. I'm just jumping up and down off this seat.
Oh, well, I know you did leg day yesterday, Bryce. Are you having fun sitting up, standing down
I was
again?
still sitting down. I didn't jump the gun at all. I was chilling.
I did leg day too. I just wasn't complaining about it. I think no. I had a really a good point that's nothing to do with muscle groups or the gym. So let's put that away.
Forget that.
Yeah, no. What was interesting to see was that kind of is it unfair to Rampage? You see that they'd shown Tahm Kench, so that was their answer to Thresh. And you know, does that change the jungle pick? Do we see? I
guess it's slightly unfair in that like Sin picked the Annie and then they already showed the Tahm Kench, but it's not like it was a cheesy pick that they couldn't see coming. Like you pick Thresh and then like someone answers with Tahm Kench. It's not that.
And it also depends on what was communicated to the referee, right? If straight away you're like, there's a bug, that Annie is supposed to be X, and then they lock in Tahm Kench, there is no unfairness because I mean that would have been communicated to the team. So we'll see exactly what's happening there. You see, just getting a champion select remake.
I mean, I assume Untold Stuff Gaming are going to have the option to repick the Tahm Kench because it became, like they could change it to something else if they choose so. But I mean, depending on what the Annie is, it's very unlikely to change the Tahm Kench pick, given that the bot lane was already picked up by Sin.
Yeah, so what ended up happening was their comms died on the stage, so they couldn't actually communicate with their coach, hence they couldn't actually
So they picked Annie, picked the first champion on the list. Oh, it's not, no, Aatrox is up there, I don't know.
Yeah, but speaking of that Tahm Kench pick, is very popular to be used into the Thresh pick. Both of them were left up, neither one was banned out during champion select, so I still personally don't feel it gives anything away. I still think Sin go for Rek'Sai here because there's not really any other junglers left up besides maybe Lee Sin to run into this Warwick.
Yeah, but you mentioned like the Tahm Kench pick, right? And into the Thresh, it's just to deny. I still think Rogue can just... He doesn't have to do anything in that lane, right? It's Caitlyn into Varus. Caitlyn outranges the Varus. Rogue can just play Lantern Thresh, for lack of a better word, and just sit around and just watch FBI just poke away at the Varus, and they will get chunks, and they can just play the lane that will have priority, and then Rogue will get into a position where he can get the Moby boots and just roam around the map.
And that's a big thing. I mean, it doesn't even have to come down to Moby boots. I mean, countless time we've seen Threshers and Caitlyn's, you know, push in wave 2 and 3, get level 3, and then disappear into jungle, you know, take away blast cones, take away plants. All of a sudden, if you add a jungle to that mix, that actually becomes a legitimate kill.
Yeah.
So I think that, yeah, the lane is not great, but the big thing that you want from the Tahm Kench is that, you know, when you get in the later stages of the game and you're face checking sort of dark areas of the map, Tahm Kench does save you a lot from that hook. So the lane, you know, it's a survived lane, try to not lose your turret against Caitlyn, but even if it is slow and doesn't do heaps in lane, you know, it is really, really strong later in the game.
It's also a pretty good response to Taliyah, because if Taliyah is all of a sudden 1-3-1ing or, you know, mid lane wave clearing and attacking a side lane, Tahm Kench takes another person to that lane and, you know, you'll all of a sudden have an even fight.
I mean, Harechi as well as NT are going up against a Caitlyn and a Thresh, and this is FBI as well as Rogue's one of their best champions.
I would say it's their best.
What did
that is their best while they match up,
against
honestly.
you when you guys gave him Thresh in the OPL gauntlet?
What did he say?
I think he said ban Thresh or I'll beat you, didn't he?
Okay, no, I do remember that actually. Yeah, I mean, I picked Lulu. I had a wobbly Lulu performance, for lack of a better word, and I died at level 1. But
is this a confidence play from Harechi and NT, or is it just them going, you know what, we just picking what's going to try and counter this pick?
No, it's just utility, right? Obviously, you're not going to get too much that is going to beat the Caitlyn Thresh lane. So you want to keep your turret health alive as long as possible. and find pressure points elsewhere on the map, because you'll have great team fighting later.
And the other reason I think it's also really good for Sin at this point is that they're going to be able to pick up a jungle, that pool won't get pinched, they know it's against a Warwick, and then you guarantee at least one counter pick in the solo lane. And I think that hopefully, if they're scared of Ryoma, so take a blind top lane, Dockler actually gets the counter pick. So on blue side, they might be able to manifest a way that they actually get counter pick for top lane, which is huge for this team.
And I'm curious to see where that extra pressure point is going to be for Unsold Stuff Gaming, because as far as I know, Warwick doesn't provide a lot of pressure in the jungle pre-6, and bottom lane at the moment, Varus, Tahm Kenshi into Caitlyn, Thresh, that's not a lane that they're going to have much pressure on.
Yeah, so what Warwick does is he has like pretty decent tracking if you have low HP clearing junglers. And so, you know, full knowledge now, I expect to see Juves definitely take the Rek'Sai, who's going to clear on like near full HP.
Yeah.
One risk you could probably have is like the Kha'Zix, who gets a bit lower. Graves Graves actually doesn't take damage. That's irrelevant. No, but yeah. So if he's taking Rek'Sai, clearing on full HP, it should be really hard to get an early read on Juves, especially if he takes one of these, you know, unconventional, quote-unquote cheesy paths, and he tries to get, you know, an advantage via ganking. That's going to be a massive point for you know, Sin to work off.
But the big thing for Warwick is he used to have a horrible pre-level 6 gank. Now, at least, if you get in behind someone, if you have the fear on and you're able to follow the flash, you actually have okay pressure. I'm not going to go out and be like he's the best pre-6 ganker, because he certainly is not. He gets better as the game goes on, but certainly still has options in the early game.
Well, we are back into Champion Select for Sin taking on Unsold Stuff Gaming. As we mentioned earlier, this is the hopes and dreams of Oceania on the line on their third seed. Sin, as a win here, would take them to the grand finals, whereas the LJL, coming as the dark horse again to an international event, look to try and secure their spot 5-1 at the end of the group stage as the clear favourites going into the grand final. So we're back to the position where we were before. Juves has locked in Rek'Sai as the jungle of choice, and we should see a Thresh pick here for Rogue.
I thought he just locked in the Vayne then, and I was like, oh no, not again.
No, I like to say that. It's such like a rounded like start to your composition. You've shown nothing. There's nothing that gives away this is a 1-3-1, this is team fight, this is hard split pushing. You know, he hasn't shown damage split or anything. Like, you still have 2 blind solos here. Whereas, you know, on the other side, you already have like 2 potentially weaker areas of the map. A bot lane that'll get shoved in, a jungler who can be abused early. So I actually really, really rate this draft from Bensel.
And the other thing that they have is like they have Caitlyn traps, Rek'Sai Tremor Sense, as well as the fact that you can Lantern Brushes late game if you do fall behind and you need to get wards out. They actually have like pretty good like ability to control vision and keep themselves nice and safe. So it's a good offensive, but it's also not a bad defensive comp either. It's hard to siege into all of those champions.
Yep, definitely not. Unsold Soft Gaming, though, their first ban is a Z ban, and Sin respond with a Jax ban here. That's very unusual bans to be throwing out.
Yeah, this is obviously maybe a little bit of scrim leaking into the event. Not too uncommon. There's the Talia ban as well. So obviously paying a lot of respect to Ryoma. Potentially champions. He might look to blind pick depending on the matchup. Otherwise, they're just bringing out a blind pick mid here, and they have the answers like banned away.
Syndra is still ban.
Yeah, so I don't think Syndra get picked just because the answers to Syndra are up. So there's the Echo, which is the most common answer.
Fizz.
Vladimir's still up. Fizz, mine and Spawn's favourite.
And Ryoma is good at actually all of those champions, to be honest.
He might throw the gauntlet here.
Look how excited that
He wants to pick up the Syndra.
Oh, there we go.
Changes over. Probably going to lock in
Makes much more
Cassiopeia
sense.
instead.
Now I expect Ryoma to take either the Kassadin or he takes the Syndra here.
Let's see if he throws the gauntlet himself, picks up an assassin in the mid lane.
Ori's gone.
Ori's gone,
I would rather the Kassadin. I think the Syndra, her ulti damage can just get absolutely eaten by Tahm Kench. He just devours the person who gets ultied, and then you do absolutely nothing. So I would prefer to see the Kassadin here, but he does
Too bad,
opt
I'm
for
right.
the Syndra.
No, he says, thank you so much for not taking an answer to my champion. I'll play it into you.
Yeah, actually, and even not even an answer. I think the Syndra actually has a good matchup into Cassio. So Cassio looks to bully early and trade heavily. Hey, I wasn't finished talking about whatever. Next exciting matchup. I think that the Gnar is actually one of those picks that we're going to see a lot more of, especially come 7-13. I know teams around the world are already picking it, and many more have to be practicing it.
And into Renekton as well.
It's at the same time, Gnar wins. Yes, the early game power that is coming out of Sin Gaming is so much more than Unsold Stuff.
Yep.
For a team that we saw play early game and play it very well, to draft what is like 2.5 losing lanes because Na can get the hop interrupted by Rek'Sai, and there is legitimate kill threat again in that 2v2. I think is a very risky trend against a team that likes to play fast.
I mean, they've just completely flipped their game plan, right? So it's either like a confidence that they can play multiple styles and they're happy to pick this up, or it could be their downfall. It's going to be really rough for their bottom side of the map. I think Juve should be able to get a lot of work done down there. Caitlyn's going to push in the bot lane. Ryoma's going to push in the mid lane, and then Juve should have free reign.
Yeah, I think the Japanese team's obviously been saying that they've been working each other, helping each other out. They've completely misread Sin. This is maybe the best composition you can give Sin to take a victory. So any contention I had in the air, you know, will they win? Will it be close? They have the blue side out the window. Pretty confident here that Sin take this.
I'm curious now though, do Unsold Stuff have a single answer in Tahm Kench to 2 of the champions picked up by Sin? Because it does work into Syndra as well throughout the mid to late game.
I mean, sure, in mid to late, that's true. But what the worst nightmare is Syndra's going to be pushing into Cassio. They're going to be pushing into bottom lane. Rek'Sai has priority all out throughout the jungle. They're just going to push in. I mean, if Tahm Kench gets to level 9 in this game, something's gone wrong along the way. Because this should be a very quick one.
So the one thing that maybe does throw a spanner in the works here is that obviously Sin are going to be looking to trading a lot early. The Renekton is going to want to try shove in pre-first base and pre-first item because that's the one window he has to win this matchup. Syndra obviously always going to be trading, and that will give way to Warwick, you know, getting his blood sense, getting him to be able to run around the map super fast and be a nuisance.
We'll have to see how this one pans out. The final game of the group stages decides who gets sent into the grand final. Sin taking on Unsold Stuff Gaming. We laughed about it a little bit yesterday that hopes and dreams are on Sin, but it's actually become true. And maybe finally they can take their Cinderella story all the way.
And who was it yesterday that took a Cogmore into a Caitlyn lane?
Ooh, that
Rampage.
Rampage.
Yeah, so it was Rampage. And we saw that was a pretty one-sided affair. I mean, the Cogmore just never came online.
Yeah.
And Varus does have utility, but also is a little bit... If you wanted to go pure utility, you probably would have gone Ashe. Varus has a little bit more of a damage threat. I feel like this is one of those lanes that if you lose too hard, you don't really get to come online as a Varus.
Yeah, definitely. If you get 6-minute turreted by the Caitlyn, like that's going to be an absolute disaster, especially in a situation like this where...
Outback Crocodile. New favorite top laner in all of the OPL.
He's an import as well, and he's using the Aussie skin.
That's the way.
Summoner's Rift.
Raise your koalas for Dokla. He's a true bloke at the moment.
But as I was saying, right, as of the Tahm Kench in this situation, he's got a lot of pressure on him. NT has a lot of pressure on him in this game. Into the Syndra, into the Thresh, we were saying he has a lot of pressure to deny those picks. But if their bot lane falls too far behind, he may have to invest in something like a QSS, right? There's CC coming out of Syndra, out of Renekton, out of Thresh, out of Caitlyn traps. There's so much CC where in these comps, Tahm Kench just becomes the target. And if he falls behind and then has to invest more gold, it's going to be a disaster for him.
And the worst thing for USG has just happened. They actually have just spawned Fire Drake, first dragon off the rank, into what is a losing mid lane and a losing bottom lane matchup. So... I mean, you've already got Syndra, Renekton, Caitlyn that all use Fire Dragons incredibly well. That is some RNG bad luck.
So let's see how this game pans out. Nothing happening very early into the match. Everyone just fanning out. Now Rogue and FBI getting some chip damage onto Enti in the bottom lane. And we'll have lane priority for level 1. Warwick going to start at his red buff with a small leash from Apperman on Na. And it seems like Rek'Sai will start at the Raptor camp.
Yeah, so what's really good about that is that Juves did go topside, scouts out that Warwick is very likely to be starting top. Doesn't know if it's red or Raptors. Judging by the Warwick pick, I think you can only start red. Someone in the world, correct me if I'm wrong. But they get no read on Juves here. Ryoma doesn't leash him, and Juves solo clears, so they actually don't know where he starts here. And this is really important. We see a bit of trading going down, as expected. Sin bottom lane, going to bully them to start with.
So Warwick will be able to make his way down towards bottom side of the river. As you mentioned, we'll have to see where Juves goes. Big flay still coming out of Rogue. Even dodges the turret shot there. Not having a good time in this bottom lane, Herechi and Anti.
Yeah, even though Herechi and Anti have won the skin war, the Heartseeker Varus and the blue Tahm Kench, they've absolutely come up trumps. They are losing the trades level 1, which means they're not going to contest the wave for level 2. FBI and Rogue have already hit it, as you can see on the side, and they're probably just going to get zoned a bit.
And you can see that straight away with that push, Rogue leaves. He's going to look to hit the plan. He's going to look to track out Neo. And all of a sudden, even though they're shoved in, there is relatively low gank pressure coming out of that Warwick.
Yeah, and this is perfect for Juves. Obviously, he gets a great read on the enemy jungler, is back topside, and you know now Dokla gets to start playing aggressive because Juves is going to be possibly a threat up there.
He doesn't hit the blast plane on the way out, though. I think that's a minor adjustment he probably should have done, but They will be relatively safe. It's very hard for the Tahm Kench to get on you in the bottom lane.
Neo might have just avoided that ward place down and blast cone his way over instead. Decides to walk around instead.
Oh, he's looking.
Yeah, so he's actually avoided that ward by walking into the lane. So, Sin don't know this is happening. This is going to be a big game coming out from Warwick. They try to lock down Rogue first. He dodges the final acquired taste from Anti with his flash. Neo does jump in, gets a double fear. Rogue is still the target. Big heal coming out from FBI. And they turn it around. The creep's dealing a ton of damage. FBI still trying to fight this one. That's Juves doing a Raptor cam. I want to watch bottom lane. They're smacking them.
No, well, that's actually really important to bring on. But look how much they expend to try get that gank to work. You know, Warwick has to base now. He's losing the top side of his map. And we head back to the desk. No, I think that just as we were seeing there, guys, it was really good that we see all the punish bot that, you know, they get out. They play it really well. You know, he doesn't get hit by that third stack on Tahm. And then Juve's immediate response goes straight towards Raptors. And now I'm pretty sure he's heading towards Krugs.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing here is that bottom side only really had kill threat as long as Tahm Kench had summoner spells.
And now he doesn't.
Now he doesn't.
He doesn't have the exhaust to get on you. If you run at the Thresh, he's just going to flay you away. You're not going to get the 3 stacks on the passive. You're not going to be able to devour them and spit them into the knock-up. So that is their opportunity in the bot lane gone, at least until level 6, at least until the Varus gets the ultimate. Yeah, real rough for them, ganking into the wave.
And look at the CS discrepancy in the bottom lane as well, 29 to 14. Sin is still absolutely fine down here.
Yeah, and so he doesn't end up taking the 2 top camps, but he does get 2 really good wards. So now Neo has to base and run out topside, only has camps to clear here. Oh, he does!
He does. He counter-jungled both of them.
Okay, Juves being the old school counter jungler actually just leaves one camp there for like to the extended respawn time.
Oh, and this is even better because he's read the gank. So all of a sudden they actually have Dockler with priority here. Apperman's going to go big, so he's not going to be as annoying.
Look at Dockler
and Neo
baiting.
actually commits.
They jump onto Neo first. Dockler taking a lot of damage. Slices away from the stun. He still gets feared up. He has to back out somehow. First blood is picked up by the Na'Vi. Neo heals up. This is going in favor of Unsold Stuff Gaming. Throws out the boulder. Double kill picked up by Na. Big outplay from Unsold Stuff.
That is massive. Upperman just comes up, saves that early game. All of a sudden, they're going to have pressure in at least one lane. And you have to think, with 2 lanes winning for Sin, should they have taken that team fight?
I mean, that is the wild card that is Warwick. Clearly, they don't have any experience against the top 2v2 with a Warwick in it. So, you know, really good read from Juves. You know, he does have his number marked. I think one huge thing there was that he hadn't based, so he didn't have items, and that just makes the 2v2 a lot harder.
And they chose to try and focus down the level 3 Warwick, and you were very, very strong on this opinion, Spawn. The amount of damage reduction he gets when he goes into that fear mode is just tremendous. They couldn't kill him.
But I mean, like on paper, you don't want to be going onto the Gnar that's about to pop into Mega, right? He's just going to stun you, and then the Warwick gets all his combo off, and here we see it again.
Yeah, no, really good bait, I guess, from Dockler. He flirts on the edge of danger. Clearly, they just don't have the damage output, having not bought anything. And Dockler gets killed out quickly. Juves stays around, thinking he can get that final kill. Obviously, Warwick too tanky, gets health back. And then this is actually just a really nice cue from Apperman.
Yeah, one minor thing, in the beginning of the gank, you see Dockler cheating down to the river. I would have liked to see him walk further back in the lane. The wave was coming. They would have taken the 2v2 inside the wave. Would have had a lot more damage coming from the minions, but he cheated towards Juves instead, and they didn't get the CC on Warwick until he got his Q.
Ryan has just killed Remind somehow, by the way.
Through barrier. And blows his flash.
Without level 6.
Didn't use his ultimate.
Yeah, big pickup by him.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Juves did come in for a gank, and he's going for another one. Neo now in trouble. Rama taking up the turret, throws out his ultimate, gets his 2nd kill with the help of his captain, now tying up the goal.
And he's gone Dark Seal. He's got 4 stacks. Tommy is absolutely popping off on Summoner's Rift today.
Spawn's clapping from the caster desk. He can't hear you from here, mate, but absolutely phenomenal there. You know, knows the limits of the champion, and as I said before, like, very good matchup, and he's ready to punish.
Big play from Juves as well. Goes top lane, dies, gets immediately 2 assists in the mid lane for Ryoma as well. Make sure they have a very strong winning lane.
Yeah, keeps composure. We said that he can be emotional and he can swing between, you know, maybe 2 extremes. Obviously, he's kept a cool head here. And, you know, now they're starting to see advantages across the map. Sure, they're a bit behind top. Jungle's recovered and their bot lane is still doing really well.
But I mean, like, this just leads into exactly what we were talking about in the pre-game, right? Like, looking at the matchup, this is where Sin want to play, and as they don't get the flay into the trap there, Rogue was looking for it. But like they just want to play and commit to that style that they were going for in the bot side of the map, right? They have the pushing in mid, already has kills. The bot lane has got ganked, blown the summoners from the Tahm, so they're going to be fine pushing in as well. Absolutely looking really good for...
Well, here's that play in the mid lane. The first kill onto Remind through barrier and through flash. Big stun, and Rogue comes in for a hook. Jules will come up for the assist as well.
Look at this. They just set it up for each other. I mean, play back into knock up. That's just actually really good team communication, and that's what the pushing bottom lane gives. I mean, he doesn't have Moby boots at this stage, but just has the freedom to leave the lane.
Yeah, and we said that, this is a composition that they're definitely comfortable on, and they're showing that they know the limits of these champions very well. Playing off the back of each other, set up a very nice gank, and, that advantage they just got topside, immediately nullified. Well, not nullified, but at least they're making an advantage elsewhere on the map for Sin.
And I mean, you kind of have to float the idea of have Untold Stuff Gaming, and I guess as they were working with the rest of the LGA, have they done their proper research onto Sin? Because, I mean, I'm from OS, right? And then you look at this comp, like Thresh on Rogue, and then Caitlyn on FBI, and then you have the Syndra on Roma. Like, how did this happen? This is just like their best champions,
Mexican
their best
standoff from the two junglers, by the way.
You're on a ward,
just
mate.
chilling.
No, what is, I guess, important to see is that we see 2 members from Sin floating down to this 40% HP turret. A big hook lands, and I think this could be go time.
Jules looking to try and wrap around. He's got Rome in his back pocket as well. Herechi and Anti have to be careful. That turret is low, and FBI is chipping away slowly. Ultimate comes out. Neo jumps in, suppresses him. Big counter dive. Good dark passage. Reminders here, no flash available for the Cassiopeia. He has to get into a good position, but deterred away by Ryoma. Sin back out, but Unsoul Stuff, the repelled a dive. Eat comes out from Anti. Make sure Neo stays safe. And Sin are still pushing for this turret.
But that's enough pressure to get them to back away, because all of a sudden Neo can't go there. Actually, Remind continues to cheat down, and with no Junes, they can't go for it.
This is fine though. They're just they're absorbing pressure, and they're making USG react to them. They're making the proactive moves. They're going to get the base off fast now. Syndra, well, actually, I guess Remind just runs straight back to mid lane. But they're not punishing anything that Sin's doing now. Like, Sin have the tempo.
And they're going to be able to chip away that bottom lane out of turret to take it as first brick whenever they like, because Na is freezing lanes top side of the map and not pushing into Renekton.
Yeah, I think it's rinse and repeat, right? Ryoma gets back to lane. He just regains control. Juice can clear a couple camps here and there, maybe get a little bit of vision top side, and then they just go back to that bot lane dive again.
And here you see the Lantern Thresh coming into action, man. Rogue was just, as I say that, and he lands the hook, but he was just sitting behind Caitlyn. FBI just looking to take pot shots at the turret, take pot shots at Varus, who now has no mana. NT's sitting on half HP as we look towards mid.
Yep, Remind was just forced to use his ultimate there.
And I think that's probably going to be bot turret. The bot lane is basing. Sin are just going to push this wave up, realize they're not there, and probably just take the last few hits on that turret. That's going to be first blood going over to them. I'm curious as to whether Rogue gives all the gold over to FBI, and it looks like he is.
Yeah, he is. It's definitely a smart move out of the support. Obviously, Caitlyn really wants to get to those item spikes, as every AD carry, I guess. But no, really important here. And I think we're seeing, do we see the lane swap here, I guess, is coming? No, they're coming straight back to
They're going
lane.
for the dragon. They want the Fire Drake, so you can actually, no, maybe they just want the kills, because they get out.
Consolation Fire Drake, maybe.
But what should happen now is they're going to take Fire Drake. That wave's going to be so deep that now the Oceanic bottom lane just swaps to the top lane, because then they get the tempo advantage. You have a late game comp already. You're going to win the late game, most likely without the Fire Dragon, and yet you're still accumulating the same late game advantage.
I actually think this is pretty good for Sin here. If they go topside and get a free Rift Herald, and they can use that Rift to break open the mid turret, like that is much better than the Infernal Drake that they could have gotten the bottom side. Because yeah, as you said, Untold Stuff Gaming is so much down in tempo, they have to catch that bot wave that's in their inner, as Sin are already hitting the top side of the map.
They're walking up with a cannon creep wave as well. I mean, just everything, like every little part of the map that can go right for Sin is actually going right.
Yep. You see pings coming out from Sin to show that the bottom lane is pushing in. Dockler top side of the map. He's still 10 CS up over Upperman, and in fact only 600 gold behind the Gnar, which is those 2 kills he's picked up. So doing just fine top side of the map. And Sin have rotated everyone up there. Let's see if they can take down this turret in time. NT is moving up to try and defend that turret. Nero wants to take his Raptor camps, but Herechi is still bottom side of the map.
And this vision control from Sin is actually so clean. To see 4 really well-placed pink wards in the... Oh, big hook.
Lands a hook, decides not to go in on
Small
NT. That turret is very low. Neo is up here looking to see if he can defend this turret with Upperman and NT.
And honestly, I do think Sin have misplayed this. I think they kind of overcommitted for this top lane out of turret. I would have liked to see Thresh and Caitlyn sitting up there, taking pot shots at the turret. Caitlyn would be fine because of the Lantern, whilst Dockler and Juves did the Rift Herald, but instead they kind of all in for the turret, went for like a small hook, as you call it, didn't get much out of it, and they don't have the Rift Herald. So all in all, the Fire Drake trade from Unsold Stuff has actually worked out for them.
But it doesn't mean they can't get it later, right? They still have the control topside, and I think that, as this wave gets pushed in by Ryoma, he can float back towards topside, and Juves is still around. He's looking to go under the turret right now.
Let's see what they do. Renekton is now bottom lane, does have teleport, so they can turn the fight in their favor if they choose to. Horechi is slowly making his way up. Sin might try and brute force this one. Hook lands into a trap, into the flying knockup as well. He didn't eat him. Enti couldn't save him, and FBI gets the kill.
You really hate to see it when the top bench
no.
hits Minion with the W.
That's a tragedy.
That is a tragedy.
I mean,
That's
this is a
delta.
3,000 gold lead for Sin Gaming at this point. They have their teleport user on the bottom side of the map creating pressure. He's probably just going to be able to walk up, and this should be a free Rift Herald if Ryoma is able to continually push out mid lane. I mean, there's not really many responses at this stage because you just don't have the wave clear to be able to match the Caitlyn range.
And they've got a 3,000 gold lead to work with. So if they pick up Rift Herald, that could mean another turret. Mid lane outers at half health as well.
And I mean, they've taken both the outers on the side lanes as they do back away from the Rift Herald.
I mean, Enti uses the ultimate to get in there, so there's no point to actually continue that fight. You're already pushing in mid, you're getting big CS advantages.
And they're taking the blue off as well. So they push in, they start pressuring around the Rift Herald. They force unsold stuff and Enti to use the ult to get to Rift Herald. Ryoma just takes his blue.
And all of a sudden with long lanes, one of the ways that you get back into the game with Tahm Kench is, you teleport with the ultimate in behind, maybe the lane and you look to trade. Instead, they've used it purely as a reactive measure to stop another objective, and that means that this tempo lead, it's just slowly building up. They're missing a creep wave here and there. You can see the CS leads are starting to get out of hand. 10 in the mid lane, 30 in that 80 carry position, and that just means that these early game champions are going to get to their mid game spike.
And I mean, you look at the Caitlyn, right? He's already finished the static Shiv. He's already got tier 2 boots, and Varus is just sitting on components for his Bork. He has absolutely nothing going for him right now. When Sin, I say when because I really want them to pick up this Rift Herald. Like when they pick that up, if they pick that one up and break the mid outer, I think USG are really going to struggle to keep control in their jungle. And Sin just have so many tools to make picks with, right? They have the Tremor Sense to see people coming. They have the Thresh Hook. They have the Syndra Stun. And they have Caitlyn just taking pot shots at people from miles away. And it's just going to be a really rough game for USG going forward.
Well, let's see if Cindersun is set up for this Rift Herald. They do have 4 members topside with Doppler still split pushing against Upperman. Upperman does have the Black Cleaver just to the components of Doppler at the moment. Does have a favorable split pushing lane.
Yeah, so as you've said, this is going to be one. Oh, doesn't matter. They're going to punish mid, but yeah, this is one of the times when Nara is going to be really punishing it, and it's important that Sin do something on the map here. If they let Nara just split push with that item advantage, gosh, that's a lot of help.
Does Ryoma miss skill shots? I mean,
Pretty sure we decided he was the best player in the world, so I'm going to go with no.
Sin are going to use this time to try and take down Rift Herald for themselves. This has been spotted out by Unsold Stuff. They do move their way forward. Neo trying to track them out. Hook doesn't land from Rogue, but does fly him back.
They're going to fight here.
Fear's going to come out. Teleports are coming in. They have jumped on towards Ryoma. There is a dark passage there, but he can't get on in time. Doppler's got a deep flank, but he doesn't have his mid laner to work with. Still going in. He's on top of Horachi. Stuns up the Gnar. Looking for a kill there. Will dice out to get a big hook onto the Warwick as well. Neo gets eaten up. Big snipe coming out Horachi to get him from the back lines. Neo still going in. So much healing coming out of the Warwick, and he's being grounded. Big snipe from FBI. Can't get to the dark passage again, but Horachi goes big and gets a triple kill.
And all of a sudden he's back in the game. The Varus has just picked up the triple. All of that early game pressure turns around because Sin decided to fight, and they should have just left the objective, continue to pressure the turrets. I mean, that Warwick stayed alive forever.
Yeah. I mean, this just speaks to them not having experience against the Warwick, right? Like, the lifesteal tank comes out trumps. He goes in here, almost gets hooked. I think he gets eaten out of CC here. They go on the Syndra, and because she just gets ulted by the Varus, she doesn't get to take the Dark Passage. Gnar comes in the backside, and this is just a battle of which tank will die first, and Doc was just much tankier. Gnar flashes away. And yeah, this whole time, Warwick's like full HP, doesn't die here.
Yeah, so I think like the crucial point there is that Ryoma, like, he eats, important skill shots. And he is their like money point here. So the fight continues on, but there's no like great damage threat. FBI is doing a bit, but you can't do enough without his mid laner.
Yeah, and the big thing is that at this stage, Syndra is really that damage threat. And if the eat is burnt on someone else, that should mean that Ryoma has burnt someone off the map. They should no longer be a factor in that team fight. And
So
unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Unsold Stuff moved towards a Mountain Dragon. Both Neo and Enti looking for this one instead.
Take two.
They're going to have to try and use the Tahm Kench ultimate to get towards the Rift Herald. Do they fight for it again? It's at half health. Horachi still has double buff and a freshly shopped Blade of the Ruined King.
And Apperman's on the way too. So I feel like Sin make the right call there. They start backing off. Renekton doesn't get priority in that lane, and so they do have to, just back off, go regain control of mid, And I think that Unsold Stuff take the Dragon here.
And I think that Sin are actually walking into River a little bit too much. I think they should just be playing the lane. They should be setting up Caitlyn traps. I would be surprised if FBI put more than 3 points in his queue. You don't really need it to bully out a Tahm Kench lane. So he should have nearly max level traps at this stage of the game, and they should be able to see.
So they're on Harold again. Everyone from Unsold Stuff is making their way up, but staggered. So they trade Mountain for Herald, and Unsold Stuff have priority mid lane. Let's see if they can take the turret.
I mean, that's a fine trade, really. Sin don't have power here, despite the gold lead. I think that now that they've traded those objectives, they're going to want to reset. And as Spawn said, they're going to want to get into this, you know, not a 1-3-1. They want to get into 1-4. Probably Syndra doesn't want to float to a side lane too much. But they do need to use this Rift Herald to start cracking open the turret. Otherwise, Appman's going to do this.
Not going to try and take down this bottom lane at all by himself. Dockler's been sent down to deal with the split pushing Nah. 3 members of Sin will head back to base from the mid lane. They still have a turret advantage, 3-0, which is massive against Unsold Stuff at the moment. It should be the entire gold lead that Sin have acquired as well.
I mean, that's Caitlyn for you, really. We saw that she just got 3 chip damage bot lane. She went top, did the same thing there. And obviously, Tommy having control of mid lane, that's where he got the advantage from that.
And the only real turret they look like they can take at the moment is that bottom lane turret. The other turrets are actually incredibly healthy. So this isn't like, you know, 70% turret sitting, one team fight, you clean up the whole map, and you've got a big gold swing. The only lane they're going to have pressure in is that one. So it's a 4-man unit playing against a 1-man unit right now. And this comes down to execution.
And as you say that, NT actually picked up the mobility boots on Tahm Kench, which is fairly interesting in my opinion. I was saying how much CC is coming out of the Sin lineup. But as you were saying, like the 3 turrets to none, right? It's really weird to be in that situation where USG have the... as they're looking for a diver.
Yeah, looking for a diver Dockler to bring Tahm
Everyone's
Kench
going down
as well. NT's here, but they peel back off. They can't get onto the Renekton in time. This will be a turret. Can they trade for something? Because they're top lane with Rift Herald.
Or do they... Yeah, that's actually a good point. Rift Herald is up there. That should be an inner turret. So, Sin, read the play.
Look at Rogue at the moment, cutting off the jungle path, making sure he can keep track of Neil as well as Harechi. Big dive coming in from Rift Herald, gets this turret down, so smart trade from Sin.
And even Ryoma, he's just walked straight up mid lane, knowing that they're basing and that they have to respond to top. So he's just getting his team that next step in the tempo. You know, he's controlling mid, and now he forces Unsold Stuff to come out mid and clear this wave. He gets the base, his support's going to base. I assume that FBI bases off these Krugs as well. And, you know, and they redeploy again with tempo.
But as I was saying before that happened, right, they have the Cassiopeia, they have the Varus that's built the Bork, and they've traded the turrets for the Dragons, right? They have the Earth Dragon, they have the Infernal. So this team on USG, they will absolutely melt a Baron. If Sin set up topside and then misplay a fight or they get picked or anything like that, the Japanese team here has the ability to just instantly just burst down Baron. They do it so quickly. Cassio just picked up a Void.
And that's what I was going to say. I'm actually going to compliment the build paths that are coming out of USG right now. And actually, you know, I hate doing it, but Ryoma, you shouldn't probably be building a death cap second item on Syndra. Feel like that's not the best item to go towards. I think, you know, seeing things like seeing HP stackers like Upperman on one team who's going to be going Frozen Mallet, is going to be going the Black Cleaver. You also got a Tahm Kench that's going to be stacking a little bit of health, not to mention the Warwick. I just think that Leandri's is like by far the superior item build at the moment.
Yeah, and I do question it because Ryoma is actually like, he typically likes the Leandries. Even on Champions, he probably shouldn't buy it. I've seen him take it on Karma once or twice. You know, so I'm not too sure what his thought process is behind that.
Well, we just got a chance to check in with the gold lead. Overall, it's about 3,000 in Sin favor, and that's 1,000 for Ryoma over Remind, and it's 2,000 for FBI over Hirachi. Upperman is only about 200 gold ahead of Dockler at the moment.
Only up ahead about 200 gold, you say, but he has a lot of priority, more than the 200 gold to flex. Interestingly, you mentioned the 4-kill Varus. He is behind, but I mean, the 50 CS more than makes up for it, as we've just seen.
He's almost got 3 items.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only the 50 CS, but when you're the person that's like, first brick went solely to you march top lane, you get all of that gold as well. Then you march into mid lane, you share that one with your team.
Seen him being a bit sneaky here, hiding in the fog of war. Doesn't seem anything will come from it.
But as you were talking about the Caitlyn, right, FBI is so close to hitting that 3-item spike. He's going to finish off that seal into a rapid fire, and then I think he hits his strongest point in the game. He hits the IE, hits the double Energizer items, as we were calling them, Static Shiv, rapid fire, and then he just does so much damage at so much range. And I think, as we saw the build just before as well, NT's gone for a Cloth Armor, so he's not opting into a QSS, so he's just going to be backline Tahm Kench, I assume, looking to eat people out of the Syndra ulti.
Phantom Dancer picks up by Hirachi as well. He really wants to stay alive in these team fights.
Yeah, that's actually big. That obviously the damage mitigation he's got from that and the tabby makes he's a lot harder to kill.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm just wondering, like, when do they come on damage-wise? I mean, I think Remine's actually got probably the highest damage build you can have at this stage of the game for the Cassiopeia because it's gone the Void Staff, so we'll be shredding through. But I'm looking at, like, Death Cap comes out. Oh, I don't like that build. I'm looking at FBI and I'm thinking, like, does he have to go towards something like a Mortal Reminder? How much of a problem is Neo going to be when he's zoning the backline? Is the Gnar ultimate, the Gnar transform going to give him enough health to be able to bully FBI? And how do you actually shut that down? So we were talking about, 3-item Caitlyn. Potentially this is a game where Executioner's Calling should be thrown in.
Yeah.
Does actually go for the QSS instead of finishing off his rapid fire. So
Everyone, I like that.
He's worried about like maybe Cassio or Varasalt. They got the what we called as well.
I mean, the suppress is pretty big.
Yeah.
And everyone from Unsold Stuff, as you mentioned, Spawn, it has a way to heal up. So those items make sense. Morellonomicon already picked up for Ryoma, so we'll do some of it for the team.
If you get him below 40% health, and I just don't feel like Ryoma should be putting his damage into Neo. So, like, Morellonomicon, sure, it's good as the team fight progresses, but at the start, you want the Mortal Reminder.
And it's all going to depend on the pick, right? We've said Sin have the pick comp. They can get the Thresh Hook, they can get the Syndra Stun. Do they get that large chunk of damage out onto, like, Neo? Maybe they can.
You can see Upperman here going towards the traditional Gnar build of Frozen Mallet into Black Cleaver. Gives him a lot of health as well as damage stats on his auto attacks.
You can see that they're waiting for Remind again. He actually goes through the jungle.
Knocked up by Juice. Ryma's waiting for it. Can't get the stun. Remind flashes away. Won't be able to petrify him. Pops the barrier. Big damage coming out. There goes Juice. Jumps on top of him. Can't get the damage he needs. Dodges Harechi's ultimate. And Ryma is still looking for more. Somewhere across the map, Neo's almost taken down as well.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're teleporting into the mid lane. Is this going to be the Baron call? Because Upperman has so much priority in that bottom lane. Juice burns his first smite just for some health. And we'll see whether they start it up.
Let's see if they do. It is blind.
They're absolutely committed right now. If they don't actually get anything off this, then Gnar's just going to absolutely whack away that top right. Probably look to hit the inner.
5,000 health left. They don't have ultimates on key members.
NT's here. They're going to play back. NT's forced to flash away. Neo's going to try and look at Juice. He's incredibly low in the back lines. Neo's already jumping in. There is a teleport coming out from the top laner of Unsold Stuff. They're looking for a big fight. They already took down that bottom lane inner turret. Rogue's forced to back away. Juice is incredibly low as well.
Honestly, Juice got so low there, and when the TP was coming in, the Baron was already resetting. I would have liked to see the cancel out of the Gnar, out of Apperman in the bot lane. He could have just kept whacking away at the inhib, probably gotten a bit of a chunk, and then held onto his TP. Doppler wouldn't have had it, and they would have had a TP advantage for the split push going forward.
They equalized the gold lead.
Yeah, I was about to say, at the end of the day, they've just equalized the gold lead. This game is back to dead even. And, I mean, say what you want about the early game and what the work Caitlyn was doing, but as this game progresses, I think USG's comp actually starts to come more and more online. We talked about Cassio already. I mean, Caitlyn is still going to be queen late game, but when you look at everything else they're bringing to the table, I mean, the Gnar versus the Renekton, I mean, even the Warwick and how it scales into the late game, this is becoming a very difficult game to win.
They're looking for a Rogue. Flash Hook connects, but they're toasting other targets. Neo gets taken out straight away. Doppler's in trouble. Big Petrify coming out of Remind. Juice and Ryma forced to run away. Ryma throws out the ultimate. Flashes for Upperman. He gets out alive. Harechi has been stunned. Juice is on top of the Snake Lady herself. FBI gets that kill. Flashes forward. Auto attacks the Rogue champion. Doesn't matter. The sniper lines up his sights. Not enough to take down Harechi, but still, Sin, 5 members strong, push down mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking to take turrets off the back end of this. They're not going towards Baron, potentially will still be able to get the best of both worlds. Although NT still has ultimate, and we already saw that they get very low when they try and do this. 5 seconds on Neo, they can get him towards the pit.
Let's see what they do. Sin gonna start up Baron. No vision coming out from Unsold
They don't want to
Stuff.
contest this.
I mean, the only way they could contest is really like a steal with Neo. Tahm can ulti towards the pit, and then Neo can ulti over the wall, but they have no vision, so completely blind, unlikely to work.
Baron picked up by Sin. They get back their gold lead and increase it further. 4,000 gold up over Unsold Stuff.
And all of a sudden, FBI, I was saying Caitlyn's queen, even more queen at this stage of the game, because he's just going to walk towards turrets, put down 5 traps, have Baron empowered minions, which Cassio doesn't deal with well, and this is just good pick League of Legends.
This team fight is, it starts off so nicely, and then there's that slight sense that maybe USG turn it around, but Ryoma does too much damage. He follows in. They use all of their important cooldowns, and Barrett's taken half his health, and they just keep chasing through. There's no way they lose this.
Honestly, you described that team fight as nice, but I thought it was a pretty iffy. The communication from Sin looked pretty wonky there. Like, Rogue had flashed, hooked the Tahm Kench, as Cassio comes in from the bottom side, and then FBI takes the Lantern up towards the Raptor camp, so they were very split on 2 fronts, and that allowed USG to get in there.
And it probably wasn't the the play that Sin wanted to go for, but I feel like keeping Tahm Kench out of that fight means they couldn't save anyone from all that crowd control.
Yeah, and that's super important. We saw how much damage the Syndra did, and she didn't even get like a massive execute. She just got her spells out, and that was nearly enough.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, Ryoma is walking backwards off Cassio Poison, not burning, the ghost, and still manages to hit the only person with kills in Heretti with a stun just off a random sphere that's lying on the ground. I mean, his play is actually just phenomenal. Still going to question the item build, but he looks pretty impressive on the pick.
Well, Sin now sieging up bottom lane. Inhibitor turret. No turrets outside the base remain for Unsold Stuff. Let's see if they try to pick a fight against Sin with this Baron buff up, because they've got a double rapid fire Caitlyn who is looking to try and siege away at this turret every single time one of those static items comes up.
And if he gets the trap line just a little bit deeper, this becomes impossible for mid-range carries to be able to really defend. You can see already, Remind is so far behind that turret. One hook, one stray orb, and you're in trouble.
I feel like that lane was their window there, right? Because on the first wave, Cassio uses the miasma, and then Caitlyn can't hit the turret because she can't take the lane out. I think on that second wave there, FBI should have walked up. The Tahm Kench was sitting below him, but who cares? It's a Tahm Kench. And Cassio didn't have the miasma. He could have just sat on Rogue's lanes and just taken pot shots at the turret, but they didn't go for it. As Cassio clears out the mid-wave, he's not going to be here early. Do they get enough damage on the turret here?
This turret's going to fall. Sin already sieging away. Unsold Stuff decide not to engage with the turret up. Let's see if they fight for the inhibitor at least. Sin still pushing further forward. Unsold Stuff jockeying for some form of position to fight this team. Look at FBI, happy to just chip away at turrets. One shot onto Remind, chunks it down to about half health.
I mean, that was a headshot. That's not a chip anymore. With the crit build, of course, you don't do that much. Like, you do good damage to structures, you do better damage to champions.
No one would take that to the face.
Again, moving up his traps, making sure that Remind can't stay on the right side of that inhibitor. Chipping away, does have Dark Passage to get out, and that's clean from Sin.
Yeah, and now they head to base, and they've made a reasonable dent in the armor of Unsold Stuff. They've cracked the base, they've got the inhib down. This reset, they come back, they get the remaining items they can afford. They come out topside, and they already have that 6-man pushing bot lane for them.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. The bottom lane inhibitor is crucial in any game. But in a game where you're losing the split push, it becomes even more crucial to continue that pressure, because all of a sudden, Upperman, who was the last remaining, 1v1 point of the map that could potentially stretch this one out, play hero in that 1-4, is actually, fighting super creeps, which he's annoying to deal with as a champion, but doesn't actually do all that much damage to creeps.
It's just the last plug in your leaky boat, right? Like, it's the only thing they've got going for them, and then the super creeps are just going to come up trumps.
They lock him down. Everyone's flashing for it. Neo is a dead man walking as Ryman picks up that kill.
Like that from Dockler. He was like, I'm going to get this kill. I'm going to save all my abilities until the last moment, and I'm going to come away with a good KDA. Didn't work, but I respect the attitude.
Interesting thing we haven't touched on, Juves has actually gone for the Oceanic Night's Vow Rek'Sai build, so put that on FBI.
Yeah, so we've actually, Schoenfire's kind of said that, he isn't necessarily friends with anyone else in the OPL, but he has in the past, helped Juves, and he's going to help his team where he can. So Schoenfire definitely started that build from what I know, so it doesn't surprise me to see that Juves also picking up the Knight's Vow.
So Unsold Stuff, slowly chipping at FBI. Hook comes out, Anti will eat up the Gnar, make sure he stays safe. Turret is at half health, and Remind is throwing in Twin Fangs into anyone who's close by.
Dockler's just hitting mid-turret. They have so much pressure across these 3 lanes that, this is a very, very shaky ship for Unsold Stuff Gaming. Can they hold it?
And I mean, this is just the waiting game for Sin.
Roma waiting for something. He actually gets jumped on. They try to lock him down. Roma is a dead man. Hirachi goes unstoppable. And again, the LJL freight train. As soon as one person says go, everyone follows up.
And that is a do or die call. Bottom lane is pushing in. That we're continually funneling waves towards mid, towards top. And all of a sudden, they get the one play that actually relieves all of that pressure.
And I was mid-sentence saying this is the waiting game for Sin, waiting for that bot wave to crash in with the supers, right? They had one more wave to go. USG had one more wave to make the play, and they absolutely made the play onto Ryoma. Flash in the Cassio ulti, flash with the Warwick ulti, get the pick, and it's really going to stall a game out for them, and that's exactly what they needed.
And that's fantastic for USG, because what that allows them to do now is it means, one, they get this Ocean Drake. Yeah, kind of irrelevant.
Pick it over to an Elder, though. That's good.
Yeah.
Huge, actually, in that sense. But more importantly, they get that respite to push out their waves again. Now that Baron's not in minute 30, they get some semblance of control over the map. They force Sin away from their base, and now this Baron becomes a little bit more contestable.
And this is how teams like Direwolves generally set up their second Baron, is they don't allow a reprieve on the map, and then they know that the Baron is clear, that there's no cheeky teleport wards, that no one can get in behind them.
Yeah, knowing your window of when Baron's spawning and how much time it will take for the opposing team to regain control of their own jungle and then, get further vision into Baron, a flank ward behind them as well. They definitely do have that, at least in OPL.
And best ward in the game,
Yeah.
because no one sweeps top of Baron Pit.
Yeah.
We just know it does not happen. Juves is going to start at the bottom, and he's going to walk towards it. Nah, of course. Took the scenic route.
As soon as he placed that wall, we both looked up and just made eye contact. That ward is not dying. They're going to pink the middle of the pit. Someone's going to pink the dot bush, and Juves may just pink this bush he's sitting in right now. And when they set up for this Baron, that ward just on the top side, you see on the left-hand side of your screen. We'll see if Sin started up or not, but they're just looking to push in the top side of the map here.
I mean, I don't hate this. Play the lanes. You've got a Caitlyn. You've got a Rek'Sai. Engaging onto this composition without flashes especially is going to be difficult. Play around your strengths.
And Na is nowhere near a turret right now, right? So they have a few waves to play with. Renekton, even though he has TP, he loses the split, so he is just grouping 5v5 with his team. They're looking to take pot shots at this top turret right now.
Those traps really need to be deeper.
That's going to fall. That's going to fall there. FBI works to the minion wave. We'll get that one. So big push coming out from Sin. Scary thing is it's only a 4,000 gold lead that separates these two teams, and we are 33 minutes into the match.
But as you said, we were talking about this ward, right? This is now a perfect flank forward for Apperman if they want it right now. Sin backing off. He did base, so I think the bot wave is actually pushing out for Sin. I think it has rebounded. So it's got to work in their
super
favor.
minions, so that should push out. And they go for a fight. They've actually locked down the Tahm Kench. Enti will survive for a bit longer, but he's out of the fight for now. Instead, Neo's the target for Sin. Ryoma still looking for a stun. Double stun comes out. Dockler dices in. Upperman taking a lot of damage, but they turn it around. Neo gets that kill. Good grounded to stop Sin from advancing any further forward. Enti low. Neo so low. Juves throws out the Praising. It can't quite find him. The Storming's Tahm Kench back to base, and Sin try to start Baron.
Yeah, is knocking the jungler that low enough to get this Baron? That is a big question. You can see trying to lifesteal. Actually back to about a quarter health. This is risky.
Tahm Kench should come in with ultimate. He's proccing it now. It's at half health now. Unsold Stuff still keeping in this fight. Neo wants a part of it. Upperman flash it. Can't get a big Nara
Hook on
off.
Cassio.
Hook on Cassio. Cleanses out. Enti eats him up. FBI gets back in towards the blue buff side. USG and Sin back off for now.
I can't do this again. I can't do
Asia
it.
wants to see this all of tomorrow.
Absolutely. This is the game I live for.
I swore after the Chiefs versus Bangkok Titan series I would never do this again. And yet I still am believing in Oceania in an international tournament.
They're starting up Baron again, and they are confident here. They know Na's base, and they think that he has to deal with the waves.
Well, raise your koalas. They're about to look for another fight here. Teleport coming in from Dockler. They had spotted out by Unsold Stuff, so he's just going to get towards this Baron Pit in time.
They have to force.
Does have teleports. Juves is
so
very low. Below 1,000 health on the
out,
tank.
boys.
Neo's coming in. He's looking for a fight. Teleport coming in from Upperman as well. Sid, this is not a great fight for them. Unsold Stuff made him pick the perfect window. They lock down Dockler. He's trying to dice out. Gets over to one. Still gets killed. And Ryoma off the back of that as well. Unsold Stuff now moves towards Baron. But look at their base. It's in shambles at the moment.
I mean, but they're going to be able to get Baron. They're going to have the empowered recalls, and they will get back. This is absolutely horrible for Sin Gaming.
Sin are trying to stop this. FBI wants to chip away at everyone from Unsold Stuff. Neo is going back. The rest of Unsold Stuff looking for a fight. FBI trying to lifesteal, gets a big headshot on towards the Snake Lady, throws out the Peacemaker, not going to be enough. People are still trying to recall. Enti has to eat up the Cassiopeia, and a big arrow flies through the last three members to deter them any further forward.
They're just delaying the bases, though, and they're so close in getting, almost both those inhibitors. 80% on the first, half on the second. But it is really important that Unsold Stuff got that Baron. I think Sin maybe see that victory line in sight. Just really unlucky in that sense. Well, I mean, not unlucky. Really well played for Unsold Stuff Gaming. Sad that they couldn't hold their composure a little bit, maybe reset for that Baron. But, it's far from over.
Yeah, it certainly is. But the big thing for me is this Baron timing is crucial. You've got two inhibitors that are very low, but you're winning the split push still, and Elder Drake is only a minute 30 away. This is a game now where you can push out your lanes with Baron, you can get in a good shot, and then you can actually fight for the Drake in a fair 5v5 for the first time in a very long time. And when Sin are running into them, they have a fantastic comp of dealing with it. Varus, Cassiopeia, you do not want to be running at these champions head on.
Conversely, Unsold Stuff can't run into Sin, so this will be a really interesting fight.
But that's why I think that it's important that they have the Baron and that they're going to be able to shove out waves, and they will get to Elder Drake first, because I completely agree. I mean, if Sin had to set up, traps across river and had a better way to approach that Baron, they should have been able to take it. But now with Baron, the shoe's on the other foot.
And I mean, the Baron from Sin, it just seems like their old weaknesses coming back to bite them in the ass, right? Sin are the team in Oceania that have been called the Sin A-Ram and et cetera, right? They look for the flank TP with Dockler and then didn't didn't get it, and then their side lanes weren't good. The mid was shoving all the way into the inner turret, and then they were just forced in this situation where they don't care about side lanes, they don't care about macro, they just want to brute force the fight, and then they just got completely roasted for it, really. Lost the fight, lost Baron, and then disaster struck.
Well, we're getting into the territory of 6 items now. We already see FBI's picked up all 6 of his, but he hasn't gone for the Mortal Reminder. Instead, Lord Dominic's Regard. So there's not going to be enough healing mitigation coming up besides that Morellonomicon now.
I mean, yeah, I think that there is definitely the argument for the Mortal Reminder. I think that we saw in those last sort of fights, he's already doing a large amount of damage, and the Mortal Reminder is not useless. It's still going to chip through a lot of the armor. I don't think that it's going to matter too much. It's going to be definitely based on position, who's getting into these fights and where are they.
Yeah, I think that if he was going to go for the item, it should have been the 4th item pickup. He went for the QSS, so I actually don't mind that he went for maximum damage. I think that when you get to 6 items, maximum damage becomes the name of the game. If Warwick gets onto you to lifesteal tank, I mean, you've kind of already screwed up somewhere along the line as FBI at the moment. If he's dueling out the Warwick, that's not going to make the difference now. During the mid game would have been nice. Late game, Lord Doms just does exponentially more damage.
And now the gold lead is completely tied up between these two teams. USG have Baron buff to work with for the next 3 minutes as well, so you can kind of expect them to acquire a little bit more of a lead. Gold doesn't really matter at this point in the game, but team compositions definitely do.
But I mean, like, you were talking about 6 items, and we were mentioning earlier, Cassio, 6 item, best champion in the game. So looking like they're in a good position moving forward. Yeah, this is one of those stabilization Barons, right, where we talk about where they've got the Baron, stabilize the map, push out, get to scale up a little bit, and then maybe the next Baron or the next Elder, as you were talking about, will be the fight that wins the game or the buff that wins the game.
And Elder is going to be huge, right? We've seen that the Mountain Drake and the Infernal Drake got onto Unsolved Stuff Gaming, and that Elder Dragon, nearly useless for Sin. They will have to contest it just to keep it off Unsolved Stuff.
I mean, you got 2 options, right? You either don't contest it and try and force topside of the map and pick up an inhibitor and then stall out through the fact that Upperman's going to be pushing into super creeps and you're just going to try and stall, or you take the fight and then it becomes really...
That's a 50-50 call, but honestly, like, if I'm Sin, or sorry, not if I'm Sin, like, I think Sin, like, they could potentially just make that decision, right? Like, they're not a team that would back away from a 50-50.
They're going to fight them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Let's see what they decide to do. They're in fog of war at the moment, finally spotted out by Scrying Orbs, and they're behind Unsolved Stuff. Narrowly misses Neo there with that spear.
Bum. It was so close.
I mean, to answer the question, right, we saw them all run out of base and they sprinted to drop 15 wards in the bottom side of, like, River. So we know where their priorities lie. But, as we raised, Apperman is a problem with these 2 cannon minions baroned up. Definitely a big threat.
Yeah, and he's 2 levels higher.
Yeah.
I mean, he's now 2,500 gold up. That's pretty much a completed item in there in form of an adaptive helm, which means that he's no longer a great choice to ultimate. You don't even really need to eat him anymore.
Yeah, Dockler's not in a good position to try and fight him either, 2 levels down and a full item behind the Gnar as well. In fact, he's gone back to base and picked up a Chain Vest. So it's a very tanky Gnar, and late game can do a lot in these team fights.
And I mean, Dockler's just accepted his fate and he's built magic resist for the Cassio in the team fight sort of thing. Like, he knows he has no chance matching Apperman in the side lane.
He's only got single damage item as well. He's a pure tank stun bot at the moment. Let's see what he can do, because Unsolved Stuff, they're trying to start up Elder Dragon here.
They do it quickly, Fish. I mean, they've pulled it out of the pit. It's already down. Look how quickly this dragon falls down.
Reimer wanted to go back to base. He is low on mana at the moment, and now only just starting to join the fight. Dockler looking to go in. There's a Lantern to bring him into the pit. Big stun coming out from Remind. Instantly goes to the Zonias, and Upperman Nars 3 people into the wall. FBI's just sitting dark. Reimer is going to fall. Only uses his ultimate on a poor target there. Unsolved Stuff Gaming are wiping the floor with Oceania's hopes and dreams.
And that is game. The LJL has just locked in the #1 seed in Rift Rivals. They're going to get into game 4. Egypt gets his Rift. Oceania is going to have to battle it through the King of the Hill. What a team fight.
My goodness, they clawed it back. 4,000 gold behind, 2 inhibitors down, and it looked like this was Sin's game to take. They can't continue the Cinderella story. And my goodness, LGL have gone from the dark horse to the best team in this tournament.
And this is a victory lap down mid lane. They get through the 2 turrets, the inhibitor, 2 more turrets, and then they take out the Nexus. And from what was a really, really slow, sort of sloppy start, I guess you could argue, and Sin having complete control, Unsolved Stuff come up trumps.
And just questionable at the end of that. Sin looking for the Elder Dragon fight in such poor positions, and they try to take it. And you can see how devastated they look at the moment.
Yeah, and that's a tough loss. I mean, when you have the game, when you have a Caitlyn a complete item ahead, and you take a couple of silly fights, you know that you've messed up. I mean, they know that straight away. I mean, those ones are tough, and hopefully they've got the resilience to bounce back.
And I mean, especially on the champions they got, right? Like Rogue on Thresh, SBI on Caitlyn, Ryoma on the Syndra. Those are comfort picks, and And in the OPL, Rogue was getting Thresh and then immediately saying, like, you should be banning my Thresh. You've lost this game, right? Like, and now he's lost on his best champion at his first international event. This is a situation where you said LJL have just like dashed Oceania's hopes and dreams. This is just the group stage. I'm excited for the King of the Hill. I think they can bounce back.
And silver lining, right? So Sin had a very good performance for the first 20-something minutes of that game, right? And now they've got a few key points they can take away. As EG mentioned before, they needed to wait that one extra wave when they had Baron control. That's a simple like fix to look at review tonight. They can come, like they can hold their heads high, I think, and they come in tomorrow pretty strong.
But at the opposite side of the coin, I mean, you have to look at the LGL. This is a team that has never got past a wild card or play-in stage. I mean, they went into last MSI play-ins, they went 1-5. I mean, they were not happy with their performance. They keep getting thrown in there as a dark horse, as the teams that will step up. Well, it's finally happened.
Yeah.
I mean, USG, Detonation Focus Me, both of those teams have gone 2-0. And Rampage beat the Marines. This is such a good tournament for the Japanese server.
It is. And this is probably one of the first international tournaments where they've come in and people have not gone, yeah, you know, they're the dark horse. A lot of people have come and said this is the third place team. We don't expect too much from them. Now they're finishing group stages 5-1. One thing I really want to touch on now is Oceania have to go up against the elimination mode against Southeast Asia, which has Gigabyte Marines as their #1 seed. I mean, if they were seeded directly into the finals, they could have avoided that, but that seems like a very tough game.
This is what I wanted, honestly. Like, the Gigabyte Marines, like, this is the chopping block. You have third versus third, and then third versus second, and you get to first place, and then the Gigabyte Marines are just standing there, and they're just like, all right, come on, let's go.
It's the
like,
final
it's my
boss
time
battle.
to shine. Just like...
You don't even get save points in between. I hate games like that. Every day.
Oh boy. So that's going to be a gruesome match. So tomorrow's matches will be Oceania taking on the GPL in that elimination mode. LJL finishing group stages 5-1, only dropping a game to the Direwolves. Impressive performance, and they rightfully deserve that first seed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, coming from the LGL, right, like you've seen Rampage and you've seen Dead FM at these international tournaments before, but then Unsold Stuff Gaming are the team in the end that clinches the victory for them, right? Like they're the team that are relatively unknown on the international stage. The other two have been around for a while, been to wildcards, and they come up trumps. They come up with a victory that they needed to see them straight into the finals, skip the middle stage of the tournament, and they're just going to be sitting in the grand finals waiting for Oceania and...
But we have said, you know, that they are close in that 1-2-3, and so it makes sense, you know, region versus region. Japan and the LJL have come together really strong, and you know, credit where credit's due. Yeah,
so for now we get to take a look at today's results. After a second day of gruesome group stages, Sin picked up a win to kick things off against Mineski. Rampage were able to defy all odds and take down Gigabyte Marines. Ascension then lost to Legacy to keep Oceania's dreams alive, which was then crushed by Unsold Stuff Gaming.
And we're back to 5-4 red side, blue side. So, you know, throw everything else we said out and we said in the A block. This is a very even patch at the moment. I mean, it comes down to team comp and execution on Summoner's Rift, and that's all you want. As a team, you don't want to feel like, you know, what side of the rift you're starting on is going to determine the outcome of the game. It's just how they're playing, and the LJL played the most consistent League of Legends throughout every stage of this tournament.
Yeah, they definitely didn't have like a weak link that you're like, you know, they're going to lose you a game, and it's on this team to carry you through, which is, you know, maybe where GPL sit and possibly where Oceania sits too. They are a lot more rounded.
Who's the kid that's like, you're going to lose for O's? Who's that?
I mean, everyone from O's has gone 1-1 in this tournament so far.
Coming into this tournament, I do not believe many people had very high expectations of Sin. No, and you know, they've played above their domestic standards, so that's fantastic. But you know, no one was like looking at this one. No one was looking at this and being like, you know what, Sin are going to come through and just like they're going to win that King of the Hill. They're going to come first and beat Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. They're currently 5th. I think they lost the rematch against AV, and they haven't looked fantastic. And at the same time, they had full extra week of scrims. Dockler looks better than he did in the OPL, and Joseph's turned some form around. So their good players are still playing well, and then the people that needed to pick it up have picked it up.
Well, let's take a look at the road to the finals for Rift Rivals 2017. First up, tomorrow, it'll be the GPL taking on the OPL in an elimination tournament where the third seed teams will play against each other all the way until every single team has lost a game. The winner of that goes on to Thursday to face off against the LJL in a different format, where every single seed will play each other once, with the second and the first seed playing each other twice.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such a cool format because all of a sudden you get to see regional strength pitted against each other. How good I mean, if Sin wins again against their third seed in the GPL, I mean, how far do they go? I mean, do they take out Ascension in that second place? Can they have a crack at the Gigabyte Marines? Because this is where you start getting a really crucial international experience.
What's really exciting is that we've always had, like, you know, the top team go overseas to play against the other top team, and then you have all these little bickering back and forth being like, oh, but the second place team, he's better than the second and third, and, you know, if we went, we'd be better. Now we actually get to see, you know, how deep is each region's strength.
And I guess this is going to be a real throwback for the OPL fans. Back at Autumn Regionals, I remember being on Legacy and sitting in a room drafting against Chiefs, then Immunity, right? And this is where region versus region, 3 teams coming together. They really have to put it all on line. They really have to work together to beat the opponents, share strategies, even though I guess, like, yeah, we're 3 weeks into the OPL.
Who cares? Throw it out the window.
Yeah, that's
Tournament.
like, yeah, international tournament. I think like this has been Sin and Juice specifically's dream for so long. He's been talking about it so much. Like, this is their time, and they've made it here, and they're going to be looking to work with the other OPL teams to bring out the win.
That's a question. Who's it more sweet for? I mean, Carbon, who got to taste it once and then never go back there, or Juves that has been wanting it for such a long time? I mean, both of those players are like, I'm telling you right now, Legacy and Sin are going to be pushing each other incredibly hard to get to this.
If I had to pick, I would say Juves, though, just because he's more vocal. Just because Carbon will shut up every now and again, but Juves won't. Like, he will tell you every single time that, like, this is it, right? And so, absolutely, he's made it. And looking forward to the games tomorrow. I don't know. I've said it like 3 times during this broadcast, right? Like the format, I'm really excited for this third versus third, second versus third. Like, see how deep things go.
Well, speaking of which, we'll be able to take a look at those games for tomorrow. It is going to be that elimination format. Oceania will take on the GPL. So starting it off, it will be Mineski taking on Sin. The winner stays to face up against the opposition second seed. So if Mineski pick up a win here, they go on to play Legacy. If they win that, they go on to play Direwolves. If they win that, it's a 3-0 sweep, and they move straight on to the grand final. So they drop a game, Ascension steps in, and then Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, and I mean, this is this format that the Marines would be happy about.
Ooh.
I mean, you know, no more reliance on your other teams. You can win a best of 3 if you want against Oceania. They've done it before in the past. They're going to look to just step up and provide that final boss battle. And as far as the OPL team goes, they need to hope that they keep that consistency.
Yep.
Because if one of them slip up, if they don't get 3 shots at the Marines, it does not look like it's going to be an easy day for the Oceanic Pro League.
No. Yeah, and as you say, like getting those 3 shots, I really want to see them start, make Gigabyte Marines show you more. You know, maybe we lose the first 2 games in Sin and Legacy, and then by the 3rd game, Direwolves have the draft completely figured out, and Direwolves stay blind to it. Like, I think we need that extra information. And I say we, obviously the biased Oceanic guy, but no, it will be exciting to see.
I mean, there is a Reddit thread already, like, get these guys off camera. They've talked about the Oceanic region all day. Slash OPL, guys. We're on the right channel.
Oh, goodness. Well, for now, let's take a look. We're actually not going to take a look. Let's check in with Juves, and speaking of Oceanic Binders, who is standing by with Hingers right now for an interview.
Hey guys, I'm here with Juves, and a tough loss for Sin and the OPL right now.
Yeah, I just want to apologise. Like, if we win that game, we get first seed. So I'm just like sorry to everyone.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, like, there's not much else to say.
Yeah. It felt like you guys had a control over the game, and then kind of just things went awry. What was going through your mind during those Baron calls?
I don't know. Like, we just like, it's just like that mentality where like you need Baron to win the game. When you don't, like, if we just siege the inhibs that were open, like they can't do shit. Like, well, sorry for swearing, but we were like 8k up or whatever it was, or like 7k. I don't know how much it was, but we could have just closed the game out, and yeah, we didn't.
All right. Well, OS is still in the tournament, and you know we'll be playing tomorrow. So, what do you guys got planned between now and then to reset and refocus on maybe taking the tournament tomorrow?
I'll probably just watch the games, and like kind of pinpoint the right way to end the game, and not just throw. Like, we could probably just play baseball. Honestly, that's how hard we threw the game. So like, it just feels bad.
All right. Well, a tough loss for Sin and the OPL. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
And you can tell how emotional the man is, apologizing to his fans for the loss there, knows that it was a simple mistake, as you pointed out, just that really costed the game then. They just really want to reset for tomorrow.
Just going to jump in quickly. Juves, don't watch the games. I mean, you've just legitimately solved your own problem there of like how to set up the map. Watching the game is just like reopening the wound way too early. I mean, go have a good dinner, talk to your teammates, back up it again tomorrow.
Disagree. I think if you want to be a tough competitor, you have to take that loss and just take it. Take it full on. Rewatch the game, find your mistakes. I don't know. I feel like that's.
I feel sorry for the Chiefs. All of a sudden, I am so happy I'm not Chiefs for. Just behind them with the belt, lad.
No, I have felt that heartbreak, and feeling sorry for yourself now is not the way to go.
Whilst I mean, I agree with Jish actually. Like, you should watch that, but you said you got to take the loss. Like, Juves looks like he's taken the loss right now. That was that was a very different interview than we've ever seen from Juves before, sort of thing. So coming into tomorrow, like, I was really excited for these games. Now I'm kind of nervous. Like, Sin, like, they're a team that they really need to reset. They really need to bounce back because, as you saw, they're a very emotional team. They rally behind Juves as a leader. He is the veteran on that squad. He needs to rally the troops and
that's the biggest thing. I mean, they look like they were able to do it easy against the GPL squad. I mean, I just think that it's such a risk to put them back through that. I mean, that's like, you've got if this is a player, like five players that have been internationally over and over again, sure, you got 3 rookies on that lineup. There is a good chance that you're like, this is what you did wrong, this is what you did wrong. Then they just play scared and they lose another game for it. I mean, I think that, agree to disagree, but that's a big risk that I don't know if I would take.
Well, tomorrow we'll tell the tale of how well they do up against the GPL squad, but I really want to touch on the LJL game because they were the victors of the group stage, 5-1, dropping a single match, and that was only to the Direwolves. The number 1 seed took down the favorites of Gigabyte Marines in this tournament. The other two, 2-0, and looked fantastic. And they talked about it in interviews. They're all working together, they're getting along really well, and it's paid off, and that's fantastic for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're just a region that doesn't have a weak spot right now, right? They come in, they've all won games, they've all rallied behind each other, as you said, working together. And I think, they've just come up trumps. And I mean, like, they're seeded straight into the grand final. Like, they've made it, and they get to sit back tomorrow and just watch teams battle out in this format where they get to see potentially like every team play, right? Like they can see absolutely everything from their hotel room tomorrow, watching the games. They get to practice, they get to scrim.
And the big thing is that Dead FM looks like the best seed for a 2 versus 2 matchup right now. They won their games pretty convincingly. And on the final day, if it goes to 5 games, they're going to get to play twice. And ultimately, they're going to get to decide it for the LJL. So you'd have to say that right now, USG, who went 2-0, they'll probably pick up game 1. I mean, Rampage doesn't even have to beat Marines again now for this tournament to go over to the LJL. And that has to be a pretty sweet feeling.
It certainly is. For now, though, we can actually check in with Unsold Stuff's mid laner Remind, who is standing by with Hingers.
Hey guys, I'm here with Remind, who has just picked up that victory for the LJL. Congratulations on the win. You guys went behind early in the game, so talk me through fighting back and your mentality towards the latter stages of the game.
일단 게임을 시작했을 때 초반에 조금 밀리고 있었잖아요. 이게 근데 그 게임에서 다시 역전하게 될 때까지 어떠한 마음가짐을 준비를 했는지.
우선 맨 처음으로 드리고 싶은 말은 축하한다는 말 감사하고요. 저희가 맨 처음에 조금 실수로 인해 제가 좀 시작이 좋지 않았어요. 많이 불리했다는 걸 인지하고 있었는데 그래도 하지만 저희 팀은 좀 저력이 있는 팀이라 생각하고 정말 한시도 정말 방심하지 않고 집중해가지고 이렇게 좋은 결과가 나올 수 있던 것 같습니다.
So thank you for your congratulations, and then due to some mistakes, they were fall behind in the beginning. However, I believe that our team is good and we have enough power to come back in the end. So we were keep focusing and we tried not to make a single mistake afterwards. So I think that's the reason that we could come back in the end.
Tell me about the Warwick pick. Is this something that is common in the LJL? For people who haven't watched a lot of the LJL, it's not a standard pick that people see a lot internationally.
그 워윅 픽에 대해서 조금 이제 말씀해 주실 수 있을까? 아니면 혹시 뭐 LJL에서는 워윅이 메타 픽이라던가 아니면은 약간 준비된 픽이라던가 어떤 건지.
우선 워윅 같은 경우에는 좀 LJL에서 유행하진 않고요. 네오 선수가 개인적인 생각으로 좋다고 많이 생각해가지고 선택을 기용을 많이 해가지고 이렇게 좋은 결과가 나온 것 같습니다. 이건 개인적으로 그냥 네오 선수의 생각이에요.
So he says that basically even Warwick is not actually a common pick in LJL either. However, in Neo's perspective, the jungler's perspective, he thinks he's a pretty good champion overall. So he prefers to pick it many times, and it seems like, basically the reason we picked the Warwick is thanks to the Neo's idea, and then it came out with a good result, and it's actually a good thing.
All right, well, finally, now you guys the number 1 seed. If you could choose to play either the OPL or the GPL in 2 days' time, if you could decide that, who would you pick?
만약에 이제 GPL과 OPL 중에 지금 준결승전을 하게 됐잖아요. GPL과 OPL 중에 한 팀을 골라야 한다면, 경기해야 될 상대를 골라야 한다면 어디를 고르고 싶나요?
정말 경악스러운 질문이네요. 전 그러니까 두 리그 다 강점이 있고 단점이 있다 생각했는데 오늘 그러니까 오세아니아 리그에 대한 강점을 또 느꼈고 베트남도 강점이 있다 생각하기 때문에 고르기엔 저한테 너무 힘든 질문이네요. 둘 다 만나기가 너무 싫네요. 저는 고르지 못하겠고 그냥 운에 맡기겠습니다.
So he thinks it's pretty difficult questions to answer. So like he believes that both of the leagues has their own pros and cons. And today actually he felt that the strong point of the Australia, and then he already know that about the very strong point of the Vietnam team also. So he will say it's very hard question for me to answer. Honestly, I wish to avoid both of them. So I will just put it on the nature's law, like nature's chosen.
Excellent. All right. Well, congratulations again on today, and we look forward to seeing you guys in 2 days' time in the final. Thank you.
Very humble coming out and remind them. I mean, LGL just went 5-1. They're still saying they don't want to face either Oceania or the GPL because of how strong they are. I knew you had a couple of things to say.
Yeah,
as well,
and
guys.
I have one thing to say. I just want to say that the best thing about that interview is he's coming fresh off a win and he's just absolutely alphaing Hingers on the microphone. And he's trying to hold in front of him and he's just like, "This is your mic," and he's like, "No, that's mine." Great stuff there from the interview. LGL going straight into the finals, looking great.
Yeah, they certainly are. And with that, as Bryce has mentioned, they will be heading to the finals. Tomorrow, though, we will have the King of the Hill, GPL, taking on the OPL. But that's all from us here tonight. Thanks to Spawn, Jish, as well as EJM, our entire production crew, and everyone watching at home. We'll see you guys tomorrow. They get a hook onto Rogue. He's probably going to fall here. Heel's been popped, but still first blood picked up by the Caitlyn. And top side now, they get a stun going down to Doppler. That's 2 kills from Mineski so early into the game. Looking for a fight. FBI has been caught out by Kaigu. Bear trap on the rope. Connects. Will pull him back slightly, but they knock him back. Kaigu already knocked off Skull. Juves forced to flash away though. Curtain Call not going to connect on the priority target. Mineski still have to fight with their backs against a wall. Literally, big root coming out from Rogue. He picks up one for himself. Juice pops out of nowhere on top of Exo. Ryoma flashes into the backlines. Gets hooked back. TG forces him to dodge a cocoon. And only Hummus is left up with Zed, who has somehow wandered away. Doppler still chasing him down in the backlines. Going to dive between 2 turrets, wandering a little bit. And Sid pick up a massive team fight. Ryoma looking to cut him off with a wall. Cuts off one member, just TG. Zed though just gets deleted from Summoner's Rift. What the heck was that? Suddenly the rest of Mineski are forced to back off. They lose their jungler. They lose their support and Sin march towards the base. FBI tries to go toe-to-toe, flashes on top of him, locks him down with captive audience. Doppler will die to a turret somewhere. Exo is trying his absolute hardest. TG's coming back up. He's picked up 2 kills. FBI's running out of bullets. Will get the crit shot on the Nexus and will pick up a game for Oceania. Get a block out of that from bottom lane. Gigabyte Marines are fighting and Sia taking quite a bit of damage. Darren's charging on forward. Winter's Spike does not connect. And first blood is picked up by the Japanese support. And Rampage are making another play here to try and take Baron. That's already taken out solo. Optimus trying to kick them inside the pit. Does so successfully. Baron's low. Levi's flashed in quite soon, but doesn't get it. Tussle gets the kill and the Baron. Optimus falls shortly after. No way is trying to escape this one, but there's nowhere out from this team fight. Rampage already picking up 3 kills.
And Dara is an absolute monster. Another double kill coming in for the support. No way, still Dara,
can he take this one too? Can't even gets the shutdown. 4 kills for Rampage. And Gigabyte Marines looking for this one. Cleanse used by nowhere to get back into this one. Utori taking so much damage and will get locked down by Winter's Spy. Here's Archie with big stuns in the back lines. Rampage don't have their top laner. And one by one they fall to the Marines. Double kill for the cannon. 4 members of the Marines down there pushing for the Nexus.
I mean, no way is the only one alive and he might die as well.
He's grounded. He can't hop, skip or jump. Ace picked up by Ramune in the mid lane. Rampage have done it. They've taken down the favourites at Rift Rivals here, and they will put Japan one step closer to making it to day 4. This has been, but look at this. Warlock's been cornered. Is that going to be first blood? It is. Picked up by Claire in the mid lane. What the heck just happened?
And
ultimate use
just
by
might be
Lost.
now.
I think it did get dodged out by Low, but still gets locked down by the Zyro. Nooni's on top of Cupcake. Gets a kill from Lost. Not enough to keep him locked down. Warlock gets that kill. Tally's here. G-Force here. Everyone's piling on in for a big fight. Bottom lane. Nooni flashes out. Carbon in trouble. Does get taken down. Double kill for the Lulu. Legacy is still trying to fight this one 3 on 5. They get a return kill onto Raven. And G4 jumps in. Big W proc. Locks down Claire. He's been turned into a little critter. Lost. Gets tanked by the cannon minion. One more shot would kill him. Lloyd's charging forward. Tally wants to fight again. That's a big scrappy fight bot lane. And Cupcake is very wounded, and Legacy are taking up Baron. There's the arrow going in. He still gets it. Carbon smites it away while stunned up. Lost will take down the AD carry. G-Force being locked out again. Deja vu for the mid laner. Double kill coming up for Lost. He's found some for himself. Redridge trying to run away. Tally locks him down. Big triple kill for the Varus, and Legacy are on their way to a victory. And G-Force looking to try and get an assassination. But look at Nudie, he's already dead. Claire will actually fall, but everyone in the backline just gone. Big cataclysm being popped down by Tally. Only G-Force left. He watches as the rest of this squad gets absolutely murdered by the Oceanic liner, and Legacy will be able to keep the Oceanic hopes and dreams alive.
I mean, they've just absolutely wiped the floor with Ascension. Legacy finally able to get that big international performance, and they seize it with both hands.
And they jump onto Neo first. Doppler taking a lot of damage. Slices away from the stun. He still gets speared up. He has to back out somehow. First blood is picked up by the Na'Vi. Neo heals up. This is going in favor of Unsold Stuff Gaming. Throws out the boulder. Double kill picked up by Na. Big outplay from Unsold Stuff.
That is...
Sin might try and brute force this one. Hook lands into a trap, into the flame, knock him as well. He didn't need him. Enti couldn't save him, and FBI gets the kill. Neo trying to track them out. Hook doesn't land from Rogue, but does play him back.
They're going to fight here.
Fear's going to come out. Teleports are coming in. They have jumped on towards Ryoma. There is a dark passage there, but he can't get on in time. Doppler's got a deep flank, but he doesn't have his mid laner to work with. Still going in. He's on top of Harachi. Stuns up the Na. Looking for a kill there. Will dice out to get a big hook onto the Warwick as well. Neo gets eaten up. Big snipe coming out Harachi to get him from the back lines. Neo still going in. So much healing coming out of the Warwick, and he's being grounded. Big snipe from FBI. Can't get to the dark passage again, but Harachi goes big and gets a triple kill. By Rogue. Flash hook connects, but they're toasting other targets. Neo gets taken down straight away. Doppler's in trouble. Big petrify coming out of Remind. Juice and Roma forced to run away. Roma throws out the ultimate, flashes for Upperman. He gets out alive. Harachi has been stunned. Juice is on top of the Snake Lady herself. FBI gets that kill. Flashes forward. Auto takes Rogue champion. Doesn't matter. The sniper lines up his sights. Not enough to take down Harachi, but still, Sin 5 members strong. Push down mid lane. Yeah, Neo's coming in. He's looking for a fight. Teleport coming in from Upperman as well. Sid, this is not a great fight for them. Unsold Stuff made him pick the perfect window. They lock down Doppler. He's trying to dice out, gets over to one, still gets killed, and Ryoma off the back of that as well. Unsold Stuff now move towards Baron, but look at their base. It's in shambles at the moment.
I mean, but they're going to be able to get Baron. They're going to have the empowered recalls, and they will get back. This is absolutely horrible for Sin Gaming.
Sin are trying to stop this. FBI wants to chip away at everyone from Unsold Stuff. Neo is going back. The rest of Unsold Stuff looking for a fight. FBI trying to lifesteal, gets a big headshot on towards the Snake Lady. Throws out the Peacemaker. Not going to be enough. Now only just starting to join the fight. Doppler looking to go in. There's a lantern to bring him into the pit. Big stun coming out from Remind. Instantly goes to the Zonias. And Upperman. Nas 3 people into the wall. FBI just sitting duck. Ryoma is going to fall. Only uses his ultimate on a poor target there. Unsold Stuff Gaming are wiping the floor with Oceania's home's entry.
And that is game. The LJL has just locked in the #1 seed in Rift Rivals. They're going to get into game 4. Egypt gets his Rift. Oceania is going to have to battle it through the King of the Hill. What a team fight.
And this is a victory lap down mid lane. You know, they get through the 2 turrets, the inhibitor, 2 more turrets, and then they take out the Nexus. And you know, from what was a really, really slow, sort of sloppy start, I guess you could argue, and Sin having complete control, Untold Stuff come up tough.